Cancer is not fair. We need to fight harder. We need to understand better. We need to take steps forward.
It is so heartbreaking to see the parents, how they react, but unfortunately, sometimes you have to say no.
A lot of these children, they have dreams. I want to give these children a fighting chance.
The doctors would tell us, when patients hear about this, they don't come back anymore. They just wait for the disease to take over. We just accept it, let it happen.
St. Jude was founded in the 1960s with a goal that no child should die in the dawn of life. And that means any child suffering today of cancer is our responsibility.
At St. Jude, we don't care who cures cancer, we just need to advance the cure.
Our mission is local and global.
This is what we're all called to do, to address the suffering of precious children and their families on a global scale.
Real victories are those that protect human lives. You should be the hope for any child across the globe.
We all exist here on this planet to benefit others.
If we have the ability to help, then we have a responsibility to help.
I think it's the kind of place that stands as a beacon for pediatric cancer.
St. Jude is bold to try and bump cure rates all around the world.
Unbelievable courage to tackle the impossible.
These are the kind of discoveries that you want the world to have.
This is the movement.
We could save more lives.
St. Jude, they're saving so many children.
This is the effort.
So we want to reach out to more children and cure more.
Transform the landscape of pediatric cancer care across the globe.
Help humanity at large.
Every child with cancer should be cured. Our work's not done. Every child
should be able to live a long, healthy life.
And we will not stop until we cure all these children.
You're doing something good, not only for the patients, but for the world. When Danny Thomas said no child should die, he was thinking about kids all over the world.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $12,000, and we can only do that with your help to reach our goal. Please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
Hey, Jesse and Chad.
Hello. We're here again.
Here we are. Our 7th year. Jesse, can you believe it?
Right now I can. At about 1 o'clock my time, I will not be able to believe it, no.
Right. Very true. Derek's along for the ride as well. He's producing tonight. Thank you, Derek, so much. And each hour we're going to have different co-hosts pop in, and we asked if Chad would stick around, being as though he's sort of a gadget. He's sort of a magic man himself. And so it'll be perfect.
I don't know if I'd say magic, but
it'll be great to have you along for our time with Chris. So let me mention, and Derek, also, I have slides for this hour's giveaways. So just a quick reminder, if you give during the 4 p.m. hour, with when we're having Chris here do his magic, you are entered to win the prizes that are available for the 4 p.m. hour. And we've got prizes every hour. So depending on how you want to do it, if you want to wait an hour and then give, or if you want to give every hour a portion, it's completely up to you. But this hour, I want to mention that Direwolf 821, good friend of the show and patron, has a premium membership giveaway that he would like to provide. And there's a picture of the premium membership giveaway he will send to you. So that is awesome. Thank you, Direwolf, for that. Also, we have Cashly. Cashly is going to give away T-shirts. They're going to give away 4 T-shirts during Podcast to Hope. They're going to give one out on the even hours, the 4 p.m., the 6 p.m., the 8 p.m., and the 10 p.m. There's their 4 hours. We love Cashly. I know folks that are Android have other great apps that they use for iPhone. We really suggest using Cashly, and we love the app. I mean, right, Jesse?
Yeah, it's, to me, that is geocaching, but that's because I've gone to that for so long. That's what I open immediately. I can't.
Yeah.
But I'm a fruit phone, so I can't help it. That's what I got.
Yeah, exactly. And then lastly, we've got a giveaway every single hour from Arted Crafted. So they will provide, and you can pick whatever shirt you would like. They're going to give away a shirt every single hour. So thank you, Sean, so much. Thank you, Arted Crafted, for being a part of this. Thank you to all our donors of prizes. We kind of sometimes we need to remember they're out there as well, providing for that, along with every donor that gives to Podcast to Hope. Again, podcasttohope.com. We've got the totals right now. Whoa, we're up to $220, Jesse and Chad.
That jumped in like the last 2 minutes. That's good.
240. They're coming in. It's going in great. Oh, keep going, people. That's awesome.
There you go.
Incredible. Thank you so much.
And all right, at the other end of that, you've got 12,000.
Yes, we do.
It's insane, by the way. I don't know why you just keep bringing it up every year.
Just keep raising it.
You have to.
Chad, I don't know if you remember early on in this, he kept wanting to make it longer and longer. He wanted to make this thing 12 hours long.
I remembered the conversations on that.
Yes.
So.
At least we got him to stop that. But now instead of doing 12 hours, he just says, okay, we'll just raise an insane amount of money then instead. So you gotta hold Gary back sometimes.
Honestly, I don't mind doing 12 hours. I mean, it's more time on. It doesn't bother me. But
exactly,
I understand. I mean, 8 hours is pretty long as it is. So 12 would be a little crazy.
12 would be insane. Yeah. 8 hours is good.
It's hard to keep energy for 12 hours, even for a good cause like this, or that original Worldwide Cache Fest or whatever. It's I don't know how telethon people did it back in the day when they were just on TV, and I don't know. That's tough.
Insane. All right. Well, the performer you're about to see tours all over Canada. He has won numerous awards for his comedy and magic. He has performed for the Edmonton Oilers, Coca-Cola Corporation, several TV spots, as well as the TV special called Off the Wall. He writes a monthly blog, which will be in the show notes, by the way, so they'll all be posted later. But he writes a monthly blog, which you can check out, magicman65.blogspot.com. He is also an avid geocacher. So please welcome to the stage comedy magician Chris Yuill, also known as Magic Man 65.
All right, how you guys all doing today? Nice to be here. Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys for inviting me along for the ride. I'm going to enjoy this, I'm assuming. I'm pretty sure I will.
I think you will.
I really appreciate it. I do appreciate you for sure. Tell you what, I'm going to do some magic, a little bit of comedy for you. Anything you don't find funny up here today, though, that's probably the magic part, okay? So keep that in mind and we'll do fine. Actually, I always like to start off my show with a little magic trick. Let me grab it over here. It's a magic trick uses a big blue silk. It's a little magic trick, and I'd like to call it my opener, sort of the opening effect of the show, if you would. A little magic trick with a big blue silk. If I just grab all 4 corners of the silk, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and right here, that is 4 corners, just like that. A little magic trick I like to call my opener. If I reach right inside there, my opener! Yeah! Opener. I know. I don't even applaud that one. Actually, what good is an opener? Unless, that's right, you have something to open with. There we go. A full bottle of Coca-Cola for me after the show. There you go. Sponsored by Coca-Cola. All right. Tell you what, we're going to do some more magic, though. But I tell you what, actually, as I get going, if you guys got time out there, go grab a deck of cards, because we're going to do something a little cool with a deck of cards later that you guys can do interactively right here on camera. Yeah, that's right. So grab a deck of cards, have it handy. We're going to try something in a little bit. But first, tell you what, I thought I would start off with this. Hey, actually, does everybody here like card tricks? Speaking
Absolutely.
Of card tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, man, that's too bad, because we're going to do a rope trick, actually. So a little piece of rope magic using these 3. Let me get the other 2 out here. Let's see here. There we go. The other 2 right there. All right. As you can see, I have 3 pieces of rope. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. But as you can plainly see, I have a short piece of rope. That is the short one. Of course, I also have a medium-sized piece of rope. There's the medium one right there. And of course, as you can plainly see, that is the long, very, very long piece. All 3 are different.
Huh.
What's that? Somebody said they look alike. They do look alike, don't they? They actually do kind of look alike. Actually, I know what confuses most people. I know what confuses them. It's actually the long one here. Yeah, it's never the short one or the medium one. Go figure. It's always the long one. You know what, actually, I'm just going to set these down for a quick second. So there's the medium-sized one. Of course, there is the short one, just like I said. There's the short one, and of course, that is the long one. All right. Just like I said in the beginning, there's the long one. I also have a small piece of rope, and of course, there's the last piece, the medium-sized piece of rope. All 3 are different. All right. Again, long piece right there.
All right.
Medium-sized. Oh, grab it. Medium-sized piece right there. And of course, there's the short piece, all 3 right there. But remember when I started this trick, I had 3 that looked alike, didn't I?
That's awesome.
Are you guys confused?
Yes.
Yeah.
I tell you what's confusing you. I know what's confusing you. I'm using 3 pieces of rope. 3 pieces is really tough to follow. Let's get rid of a couple pieces. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Tell you what, we're going to get rid of a couple pieces. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll do a trick with the... Let's do a trick with the long one. We'll do a trick with the long one. We'll get rid of the short one and the medium one, and we'll move on with things. How's that sound? Fair enough? All right, fair enough. Let's get rid of these. Hey, does anyone in here? There's nobody here, but I tell you what, I'm going to try something. I'm going to actually tie a knot in this piece of rope. Here's how I tie my shoes, first of all. I like to share this with you because a lot of people tie their shoes in there really slow, very slow. But check this out. Watch this. This is how you tie your shoes, just like this. Ta-da! Just like that. Yeah, that's how you tie your shoes, really quick. But you know what? I always have a problem when I tie my shoes. I pull the laces through the loops, and of course, I get a knot in the rope, right? Now, of course, if I know a little bit of magic, which I do, all you got to do is go like this, give that knot a little wiggle, a little squeeze, just like this, and you can actually pull the knot right off the rope, just like that. It's coming at you right there. Wow. Almost hit the camera. There it is. So tell you what we're going to do. I still got the same piece of rope. We're going to do something with this piece of rope. We're actually just going to cut the rope into 2 equal lengths, just like that. 2 equal lengths, just... Okay, not quite equal. That's okay. Tell you what, though, we're going to try and put it back together again, and we're going to try and make it back into one solid piece of rope again. This one, everybody, don't blink. Don't blink, or you'll actually miss this one. But watch this. Here we go. Don't blink. Don't blink. Here we go.
I'm watching.
And there it is, back to one solid piece of rope again. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Woo! Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I see a couple of you are a little skeptical. Actually, I'm trying to fool you there. I never really did. Just, as you can see, I just held my hand over the knot like that. But it looks like it's done. I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to fool you. And that never fools too many people. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make my job much more difficult. I'm actually going to cut the rope a few times, giving myself a big mess. Let's see. That's once, twice. One more time down at this end. And let's continue to move. That's right. Fast and furious. 4 pieces of rope. Let's see here. 4 pieces of rope, 3 knots. Much harder to do. But watch this. All we have to do is give it a little tug, just like this. And there it is, back to 1 solid piece of rope again. Thank you.
Woo! Wow.
Not.
No.
Wait. I missed. I missed the middle one. Oh, how about we do this then? A couple of quick impersonations for everybody. Let's see here. Oh, how about a pair of sunglasses? Sunglasses?
Yeah.
Pair of sunglasses?
Yeah.
No bunny rabbit? No bunny rabbits? No.
Bunny
Tell you what,
rabbit.
if we want to restore this piece of rope, all we have to do is give it a little tug, a little pull, just like that. And there it is, back to 1 solid piece of rope for you guys one more time. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Nice.
Yes. Woo! That I was watching closely too, and I
The
mesmerized.
closer you watch, the harder it is. Trust me. All right, same piece of rope. I've tied it in half. I got some scissors over here, which are very sharp. Check it out. Yeah, there's the scissors. Watch this. Boom. There we go. Just like that. But here we go for the last and final time. Back to 1 solid piece of rope again. Here we go. Oops. Here we go.
Nope.
No, I keep missing that middle one, don't I?
Hmm.
So, I'm sorry. I apologize. It is my fault. Actually, it is my fault. Actually, it works a lot better if the knot's down there, closer to the bottom. Like that. I'm just kidding. Tell you what, we'll get rid of that knot and we'll get rid of the show and on with the show.
That's right.
There it is, back to 1 solid piece of rope again for you guys, just like that. There you go.
Woo!
All right, yeah,
Nice.
there you go.
Oh, what,
Tell you what, though,
wait.
I'm going to do one more quick one. Uses
You've
the
got-
same piece of rope. The same.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
What?
I think so.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're trying to play along. What? No, I didn't see it. Yeah, you guys probably noticed that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, I know what you're saying. I know what you're thinking. Magicians, up their sleeve, all that kind of stuff. Let me just get rid of this. We'll move on with the show. Fair enough?
Okay.
We'll just-
Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks, Chris, for doing that.
Short one, though.
Oh.
Wait a minute. That's not even a long one.
Oh.
Hang on a second.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Wait for it. I think I got it. I think I got it now. Wait. I got it. Oh, there we go. Now we got it under control. There we go. Oh, stuck on something.
Yeah.
Let me just check. Yep, there's the problem right there. Okay, now we got it under control. There we go. Now we got it. You guys weren't supposed to see that. Hang on a second. I'm getting tangled here now. We'll just get rid of it. Take it out of there. It's going up. Oh, there it's going back into the sleeve and out the pants. I know, this is weird. Hang on. All right, there we got it. Now we got it. There we go. Now we got it under control. There it is. It's
stuck.
Stuck again. Yeah. It's started there. Let me check one more thing. Let me just check. Yep, there's the problem right there. Okay, now we got it under control. There we go. This is rope burn, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Figure out where it's going here. Right, let me just get rid of this and move on with things. Hang on a second. Oh, there we got it. Now we got it under control. I think I got it. Stuck again. Oh, wait, I think I got it. Oh. What is up with this?
Whoa!
I felt the draft in here all of a sudden.
Oh my goodness.
Never know how those boxer shorts. Well, I know how the boxer shorts, the little duckies get in there. What I can never figure out is always where this little guy comes from. Come on out of there, sweetheart. Give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes to the stage area. All right. This is a real live bird, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real live bird. Tell you what, we're going to put her away, though, and we'll get on with some more magic. Fair enough?
Yes,
Awesome.
that's good.
Definitely.
My shorts, but I've got a box here for her. She lives in this little box right here.
Oh, no.
She'll be crying.
Now you're making me hungry.
Full meal deal right there, huh? There you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. Tell you what, we're going to move right along here. Like I said, I've got lots of other stuff. I tell you what, actually, at this point in time, I'm going to hopefully we can find somebody that's out there watching and putting in the comments, and maybe you guys can help me out. I've got something here. I'm going to see. It's Christmas time. It is Christmas time, and it's always fun to see who's naughty, who's not, if that makes any sense, or who's naughty and nice. Let's see here. Let's go. So if somebody can put in the chat any number between 1 and 6, we'll take the first number between 1 and 6. Is that fair? You guys can let me know when somebody pops up a number there.
Yep. It takes a slight
I
delay.
20-second delay.
Understandable. So we're not 100%
No problem. It'll be up.
live.
Oh, we got
Jeez,
one.
Four.
Who?
Four was the first number.
Number 4. Okay, we're going to take out 4. We're going to see if this person, who said 4? Well, a few people have said 4, it looks like. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cast the Line said 4. Oh, wow. You guys would think I was forcing the 4, but I'm not. So number 4.
I know, that's weird.
Whoever said number 4, let's check it out. Whoever said number 4, that's the card they get. Number 4, yes. I'm going to show you. I'm going to turn it around. Look at this. Check it out. Whoever said number 4, yeah, you're nice. You're probably going to get some presents for Christmas this year because you're nice. That's right. That's right.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and the rest of you, just so you know, the rest of you, yeah, maybe not so nice. You're naughty, naughty, and naughty. All the other 5 people, or the other 5 numbers are all naughty folks. So there you go. That's how we.
Man, I picked 5.
You're nice.
Yeah.
See,
Like
but
what's that?
wow, that's Chad picked naughty, but that was wrong. You should have picked the right one. Yeah.
Right.
Good job, you Dak.
For you guys. I got some other stuff for you guys. Oh, tell you what, we're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to do this right now. I need somebody in the chat. I've got a deck of cards here. I also have an envelope. I just want to point this out real quickly. I'm going to pull this a little closer maybe here. I do have an envelope, as you can see. I also have a deck of playing cards. Okay. Now, this isn't the trick that I'm going to do interactive, other than I do need somebody to name a card. I need somebody at random out there in TV land. Just type in the comments a card, and you guys will tell me when that card is here. I'm going to pull the deck of cards out right now and show them to you.
7 of diamonds, or 8
What's
of
that?
diamonds, I guess was first. 8 of diamonds was first.
8
of diamonds. Okay, so this is a deck of cards. I'm going to find the 8 of diamonds. Hopefully you can see that. All kinds of cards. I didn't... Oh, there's the 8 of diamonds. Now, on the back of the 8 of diamonds, there is something written, and I'm going to show that to you in a second. Actually, I'll show you right now. Don't say anything out loud, whoever sees it.
Okay.
All right. I don't know if it's upside down or not. Is it upside down?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
it is?
It
okay.
is.
No. So there is an item on there, okay? So we've picked the 8 of diamonds, right? A total at random. And on there is is a word, yes?
A word. Yep, there's a word on there.
Yep. All right. So the other ones have words on them as well. They do. And I'm going to show you a few of the words, just so that you know they're not all the same word. I think you can see that. It says wallet. Let's see here. What else have we got? We got ring. What's that? Phone. Toothpick. Shoe.
Right.
Glasses. Rubik's Cube. Underwear, card, comb, underwear. We just did a trick with that. Pencil, cup. As you can see, there's multiple different items on here. Bottle, paper, you name it, it's on here. But we've picked one card, and it was the 8 of diamonds. And on the back of it, it said something. And I have an envelope right here. I've not touched it up to this point in time. It's right here. I'm going to get it out in here. If whoever picked the number 8 of diamonds, whoever picked that, if they can see, hopefully they saw what the word was, or maybe you guys saw it as well. I have one card in here. It is not the 8 of diamonds, but I'd like that same person to say exactly what they saw if they could put it in the chat, or you guys can even call it out loud, whatever. If you guys did see a word, yes?
Yes, we saw a word.
Okay, so anyone at all can just shout it out.
Go ahead, Jesse.
You want us to say the word?
Watch, yes.
Pardon me?
Watch.
Watch. Check this out. This card is not a card. It is actually a watch.
Oh!
Yeah, there you go. A little magic trick using a deck of cards and freely selected. So there you go. We got the watch. Yeah, it wasn't my underwear because I already did that. Right.
That's incredible.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Tell you what, I got some time for a little more. Do we? Do we have some time?
Yes, absolutely. You're doing good. You're doing, Chris.
Actually, you know what? Right now, I think would be a good time to do the. Let's do that. Let's. If you guys got a deck of cards out there in TV land, I'm going to get this a little closer to the camera if I can, so you guys can see it. All right. I have a deck of cards over here. Actually, I don't have a deck of cards. I'm going to show you a little thing, which is very cool. Playing card companies all around the world, they have to make cards. Tricks for magic to play with, whatnot, right? So I don't know if you guys can see that. That is just a piece of cardboard. So this is how playing card companies start. They start off with a piece of cardboard, as you can see, just like that. But what they have to do is they have to first of all print on the card or on the box. See? So they print the card or the box, not the cards, but the actual box, right? But it's not really a box. It's just a piece of cardboard with the box printing. It becomes a box only when you close it up like this and seal it just like that. And you give it a little snap. Check it out. Inside here is now a full deck of cards.
No way.
That's the trick. Wow. That's not really the trick, but we're going to do a trick with a deck of cards. I should just show you it as a random regular deck of cards. Yes. I want everybody who has a deck of cards and is playing along at home to actually find the 4 aces. That is the trick. First of all, find the 4 aces. If
Separate
you
them
don't
out.
have all 4 aces, you can use any other card to resemble the aces, such as the kings or the queens or whatever it is you wish. So just get out your 4 cards, the 4 aces.
Okay. Gotcha.
If you have 4 aces, if it's a brand new deck. All right. So I have 4 aces.
Got mine. Yep.
Okay. Now we're going to use some cards from the rest of the deck. I have, I want you to take out 16 cards. So just at random, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And just get rid of the rest of the cards. They are not important. Okay. All right.
14, you said, Chris?
Catch up to that point.
14, is that right?
16.
15, 16.
Gotcha. Plain, just any cards. And then, of course,
got it.
So 16 cards. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So you've got 16 cards. Yes.
Correct.
Now take the aces or whatever cards you have and place them into the face down portion of the cards, the 16 cards, face up. Anywhere you want. Mix them up a bit. You can put them together if you really want to. That is up to you. So go ahead, put them anywhere you wish into that deck. And once you've done that, they're face up. The rest are face down. Then square all the cards up. Just like that.
Okay.
I'll give a few seconds for everybody to get there. Yeah.
So the aces
4 face down, all the cards face down, the 16, but 4 aces face up.
Gotcha.
So tough on camera because of the glare. All right, have we got that? All right,
got it.
Now give them a quick overhand shuffle, just something simple. Just give them a little shuffle, just like this, if you want. Give them a little mix up. So we want to mix them up. So we're mixing the 4 aces into that packet even more than they already are. All right.
Got it. Yep.
Shuffle. Yeah. All right. Now take and count 10 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then place the other 10 over there. So you should have 10 cards here, 10 cards here.
Yep. Gotcha.
Okay. Now we're going to interlace those cards. And I'll show you what I mean. But before we do that, you have a choice. So everybody's going to probably do something totally different, possibly. There's 2 choices here. What I want you to do is, pick up either pile. So you can choose either pile, pick it up, and turn it over. So you can pick up that pile, turn it over, or pick up that pile and turn it over. Whichever pile you want.
Okay.
Totally random, up to you.
Wow. Gotcha.
All right. So now we've got a really mixed up card. There's some up, face down, all that, right? So now we want to mix them together. But the way we do that is we take one card from this pile, place it there, place the next card over there. So we're taking cards, we're sort of interlacing them together. You'll see you'll have some face up cards, you'll have some face down cards. So we're going to mix them into each other, face up, face down, just like so. Or it doesn't matter how they go, but like I said, from one pile to the other pile. Oops, I'm sliding off the table here. From that pile to that pile, that pile to that pile, that pile to that pile. So they're all now interlaced differently. Yes?
Yes. Got it.
Okay. Square them up. All right.
Okay.
Now you have a choice. You can cut the cards and complete the cut, or don't do anything. Free choice. So you can either cut the cards and complete the cut, or you can just leave them as they are. Free choice.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now, pick up the cards. Once you've done that, pick up the cards and deal them into 4 packets. We're going to go A, B, C, D, or 1, 2, 3, 4, whichever you prefer. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then repeat that 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to make 4 packets. That's all we're going to do. Separating the cards. You'll see some cards are face up, some cards are face down. So they're mixed. Everybody's going to be different because some of you maybe didn't cut the cards. Some of you didn't. You turned over this pile instead of that pile. The way you shuffled them is all going to change everything as we go, if that makes any sense. Right? Now we have 4 piles. All right.
Yep.
Anybody on the panel there, just name, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Name odd or even.
Even.
Even. All right. So we're going to take the 2 even piles, which would be 2 and 4. Okay. So do that. Pick them up. Now you can put 4 on top of 2 or 2 on top of 4. Your free choice.
Okay.
And then set them back down onto the table in front. Just like that.
Okay.
Now pick up the other 2, which would be 1 and 3.
Yeah.
Pick them up, and either 1 goes on top of 3 or 3 goes on top of 1. Again, free choice.
Right.
All right. And then put them just like that.
On top of the other one.
Sorry. Don't put them down yet. Wait. I got to pull that out now. Sorry, I missed one step. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry. So you've got 2 piles. You should have 2 piles. The first pile, which was the 1 and 3. The second pile, which is 2 and 4. If you've gone too far, like I did accidentally, just count out 10 cards. Pull 10 cards back out of there. So you have 10 cards here, 10 cards there, all mixed up, upside down, upside down. Now we want to turn over one of the piles.
Okay.
Again, free choice here. Whichever pile you decide to turn over, just turn over 1 pile.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Gotcha.
All right. So now you have 2 piles. We've mixed these up. You've mixed them up at home. We've shuffled them. We've cut them. Some of you maybe didn't cut them. You've taken piles and put them on top of each other, possibly different ways. All kinds of combinations have gone on here. Now we're going to just slowly riffle them together. So take both piles and just slowly riffle them together. If you can't do a riffle shuffle, which is just like this, just give them a quick riffle shuffle. If you can't do a riffle shuffle, just sort of push them together as best you can.
Gotcha.
We now have 1 pile.
Yep.
Yes. To recap, everybody's done something maybe different. Probably even
1 pile.
You that are on the chat page here, you may have done something different than everybody else has done at home. You have to put your hand on top of it for me.
Okay.
And do not remove your hand. This is important.
Okay.
Keep your hand there. Because in a second, I'm going to do some magic right from here over to you. Check this out. You just keep your hand on it. I'm going to just show you. So those cards right now, they're mixed up. I don't know if you can see that, but there's some face up, face down. Don't spread yours. Just keep your hand over top of it, because this is where the magic becomes into it. All right. You have your hands over top of it. You're holding your hand right on top of it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. All right.
Got it.
Use my left hand because I need my right hand to snap my fingers. Check this out. Watch this. Even though I'm here and you're there, now go ahead, lift your hand very slowly, and if you wish, spread your cards as best as you can.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. What happened?
I have all the aces up.
You have all the aces up and no other cards?
That's
exactly as I do?
Yes.
All 4 aces are up?
Yeah.
How about you? Everybody else?
Look at that.
All 4 aces? Only the aces are face up now and everything else is back down, face down?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. A little magic at home.
That's incredible.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
No, that doesn't mean everybody did something different.
TV land, for sure.
I'm going to be spending 8 hours now just trying to figure out
engineer that.
What.
We have to rewatch this hour to do that. Again.
That's right.
There you go. You'll have to read. And again, it could totally change direction. Somebody could have done this. Somebody could have done that. Right? There's that whole. Everything was done differently. Everything was done fairly. And of course, if everybody did it, then it should be that all 4 aces are face up. The other cards are all face down.
Incredible,
all right.
Chris.
Hey, what? I'm going to get out of here. Well, I'm not going to get out of here because we're going to hang out for a bit. But before I do, I thought I would leave you with one last thing. Since I sort of did a magic trick with you over the airwaves, so to speak, over the interwebs, I thought I would actually teach you guys a magic trick. How's that? Does that sound cool? Now, magicians are supposed to leave this segment of magic to most magicians. We're not supposed to expose secrets, but today I'm going to teach you guys one. I've got right here, as you can see, a little red silk. I'm going to take the silk. I'm going to do the trick first of all, and then I'll explain exactly how I do it, okay? I take the silk, I tuck it inside my fist, just like this, all the way inside. I then say the magic words. You know, those are the magic words.
I thought you were going to do.
Those are the magic words, because you see that silk changed into a chicken egg. Hopefully you can see that.
Oh,
yeah, turned into a chicken egg, hence the noise of the chicken. Now, of course, the little red silk actually went over here inside my pocket. Right here.
Okay.
Now, I did say I was going to teach you how this was done. Like I said, magicians aren't supposed to expose secrets, but today I'm going to teach you guys one. I'm going to turn the egg around. Can you guys all see that in there?
Yes.
Try to get into the camera. Inside that egg is actually another red silk. Inside that egg is actually another red silk. Okay. In fact, it's not even a real egg. It's just a plastic, hollowed out chicken egg. So you can make one of these. What you got to do is first of all, that's right, find yourself a plastic chicken. Follow her around for about a week.
Right.
Okay. Whoa. Out comes one of these. You've got a little hole in it. Of course, you've got a magic trick. Now, of course, when I was looking for the little red silk to begin with, I reached into my pocket. I grabbed the egg in this position right here. Now, from the front, you can't tell anything is in my hand because my hand looks exactly like the other one.
Exactly.
Pretty close. You can wave to your friends. They don't notice the egg because they're too busy wondering why you have this little red silk. You then take the silk, you tuck it inside the egg, okay? Not inside your fist, but actually inside the egg, all the way inside there, just like so. Just like that, all the way down inside there. All right? You then say the magic chicken noise.
Yes.
You then turn it into a chicken egg, and now you show them the silk has traveled over here and gone inside your pocket. Oh. Okay, little secret, don't do this.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that's bad magic. Don't leave the silk hanging out there like that because they'll see it too soon and the trick is over. Oh, one other thing. You probably noticed this. I'm using two silks. One that's actually in my pocket already and the other one that I'm tucking inside. Where is it? Here's it. Inside the egg, okay? So here's a little secret. When you show them the silk, don't use a red silk and a green silk.
Right.
That's like a whole different change, a color changing trick. It's not even a silk trick. It becomes a color changing trick at that point. Oh, and one other thing. When you show the egg, okay, and you show them the silk's gone here inside your pocket, don't ever turn the egg around because they'll see the silk inside every time and the trick is over.
Right. Yeah.
But you know what? If this happens to you and you get caught in this position right here, just snap your fingers, reach over, slowly and carefully peel off the hole. Yeah.
Nice.
But what happens if you turn the egg around now?
Just peel the hole.
You never do that.
Okay? Grab yourself an empty glass, which I happen to have right here, and show them that you now have a real chicken egg. And there you go, a little magic trick for you after the show. And you can drink it if you want or do whatever you want to do. There you go. Tell you what, folks, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to hang around, though. We're going to chat some geocaching and some other magic stuff maybe and have some fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that little portion of my show. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Yuill. Thank you, guys.
Woo. Yes. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, that was great.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys. You guys were great.
Yeah. Well, grab a chair, Chris, and we're gonna put up
grab a chair. Yep.
I got one right over here. We're gonna put up the totals right now. So Derek's gonna bring up the where we're at. Oh, goodness! Look at this, guys.
Oh my gosh.
$980 already.
Nice.
Bryan, who's on next hour, donated.
Oh, neat. Yeah, Bryan. Yep. We always appreciate Bryan doing that. So, yeah, we're going to take a couple moments and talk with Chris. So what's fascinating about, well, all this, but is that I contacted Chris because I happened to see on Twitter about Chris and lo and behold, I did not know all the cool things, Chris, that you've done, and I did not know your tie into geocaching until, fairly recently. But you've got several caches out there, and you got some people asked in the chat room. They're like, "Has he ever performed a mega?" And I was like, well, "Yeah." Tell people about the one you did recently. Yeah, you've done 3, haven't you? Yeah.
Well, 2 megas, 1 giga, actually. So recently I was at Geo Woodstock. They hired me to come in on the Friday night, which was the registration day. People were there getting registered and stuff, and it was long lineups, thousands of people, right? So there was long lineups. Plus, they were also doing the GPS maze, the adventure maze.
Right.
So they had that going on. So there was lineups for that as well. So I went around. I did some card magic, close-up magic, stuff like that. I did with billiard balls and all kinds of fun stuff. So I did a whole bunch of different fun things, and so we did that. I did that for about 4 hours in the hot sun, dressed in my suit as well, which was crazy,
Right.
but I did it. Everybody's in shorts, right? To the whole
Right.
geocaching there, and I'm running around in a suit sort of thing. So I did that the first night, and then I came back during the live the real event, the Giga, the Geo Woodstock, and I performed an hour show on stage, so during lunchtime or whatever, which was cool because I was actually on just before the panel came on. In the panel, one of the guys that was in the panel is your next guest, as a matter of fact. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
So I met Bryan there. I met him before in Seattle as well, but it was kind of cool. I sort of opened for Bryan, I guess, and I'm opening for Bryan again today.
You are? Is that funny? Yeah.
There you go. So I've been to, but I also did 2 other megas years ago. One was called Best of the Bad. It was in Drumheller area over in Alberta here in Canada. And then the Island Spirit event, I think that was in 2012, I want to say. That was out on the Vancouver Island. And it was a mega event. And I performed there. I did 2 shows there, a kids show and an adult show, because I do kids shows still. So
Cool. Very
I
cool.
have
So,
events.
I'm sorry. So your geocaching name for people they want to go check it out is Magic Man 65. So tell folks a little bit about. I noticed one of your caches, Unexplainable Magic Clock FVC B4. Can you kind of tell people a little bit about how without giving away the secrets, obviously, but give people a little bit of a taste of what that one's about.
Okay, so that one actually won an award because that was for the Fraser Valley Cache Bash. They call that. It's like a event, and it goes out throughout the days or whatever. People put out caches, and you can people can vote on different caches. This was a great cache. It was an awesome puzzle cache. It was a great series. There's all kinds of different awards, and I won for best puzzle cache. And so it's a cache. And it's interactive, so I've got a few interactive caches, and I've some of them have been archived since. But when you go on to a couple of my caches, you do some interactive stuff. So you click on a link to a video. It's a YouTube video. It's me doing some magic here in my studio, and this one was a clock. So you had to take your finger and start on a clock and go around it, and you could make up anything you wanted to do. I said it's up to you. You pick the number. So again, I don't control anything. They do what they have to do, and the end result is they end up on a spot, and I show the coordinates, and all the coordinates on each clock, on each number of the clock, the 12 clock, are different. So they end up on the coordinates, and I show them, and they go find the cache kind of thing. So
cool.
And I do a little magic before it as well too. So
So Chad, you're up that direction. Maybe you'll have to go check out some of Chris's caches.
Are you in British Columbia?
Yes, I got a bunch of your caches when I was down there for the Ape event, actually, just recently.
Nice.
I searched out all your caches, as many as I could get. So very, very cool creative caches and stuff like that.
Oh, great. I appreciate it. Yeah.
I love the chain, the 100-foot chain, and the.
Yeah. I'll have to look for your logs then. I usually I recognize logs.
We did the one at the coffee shop. We did the other one where the stupid machine wouldn't shut up. And it was just annoying. You know what? But we did it, and So I took videos and the whole thing, and I think I blogged even in my blog that I have. Most of my blog is actually about geocaching, but there's a little bits and pieces of the magic. Because again, when I tour and travel to do magic, I cache wherever I go. So, so that's exactly it. So.
I haven't been up to BC for a while, but my favorite one I found up there is Chicken Channel.
Isn't that a funny one? Yeah, that is a funny one. Yeah,
that is so good. So if no one's found it, it's literally a TV, right? And the chicken comes into the TV. You can feed them, I believe, and they actually come into the TV and eat. And it's called Chicken
which is
Channel.
very funny.
Great cache.
So it's cool.
When you first started, Chris, or let me ask you this: adding the doves, and was that something that you did early in your magic career, or is this something that is more of a more recent addition?
No, I've had doves in my act almost since the first show I ever did.
Wow.
I've been doing magic. I don't want to say how long. I guess I should. About 29 and a half years.
Nice.
I got started in magic doing kids. I started as a hobby, actually. I came across a trick deck of cards, and I thought, this is kind of cool. And I started buying a bunch of stuff, and I bought more and more. And I was like, man, I got to do something with this stuff. So I put together a kid's birthday party, went out and did my first kids show. And I had bought doves already, and I was using a dove in my show. And then I had a rabbit. I ended up buying a rabbit. I had a rabbit in my act for about 14 and a half years. And then passed away, sadly. And I decided not to get another rabbit, just to keep using the doves. I have 3 of them. One that you saw already, and there's 2 over there. That's the male over there. He's the one that's making noise every once in a while.
That's awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, you kind of rent. We were joking the other day. We were talking, and you said something about renting your doves out or letting someone borrow your doves, and I thought, well, that's a crazy thing to say, you know.
No. It's it's the part of the magic community. Years ago, I did a show in Florida. And I didn't want to fly with the birds. Usually I can fly with them because, weirdly enough, you got to buy a seat for them. I know it sounds stupid. It's not as expensive. It cost me $100 one way for the bird, extra. It costs $200 there and back, sort of deal. So instead of taking a bird this time across border, blah blah blah, all that stuff down into Florida, I thought I'll phone around, and I phoned around and I found out who had doves in Florida, in Orlando area. And there was one guy that had a bunch of doves, and he said, yeah, come on by, swing by, you can borrow the dove. I flew in that day, drove to his place, picked up the bird. He gave me a little cage with some bird seed and some water. I went up to Mary Lake in Florida, did my show that night, got up the next morning, drove back down, dropped off the bird, was on a plane the next day, and I flew home. So,
Are the birds...
My birds.
The birds trained pretty much the same way between all the different magicians, so you don't have to worry about...
in my show, you see, she just comes out and she, she doesn't fly away. She just kind of hangs out there, and I put her in the KFC box for fun. Some guys, when you see like magicians on stage, doves go flying into the audience and stuff like that. So that's a different type of training more than what I do. So mine are just produced and there they are, kind of thing. So yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. No, that's great. Yeah. You've got
almost grabbed the egg.
Yeah.
I went to grab the glass and I almost grabbed the egg. And
don't grab the. Well, you could drink the egg if you had to.
No.
You mentioned before about how the camaraderie or the brotherhood of magicians, and we've Chad and many of us are fans of Chris Ramsey, and you mentioned that you got to work with. So what was it like to help on that? Because we didn't mention it in the opening, but to let people know, you were part of the Netflix. So tell people a little bit about how the involvement with that.
I was a smaller part, but I still was a part of so Netflix, they had the special. There was the 4 guys. There was Chris Ramsey, Alex Boyer, Wes Barker, who's a good friend of mine. I just hung out with him a couple weekends ago, actually, as a matter of fact, here in BC. He flew in. Got to see him and Eric Leclerc. And Eric Leclerc was actually at the same event that Wes Barker was at. So the 4 of them, they just go out on the streets and they do crazy things to each other and other people on the street and magic and whatnot. Sort of like a David Blaney kind of feel, or something a little different, though. They basically do practical pranks and lots of fun stuff. So they needed some work with doves. They had contacted me and said they knew I had doves and they needed to teach one of the guys how to produce doves and stuff like that. So so I went in and I actually got to I'm in episode 1. You see me in the background on the street when they're doing the street, which is really cool. It's called Red Light Magic. So the guys are in a Jeep. There are 4 of them in the Jeep. They drive up and they stop at a red light, and Alex jumps out with a big pad of paper, which was also mine. It was a special prop.
Cool.
And he writes on it, and he stops a car behind the Jeep, and he writes on it, and he writes, "I love you." and the girl in the car, they pan to her and she's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's you. And then he crosses off the D or whatever, and he puts a D. So now it says, I dove you. And then he rips off the page, and then he crumples it up, and he produces a live bird right there in the street. Like literally, transit buses are driving by, traffic's driving by. They're at the stoplight, right, doing this. He jumps back in the car, and off they go. They peel around the corner, sort of thing. It's like, what the heck, right? But yeah, so we shot that scene. We shot that scene about 4 or 5 times. Just to get it right and some different angles. And then they brought me back in to do a couple other things, and I was there for the last post-production thing that they were doing, which was cool. So it was kind of cool to hang out with them.
Very awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching tomorrow.
Yeah,
really. Watch the.
I'm in episode 1 and episode 4. Episode 1, you see me in the background, and episode 4, I'm actually when they walk into the back room of the clothing store that we're at, I'm actually following sort of behind them afterwards, coming in. I'm wearing a mask. That was during COVID, all that stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't have to wear masks, but all the crew and anybody that was helping on the set had to wear masks. So,
right.
So,
we had a question, and yeah, very cool. And if anybody wants to ask any questions of Chris for this, portion of the show, please put it in the chat room. We did get a question, Chris, from UDAC, and I know UDAC lives in the LA area, so I know why she's asking the question she is. But she wants to ask you about: have you ever performed magic at the Magic Castle, or been to the Magic Castle?
Oh, I've been to the castle several times. I love the castle. The castle is like magician's Disneyland. It really, truly is. You can walk. There are so many cool things in there, and you can go in there.
Tell people about it.
Oh,
I
love
it. Because I know a lot of people don't know what it is. I'm familiar with it, but
it's a cool thing. It's been around for a long time, like 100 years or more. And it's a cool house, a huge house. Looks like a castle. It really, truly does look like a castle. But there's doors that lead to weird places, and there's doors that lead nowhere. There's stairs that lead nowhere. And there's multiple levels, and each level has so many different showrooms. There might be there's always a show going on somewhere. There's over here in the showroom, or in this little pub, there might be a show going on, a close-up show over here. Then there's multiple bars. There's also beautiful food, awesome food they serve. You can go in, you got to reserve and go in, and you can eat awesome food. And there is also a piano that plays by itself. It is very, very cool. So you can walk up to it, and its name is Irma, and you can say, Irma, play, and you can give it some obscure song that nobody's ever heard of, and this thing plays it. It starts playing. There's nobody on it. There's nobody there. Just the piano starts. The keys are moving, like a player piano or whatever they call it, and it starts playing the song you've asked for it. To get into the club, when you walk into the main foyer, there's sort of a little gift shop there, and it's a cool looking place. Because you're not allowed to take pictures inside the castle. Only in the foyer you can, and outside. But once you get past the main door, no pictures and video are allowed. And it's suit and tie kind of thing. It's a formal place. But when you walk up to, you're going like, where's all the you get in, and it's a big bookcase, and you walk up to the bookcase and you say the magic words "Open Sesame," and all of a sudden the bookcase slides open and it closes again. So it's a very mystical, magical place. It's like I said, it's like Disneyland for magicians. It's very cool.
That's awesome. I've never heard of that before. That's cool.
Anytime I'm back away, we go to the castle.
So, Chris, you may be more ethical than me, so maybe this will be an easy question for you. But if I had magic powers like you, every time I went in Starbucks or Target, I'd be messing with people constantly. Do you ever feel the temptation to a bird just came out of my sleeve in the middle of Starbucks? Or whatever?
Yeah, I have done some stuff, but I don't. Yeah, I usually don't bring the bird with me, but I have done some magic here in time, playing around and stuff like that. Especially when you go out for supper for the waitresses or the waiters or whatever. We did I have a bunch of friends that are magicians, and a bunch of us got together. It was about 8 of us, the magicians, and we went out to a thing they had. It was here in town in Vancouver, and it was a Harry Potter thing. And I'm a big Harry Potter fan. Okay. I have tons of wands on the wall of Harry Potter, and just I have every DVD. Anyway, so we went to this night out where you actually mixed potions. Oh, my phone just kind of went.
Oh, no problem.
Let's kind of switch.
When it comes back, it's just going to be a big dove sitting in his chair.
Exactly. And he's gone.
This is a magic
just
trick.
like that, he's gone.
I'm still here. Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, it's because there's somebody phoning me. Okay, we'll kick that off. That's fine. Somebody's trying to phone me. That's why. It's my phone that's recording, so that's funny.
Hey, Bryan.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me
Hey,
okay?
Bryan?
Yep, we can hear you.
Cool. Nice to see you. Nice to see you all. Nice job with the magic, Chris.
Thank you very much, Bryan. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again as well.
Yeah.
So if you so I'm sorry, keep going. We kind of
where was I
interrupted there? So Jesse was asking you about doing magic where you're not supposed to do magic, I guess.
Yeah, so we did this, a bunch of magicians, we went to a thing, and it was about Harry Potter, and you got to find potions in the room, and you got to mix potions, which were alcoholic beverages, so it was really cool. They had dry ice and the whole deal, smoking and stuff like that. And I'm a nerd, a geek, so I have a full-on Harry Potter costume with the glasses, the whole scarf and the tie.
Right.
Robe and everything. So I go dressed fully as Harry Potter. So we do this evening at night. And then afterwards, well, of course, you got to mess with the staff that's there or whatever. So I'm actually, I borrowed something from the staff and I made it move on the table and, just different things. So yeah. So a lot of times we'll do stuff like that when we're out or whatever, just make stuff weirdly move or do something. So
yeah,
just funny. Nothing too crazy where we'll get in trouble, but yeah.
No, that is awesome. I'm going to bring Emily in too. She's going to be on co-hosting with us in the next hour. So, hey, Emily.
Hey, guys. Chris, that was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, we've got the whole series of Pacific Northwesters up there because you got Bounce, and you're in Oregon, and Chris is in Vancouver, and Bryan's in Seattle somewhere.
Great.
You're in the office, right?
Geocaching HQ, you bet.
You drove in HQ, baby?
Yeah.
I walked 30 minutes, and ironically enough, in the snow. That's not just an old person.
Both ways with no shoes.
I mean, I had shoes.
Wow.
Yeah, it snowed last night, so I woke up to a few inches of snow on the ground, and Heidi was asking me if I wanted to drive, and I said I always walk to work, so I'm going to make it happen. So I did miss the first part of the magic show, unfortunately, but I was
okay.
en route to HQ.
Awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, we're wrapping up first hour, and again, we'll take a moment and sort of wrap up. Here we are. We're at $1,100 for the first hour. So,
awesome.
Chris, thank you so much for the first hour. You have started off with a bang. We're all going to be. I'm still reeling from all the cool things that happened, and it's been incredible, Chris. Thank you so much. It's been a great first hour to start off. We are rolling now, and it's been wonderful. And thank you so much for being on. Just to let y'all know, I mean, it's great. Chris you got a gig tonight, but yeah,
I got 2 more gigs today. So I'm taking off from here in about an hour. I need to be across town to do a gig, and then I have a gig later tonight at 8:00, which is Pacific time. I have 2 corporate shows after this one. So, and then 3 shows tomorrow, and then it's crazy busy right now.
No, that's perfect. But thank you so much for fitting us in, and
no problem.
Something we talked about. Chris was like, "I want to do it. Let's figure out a time." And
I said, as long as I can go on first, so I can get out of here.
It worked out great.
I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
So we'll do. Yeah. Again, thanks so much, and we'll see you down the road. And again, thanks for sharing with us, and we'll see you.
Yes, again. Thank you guys. Have fun.
Thank you, Chris.
I'll watch the podcast later.
Yeah.
Live, sorry, but
that's
I gotta
okay.
The door. So, all right.
It'll be recorded.
Thank you guys.
Thanks,
right,
Chris.
Bye.
Bye. That was awesome. That was really amazing. So,
I'm definitely going back to that card trick. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so let's reset for the hour, and we'll get started with Bryan. So, Derek, get us rolling for the next hour, please.
Braxton was diagnosed with choroid plexus carcinoma, a brain tumor. St. Jude is helping us put away our fears. We have an amazing team that fights for the best outcome for Braxton. He has the best chance here. I don't have to worry that how much is that bag of fluid going to cost me? Can I afford it to save my child's life? The donations, they're paying for me to live every day with my son, and they're paying for me to live every day stress-free and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you's not enough. They've given me hope. They've given me my son.
Welcome to Geocache.
Wow. You want to play the other one too? At the top of the hour there, Derek.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $12,000, and we can only do that with your help to reach our goal. Please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
Thank you so much, Derek. Again, thank you for producing tonight. I do want to mention a couple things for this hour for the giveaways. So once again, Arted Crafted is giving away a shirt an hour. So thank you, Arted Crafted, so much. Artedcrafted.com. Check them out. And if you don't win, go buy a shirt from Sean and give them some love, because they truly are helping out and basically giving shirts away. So that's wonderful. Thank you for that. Also, I don't think I have a slide for this one, Derek, but I do want to mention we have a gift pack from an anonymous giver. But thank you for that person. They don't want any credit, and they basically give away a gift pack. How many years now that they've done this? So thank you to that person. I joked about how I got to meet him. I know them, but I got to meet them again because we don't get to see each other all the time. But I got to see him at CoinFest. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're giving away who it is." Like, I saw a lot of people at CoinFest. You're not going to be able to figure out who it was. So they're safely anonymous, but we got to link up and talk and chat for a while. It was great getting back and seeing people, and that's kind of where we're gonna. My first question for Bryan, which is getting back and seeing people. This was the year that we got to do that. Really, some of us were able to do it a little bit, but this was the year, Bryan. We got to do the 20th anniversary, albeit not on the 20th anniversary year, but still. So, what's your take on how the 20th anniversary celebration went this year?
I mean, it was awesome. For starters, I'll say it was awesome, but it wasn't just the 20th anniversary celebration. It was Geo Woodstock. It was mega events throughout Europe and the United States. All of us who have been around for a while appreciate the fact that it was a long period of time where we didn't get to see our friends and play with our friends. And so to have, to kind of come out of COVID and, not that we're completely done, but to make enough progress where we could have megas and regular events and gigas and things like that. It was a real treat. It was so cool. I remember I went to some events earlier on in the year. I was at the event in Hellendoorn, the one that was at the amusement park, and I was at the Prague Giga, and then of course Geo Woodstock and our event. But to see geocachers who have known each other for a long time, not seen each other for a long time, like hugging. There were some tears.
Yeah.
There were a lot of smiles. Certainly some tears for some of the folks that we've lost over those couple of years. But it was, I guess it just reminded us of, certainly me, but reminded us about just how important community is, and just how valuable it is to us. And we spent so much time in our individual caves over the last many years that it was really rough, and to get back to it was the opposite of rough. It was, like they say in the video, thank you isn't a good enough word, but like wonderful isn't a good enough word. Community isn't a strong enough word. So that's kind of my impressions. And yes, I do have a frog in my throat. I have to say, like,
so
Heidi and I were in Arizona over Thanksgiving, and we went and found some found GC57 and found some other caches, and did the Adventure Lab, and really just had a fun time, just the two of us, for a few days. Cool. And I got back and I did some swimming at the pool that we were in, and I think I had like a sinus infection, quite honestly. And so this whole past week I was home. I was working, but I was working from home. So this is my first time in the office in like almost 2 weeks. And so I feel so much better, but might sound a little bit different. I'm still just as happy on the inside and all that, but yeah, it sounds like I've got a signal in my throat.
No problem. Yeah. So, Chandra, we have a program where when we come and play our escape. Oh, neat! That's awesome.
Great. That's great.
That's really
that's great. And a lot of us got to experience those escape rooms in Memphis this summer, and they're awesome.
Yeah,
very well done.
Yeah, Chandram's got that one, Bryan. He's in Memphis, but he's got the one where if you basically reserve a time with him or whatever, he'll come out and he'll help you. He has a cache that's did you do that one? You didn't do that one, Emily, did you? Or
no,
I did. I did it in Memphis, and it was featured in the blog recently. I say recently, but in recent history, it was featured on Geocaching blog at one point.
Yeah, but he'll help. That's why I mentioned Chandra. But you basically, he has the climbing thing where you basically, and some of the kids can do it really fast, but those people that are older, not so fast. But you basically climb up. Basically you climb way up in a tree to get the cache. So that's really cool. But yeah,
it's,
he runs
the reason why that I think was so powerful. We've talked about it before, but it ties right into what Bryan was saying is when obviously everybody was in town for an event. So it's a little different too than normal. Right. But you saw people, I've never seen people cheering for each other so hard as they did at that cache, and people that had never met each other. And then they're facing their fear and going up in a tree. And I will tell you, it was high. It was very high. And it took a long. Now, some of those little people there were able to fly up it. Us 200 plus pound people didn't go up as fast. I took a little break about halfway up, but you look down and there was probably 20 people there. All geocachers, obviously. There's the only thing around. Most of them had never met each other, and it was like they were best friends cheering. They stayed out there for an hour past when they went up there just to cheer everybody on. And that's exactly what we missed for so long, is getting to gather with people. And it just came back just like that. People were fair enough. Really people were scared to death when they went up, and they were happy when they got down. But that community that comes back so quick, and no matter what happens in the world, this community is always going to come right back.
Yeah, it felt like a really special summer. I got to joke around with folks, every month I was attending a mega, and every month I was seeing new faces and familiar faces. And I was meeting people who, in the past 2 years, we did what we could, and we met a lot of people online, and then to meet the people in person this summer, there was just, people were ready to gather. People were grateful to gather, and it was beautiful. Yeah. So much opportunity this year.
So, Bryan, as we kind of look back, as we usually when we have you on Podcast to Hope, which again, thank you so much for being a part.
Thank you.
Over the years, and as we this is kind of a good time. We always kind of look back and look forward, but I want to do a little bit of the looking back first. Looking back at the beginnings, did you ever imagine or conceive of the idea that there would be this kind of camaraderie, this idea that you know, we hear stories. We've all experienced it where, you know, we've got to see people, we've got to know them. Then we look forward to the time a year from now we get to see them again. Or we've talked about having a group of people that you go geocaching with. Did you ever think that would be, or did you ever think that was going to happen when y'all first started the Groundspeak and everything else?
I mean, really, no. When we first started, it was, you know, it was the three of us, and there was sort of a small community that we were aware of in the Seattle area with like mountain bike, and you know, the WSGA was got started soon after that. I don't think it occurred to me that this wasn't just a game about hiding boxes until I went to my first event, and then you got to see like, oh, there's other people, you know, just like us that are enjoying this game too.
Right.
And it was like, oh, okay, this is really cool. But even back then, I don't think anybody really had an idea of what we would see today. The fact that the friendships, you know, you can build a community in proximity to where you live. Like that happens all the time. But to have the power of this game create relationships that cross, you know, oceans and all sorts of boundaries is something that like no way did we ever think that was going to happen. Like it's remarkable to think even now, like when the game first got started, some of the early caches were placed in, you know, there's the early one in Amsterdam, and there's some of the first caches around the world were like people who just heard about this game and said, oh, you know, I'm going to go place a cache in my area. You know, now I know. And, you know, we just found GC57, as I said, and like standing there in the middle of this like desert area in Arizona with Heidi, I said to her, I'm like, of all the places that the first box in Arizona could be placed, like, why here? You know, here we hiked in, like, I don't understand, but here we are. It's beautiful. It's a really cool spot. It's been visited by many thousands of people as a result, but knowing that was taking place around the same time in different places in the world, like those were like the first threads of connection that we sort of leverage now that are, you know, it's I don't know if you've ever seen, but we have the at HQ, we have a video that shows trackables from the very beginning. And it's like the first 12 years of trackables or something like that. And it's like, you know, it's this big map, and the first trackable like goes somewhere, and then the second trackable. And, you know, by the end of it, it's like stuff's flying all over the place. And in a way, like if you think about that, like the relationships that have been built through this game, I think there's some similarities there. And of course, you know, the travel bugs, given that they're traveling and it takes people to move them, it stands to reason that would be the case. But like, it's easy to recognize it in hindsight, to look back in the early days and say, oh, you know, it would have been like prophecy to say like, oh, one day, you know, there's going to be this broad community spanning the globe of people who share a passion for the game and a passion for the community that it creates. Like, we didn't know. I didn't know. And even now, like, you know, if I were to say to you folks, like, hey, what's this going to look like 10 years from now? What's it going to look like 20 years from now? You know, we get asked, I'm sure you get asked the question.
Oh, yeah.
I get asked the question, like, you know, what do you think it's going to be? My short answer is like, I hope it's a lot more of this, because this is really special. And for more people in the world, like, I know how fortunate we all are to be a part of it, you know, yourselves included, everybody who's paying attention to the podcast, everybody who's participating and contributing, like, it's very meaningful for us. And on so many levels, like in the inspiration to get outside, in the community connections, in the giving back, in the ecosystem that's built up around the game. And to think that, like, all right, in the grand scheme of things, it's still it's a relatively small community. Like, you think about the kind of numbers that like Facebook is putting up, and it's like, oh, they've got 2 billion people. Who, I can't fathom what that looks like now. But what I do know is there's so many more people who can enjoy this game in the same way that we do. And wouldn't that be cool? And if that's the destination for the next 10 years, then all right, you know, that's kind of what we're working towards, is like let's share the joy of this with the next round of people. And, maybe on the 17th year of the geocaching, the podcast of hope, we're going to look back and we'll be like, do you remember what this was like in 2022? And we're all going to say, yeah, we couldn't have imagined what this is going to look like today.
Right.
Kind of how I feel now.
Yeah. No, that's great. And that was one of my, you read my mind as you do sometimes as far as ask the questions, but that was definitely a question as far as where, and maybe we'll get into more specifics, but as far as like, we'll get to that in a minute about where we're headed. But as far as looking back,
we're still looking back. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
You're
to,
good,
to
buddy.
The future.
No, you're fine.
I can't contain my enthusiasm. I mean,
I know you're great.
We've done this before.
Great. No, you're great. Yeah. So, as we look back over this past year, is there anything other than, the 20th anniversary was that's
huge. Yeah.
We finally, it's huge. We finally got, to do that, and we've all been able to do some different things. But aside from the great events, and that, Jesse always talk about, and Emily too, about just how wonderful events are, and the fact that we have, wherever the person, I know the first event was in Austin, Texas, but the idea that the camaraderie was, is incredible. But looking back on the sort of the geocaching and from HQ's perspective on this past year, does anything stand out to you, or is there anything that comes to mind when you think of 2022 in geocaching?
I mean, I think it's a bit of like phases. So in the early part of the year, I think a lot of our focus was really, okay, there's some events taking place. Can we get, lackeys out into the geocaching world and start interacting again with folks? Right. And that was something that was really cool to get to do. But there was a lot of focus here on like, are we really going to be able to do the celebration event? Is it going to be possible? Please don't make us have to postpone this one more time. And like working with Land Sharks, Chris and Helen, and just trying to figure out like, all right, are we going to be able to really do this? And getting to the point where, okay, at some point we have to make a call so that we can let people know what to expect, so that people can solidify their plans or cancel their plans. Hopefully that's, not the case. And so that was really the beginning of the year. And then there was this part around like April, May, June, and July where like events were taking place. Like we were going to the megas. I said, I got to travel. It was a huge pleasure. A number of other lackeys got to travel. And then we kind of ramped up into this. August was really kind of crazy, August and September, because we had the Going Ape event here in early September. We have a company event that maybe I've talked about before. I'm happy to talk about it again in just a moment. But we had Geo Woodstock. We had our event. Right. And so, the last couple of years over the summer, it's been a lot of family time. And so when I said to Heidi, like, hey, there's quite a few weekends I'm just not going to be available, or, come with me to Geo Woodstock or come with me to the celebration event. And she was able to make the celebration event, but not Geo Woodstock. It was like this shift to, okay, now it's full on. Like we're doing geocaching. We're going to these events. It's all this interaction. Having all the community volunteers in town and doing dinners with them and doing office tours. I think we had 1,700 people come through the visitor center in a period of 10 working days. And it might have been less days because, it was highly scheduled, and the community engagement team did so much work on the planning and the just getting the process in place. And honestly, like it was a little bit stressful. Those of you who have planned events, out in the world, whether they're small or big, like a lot of thought and care goes into it. But here we were having thousands of people in our neighborhood. We were the hosts for a change, as opposed to getting to show up. And so there was this period where it was just so much work to try and make sure all the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, everything's in place, the art's ready, the programs are ready, who's saying what, how it's all going to go. So there was that stage. Then there was like okay, it's happening. Like, can't go back and fix anything. Like, something will inevitably go wrong, but we're, it's going to be just fine because everybody's here and we're going to have a great time. And if you ask me now, like, hey, what was the big thing that went wrong during the celebration event? I don't know. I can't tell you. Which is really, that's pretty remarkable.
That's awesome.
I'm delighted to be able to say
Nothing
that.
wrong from my experience. Yeah.
Right. It was a lot of fun, and Geo Woodstock was awesome, and there was just so many aspects of the summer between, there was this, it was like the juxtaposition of a lot of stress and a lot of celebration. But I think kind of the best way to do it is to have the stress first and then the celebration. Because then you can kind of relax. It's like, all right, I don't have to worry about what's coming next. So there was a bit of that. And then towards the end of the summer, have I talked to you guys about our 5-year event? What we do for 5-year lackeys? I may have, but I'm happy
tell
to
people. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's great.
So we have this program. It's for lackeys who have been with the company 5 years or more. We call it the Founders Retreat. I don't know why we call it that. In the early days, it was called, the first one was called the Mystery Machine. And we had, we got our office manager rented a van. There was a very small group of lackeys that were 5-year lackeys at that time. It was like 10 or 12 years ago, something like that.
Right.
And they rented this nondescript van, and they had produced these magnets, and we still have one in the Signal Cafe. And it was like the Mystery Machine, the Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine.
Right.
But it was like caricatures of me, Jeremy, and Elias, like in the front of the van. Like one of us is holding a map, one of us is holding a GPS, like somebody's driving. It's like this wacky thing. But we didn't know what we were going to do. And they had set up this thing where it was like, hey, for everybody who stuck around for 5 years, we've all worked together for at least 5 years. Let's do something special. So we went indoor rock climbing. We went.
Cool.
It was the theme was land, sea, and air. And so we went indoor rock climbing. We went indoor skydiving, which I had never done before. And then we rented a little electric boat out on Lake Union and went out and had some beers and just relaxed. And after that, as it got bigger, the logistics of making it a surprise didn't really work all that well because for a variety of reasons. But what it's become now is, I want to say I think we have like 94 or 95 lackeys right now. And we go to we rent a lodge up in the Cascade Mountains, and we've gone to the same lodge for the last few years. And we go away for like, it's like 48 hours full. We get there on a Wednesday night. Yeah. And we, normally leave there on a Friday morning, but now we have this like tubing down the Wenatchee River where we do on Friday afternoon. The whole thing's optional, but there's no work that gets done. But it's really just a gathering where everybody gets together and sort of, it's like I'd say the old guard, but not really. But this out of 94, I think this year there were like 43 people that were eligible to go, which is pretty remarkable if you think about for people to stick around at a company for that long of a period of time. It says a lot about internal community also. And, obviously we're trying to create a great work environment, but I think so much of it is driven by the mission and what we get to do for jobs, serving the global community, working on this platform, sort of getting to play the game that we help to support. It's something that keeps a really good bunch of people around. And so, I was just talking to the senior leadership team 2 days ago, and we were just recognizing that like the youngest sort of tenured senior manager is our director of product, and tomorrow I'm looking at the date. Tomorrow will be her 4-year lackiversary at HQ.
Oh, cool.
The oldest tenured lackiversary, of course, we have.
I love it.
Council.
Everything's lackey. I love it.
Lackiversaries, yes. Signal Cafe, of course.
Yeah,
but we,
absolutely.
The oldest tenured lackey, who just so happens to be our director of engineering, has been with us for over 18 years.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think when you get people who not only enjoy working together, but who have done it for a really long time, there's just so much trust built, and like it when we get to go away and do that event for a couple of days, it's I don't want to say like no holes barred, but like there's no agenda, there's no work. There's like a swimming pool, and there's a volleyball court, and there's some horseback riding. We rent some paddle boards and stuff like that, but it's just an opportunity for everybody to be together. And so that was, I think it was the week right after the celebration event. So as I said, like there was this, the middle of the year was just this like stress, let's get this thing right. And then it was party, like everybody be together. It was like it was like doubling down on external community and internal community for a few weeks. And it was just joyful. Like it was so much fun. It was so wonderful. And then honestly, the from September to really till like 2 weeks ago, it's been so much planning. We have we work through our mission and vision and values, and we look at those, to see, is there stuff that should be updated? And so, for example, our values are passion, authenticity, and effectiveness. But this year, we added a fourth value, which is inclusivity, and not just internal inclusivity, but broader inclusivity. And I think it's something that we aspire to as a community, is that this game is for everybody. Everybody is invited to play. So how do we really make the game as inclusive as possible, so that not only can everybody play, but everybody feels welcome. Everybody feels, like they're part of it. So, that was one big change. We came up with a series of guiding principles. We've got our objectives and key results for next year. And it was just like hours and hours of meetings, whether it was the senior leadership team, individual teams, the company at large, but just trying to do what companies do, which is like figure out, here's where we are today. What is it that we want to accomplish in the coming year? And, developing it, putting it together in a form where it's easily understandable, communicating it, answering questions, developing alignment, like trying to do the things that like every company should aspire to do. And, the success will be determined over the course of the next year. Ask me next year, like, how'd you do with your objectives? And I'll tell you, and sometimes it's harder than others. I can tell you this year, we spent a lot of time on like legal compliance things, trying to, in this day and age, we all hear as netizens in a way, we have concerns about our privacy. We have concerns about our data. Obviously, there's a lot of programs coming out of the EU. You've got California with the CCPA. You've got Colorado. There's Washington State. There's this just a variety of, I think, positive change that's taking place in the technology industry. And so for us, we're always aspiring to do the right thing. We want to be the right kind of company. And so doing the kind of work to, create privacy settings in the app, what information can I share? For so many years, for 20 something years, it was like, hey, anything you put on your profile can be seen by anybody. And over time we said, all right, we want to give people a little bit more control over what's shared. Well, it's not like you just add a button to the website and say, hey, tell it, all right, done. It's magic. We didn't have Chris there to make it magic. In reality, it was a tremendous amount of planning and thinking through the permutations of how it should be done. And so that was a lot of work. The last couple of months have been the kind of work that makes it feel like work, honestly. When you go to a mega event, like someone say, oh, is that what you're doing for your job? It's like, yeah, but it doesn't really feel like a job. It's fun and games. It's a real treat. Like, but at the same time, like, this is a business. We're employing a lot of people. Our goal is to keep getting to do what we do as a business for in perpetuity, ideally. And so that type of work has to be done. And that's why we have a finance team and a legal team and an operations team and all of the elements that would be kind of included within a traditional business. So this last period was really just a lot of that work. And it's important, it's not like we're saying, oh, we don't want to do it. It's like, we do want to do it, but it's it's challenging. It makes for some hard discussions and some choices and decisions that you have to make, like all businesses have to make. But
Sure.
we're not, we don't get to avoid that stuff. And then now, here we are. It's December. This sort of stage of the year, we've got our holiday party next week, which we do every year.
Cool.
Like, I'm looking forward to seeing all the lackeys, because these days we don't see all the lackeys. There's remote work, there's hybrid work, there's people who I haven't seen in many months, if not more than a couple of years now. And so trying to get people together for the holiday party will be fun. My birthday is coming up, where I always take the day off to go snowboarding, so I'm gonna do something like that. And then we've got, it's holiday time. We just have Thanksgiving, and so this is one of those times where you see people are a little more celebration, but also like taking vacations, and it's things slow down a little bit.
Sure.
So that's kind of what 2022 looked like in a very detailed way.
No, that's very good. No, we appreciate that. What is the current status of HQ? I know over the 20th anniversary, people had to get a reservation. What is the current status if somebody wants to come visit HQ tomorrow? What's the stat? What do they have to do?
I mean, tomorrow we're closed because it's
an example. That was an example, Bryan. You know that.
I know. If that was a softball, I had an easy answer.
I know you had to. I did. I gave you tomorrow. Do not go to HQ. But
please, if you go to HQ, I'm pretty sure we still have the logbook outside of the office. So if the visitor center is closed, you can still log it. But
can you visit
the offices?
Again?
You can visit again, absolutely.
Okay.
There's certain days, and we posted on the HQ cache, the GCK 25B cache.
Right.
Certain days you need a reservation, but for the most part, you can come to the door, and if somebody's up front, they'll let you in. And if nobody's up front and a random lackey walks by, they'll find a way to let you in.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Which is great. And it was. We didn't have visitors coming to the office for a long time, and so
you're right.
My wife,
that's true.
My wife Heidi, and one of my kids came to the office like 3 weeks ago, and Heidi was like, "I haven't been here in over 2 years," and it's like, it hadn't even occurred to me because I see her every day, but to have her in the office, she's like, "Oh, I didn't know you guys added a new conference room." It's like, yeah, we did that project when nobody was around because dust and construction noise.
Yeah,
and
exactly. Yeah, no, that's incredible. Yeah. So if we can, let us switch gears to the future. I have some questions. I know Jess and Emily have some ideas too. They want to shoot your direction. I know you can't talk about everything because that would not be fun to spoil everything. Not
that we won't ask. You just
please ask. Listen, I'm happy to tell you whatever I can tell you.
I know. I appreciate that. You've been so great to us over the years too, giving us insights, when you can, and not getting in trouble doing that. But
I can't say I haven't gotten in trouble. Sometimes I say a little bit more than I should, but how much trouble am I really going to get?
Yeah, exactly. You can.
We'll test the water.
Yeah, we'll test it. So. Do you foresee a time, because we've talked about this before, because we've said, well, let's add a cache type. Let's go crazy. Let's add difficulties in trains and let's do all this stuff. And one of the things that people always ask us about, sort of to ask you, and we kind of know the answer to this a little bit, but people forget that there's a lot of engineering that possibly could go on if you were to do something like that. Adding a cache type from the back end app side of things would be a lot of work. But do you ever see a time in the future when that may occur? I mean, and we'll talk about Adventure Labs in a minute, because that was kind of adding a cache type, but I mean, there's a lot of work. A lot of people forget there's a lot of work that would go into adding when you guys added Adventure Labs. But do you ever foresee a time when we might add history caches, or I don't know, some random cache type?
I think the short answer is it's absolutely a possibility for us to add a cache type, but I'll say I don't expect that it's going to happen in the next 12 months, realistically.
Right.
Primarily because when we think about all the work that we have planned, there's a lot of work that we have planned, and it's not really on the list. That's not to say that, you know, the community director won't come to me in a month and a half and say, hey, I've got this idea, this is what we want to do, and we can absolutely talk about it. But the other side of it is, you're right, there's so much engineering that takes place, not only to build it, but like there's a lot of dependencies on kind of the static nature of what we've been doing. So if you consider like all the API partners, you know, the Project GCs, the Cacheleys, all the different apps that are out there, we would have to build it. First of all, we would have to plan it. We would have to figure out, you know, what's the logic and the rules around how it's going to work. There's got to be a really strong why. Like, why should we do this? What's the nature of it? And then we have to go and say, all right, we have to build it in such a way that it's extendable through the API. We're going to have to talk to all the API partners. They're going to have to do all the work. We're going to have to do not just the front end engineering, but the back end database engineering to make sure that it's properly supported, depending on the nature of it. You know, does it get built for a SQL backend, or do we do something like where we've done a little bit with Adventure Lab and we go to like cloud-based backend? So there's just so many considerations, and it's like, for example, your example of a history cache. It's an interesting idea. I mean, Earth caching, I think we talked about in the past. That was the idea from the GSA. It's not like there's the history buff organization that wants to go and organize like that. I mean, you know, thankfully the Smithsonian they've been using some adventure labs.
They have.
And they've got
That's cool.
And those are really cool. So to see them leveraging some of the stuff we're already doing is very positive. To think about a history cache, for example, like just as an initial logic question to ask, like, what do you do with all of the other caches out there that do a really good job of presenting history? You know, we've all been to the caches where it's like, hey, you're standing here, like, you should know that this is what happened in this area. And people use a lot of words to explain, like, to give you a history lesson in the same way that you would get a geology lesson through an earth cache. And so, you know, that's one example. But like, what other examples? Like, what other cache types would we like to do? And, you know, offhand, it's like, oh, history would cool, like STEM education would be cool. But there's a lot that goes into it, because you got the engineering side, but then you also have like the how does it work side. What do the guidelines look like? How do the community volunteers review them? You know, the last thing we want to do is say like, hey, you know, use your discretion on something that's not clearly defined, because that just makes you know all the efforts that they put in so much more difficult. So there's so many considerations to it. Adventure Lab has been a good one, of course.
Sure,
you guys know. You know, I feel that way. But that was something
we
where
love it.
It was me. I mean, me too. Of course, Heidi and I did one of those in Scottsdale last week, and it was like an art tour in Scottsdale, and so it was one of the things that helped us get around, and it was just a fun way to explore the town that we were in. But as of last week, there's like 57,000 of them.
Wow,
and
that's awesome.
I mean, I think last year when we talked, we were approaching 25,000.
Oh,
and you know, I can tell you there's a lot of work that's going into that I mean, doubled. And there's so much work that's going into the platform now. I know they just added the photos that you can upload photos with reviews. I want to say it's been out for 2 weeks. And I was just talking to the engineering team manager for Adventure Lab. See, this is one of those things that might get me in trouble, but I don't really think so. So I'm going to say it anyway. But I think in 2 weeks we got like 12,000 photos uploaded.
Nice.
With Adventure Lab logs.
Wow. Yeah.
Which, okay, that's a start. And then the question is, all right, well, now they're in there. what do we do with them? You know, is there a way to feature them? Is there a way to showcase them? Is there some social sharing element? And, you know, we have to consider that in light of all of the other things that we want to do with the platform. So it's, I think as I've mentioned in the past, there's a full team of, I think it's 7 or 8 people who work full-time on Adventure Lab. Full-time, just trying to make it better. And that means, you know, every now and then we have to update the whole app to the next version of React Native, or you know, we have to go do some bug fixes, or we have to do some back-end work, or we're doing actual feature work like the photos. And you know, the end goal is next year when I talk to you, hopefully the platform is significantly better than it is today.
Right.
And if we do that, you know, that's a little bit of success, and it's success not just for us, but it's success for all the people that get to play with it.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah. So Jesse and Emily, get your questions ready. I've got a couple from the chat room I want to bring up, because we appreciate people asking questions in the chat room, and I haven't ignored you. I appreciate everybody's.
There's always a lot of questions.
Always a lot of questions. So I want to get to a couple. I want to get
one of them.
Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy. We'll get a couple. Before we do, let's get a quick update on our giving for where we're at. Oh my gosh, we're at 1568, 69. Very cool. Nice.
Isn't that more than we raised the whole first year?
Oh yeah, we raised 1,000 the first year. Yeah, our goal for the first year was 1,000, and we hit it. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, exactly. All right, so a couple questions. Again, thanks to everybody in the chat room that they're asking. Somebody wanted to know earlier, and I think I know the answer, but I want to defer to you, Bryan, because that's why we have you here. And somebody asked about, is there anybody that works at HQ, and I guess we'll extend that out to anybody that works for Groundspeak that isn't a geocacher? To some extent.
It's
they asked about Muggle. I mean, if any Muggles work there.
Sure. I mean, I'll say that folks have started at geocaching as Muggles, but I don't think there's really no Muggles anymore. You know, if we go back 10 years, I would say that a lot of people in the company were not active players, and we made a concerted effort to kind of incentivize people playing the game and incentivize like people learning the game and experiencing it, because of course it helps everybody do better at their job. The more you can understand the nature of the game, the nature of the community, you know, who we are, who we think we are, who we're trying to be, the better chance we have of getting it right on all fronts. You know, whether it's HR or finance or creative or legal or you name it. So we have a program internally called the Geo Guide program, where when you start, it's like a 2-week onboarding where you learn all aspects of the game. Obviously at a superficial level, because most of us, you know, are still learning aspects of the game every single day. But for brand new people who haven't played before, it's like an indoctrination. We try and explain to them, like, here's what it is. Here's all the different cast types, different lackeys who are, you know, like, I don't want to say specialists, but different lackeys, the you know, John Stanley and Jeff and Kathy, pre-retirement Kathy, would like take people out and show people how Earth caches work and where I goes and traditionals and multis and puzzles and all that. You learn about the aspects of the game, and then through participating in the game, you kind of earn points in the system that we have, and you get to different levels. And so I want to say, like, at certain levels, like, you get your first set of trackables, you get your first like lackey tags. At a certain level, you'll get your first custom tags. At a certain level, you get your first coin. So you can you have to be at a certain level in order to be eligible for what we call Geo Guide travel, which is where you get to go to domestic geocaching events and represent the company. Once you've done that and you get to the next level, then you can go to international events. And so it's really about, as you become more familiar with the game, there's more kind of rewards, but they're geocaching rewards because, you know, getting to travel to a mega event, sure, it's cool, it's travel, but we want to make sure that you're not showing up and people are like, oh, tell me about your geocaching, and your answer is like, oh, I don't really play. Like, that doesn't feel very authentic. So to begin, you know, I'll say during the hiring process,
right,
we look for people who have, you know, the right skill set and experience. But if it's a choice between two people who have similar experience and one of them has, you know, a detailed understanding of the game or has been playing for years, and we've got a couple of folks who wanted to be lackeys since they were 13 years old. There's some, no joke, there's some unbelievable stories here that I've just recently heard in the last couple of years. People who have said, this is the job I want to have when I'm an adult at 13. And they took a series of steps. Like one person, you know, learned to speak German and went and did like a school program in Germany because they knew that we were looking for people who spoke German because it's a big part of the community.
That's awesome.
I love it.
But on the other end of the spectrum, you have people who, you know, maybe it's a different kind of job, a different kind of role. And they're coming in and they're like, hey, you know, I have an engineering background. I can do this. And, you know, not that I haven't geocached before, but I'm willing to learn. Like I'm fascinated by this. I see what this company is doing. I see the impact that you're having, and show me what I need to do. Like, teach me this game, and it will help me to be, you know, a more effective employee at Groundspeak. You know, those things happen as well.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, no, it's great.
Redneck.
So
that's funny.
Yeah, that's Neil's comment here.
Neil, oh yeah, Neil's funny. Yeah, somebody mentioned it wasn't Bob Billy, but they wanted to bring up the fact that Bob Billy. I learned redneck so I could work with redneck geocachers. I think Bob Billy
destroyed me in rock paper
yes,
scissors.
He was bragging about that earlier.
That came up in the chat room. Yeah,
it wasn't my best performance, but those things happen.
You can always challenge him again. You get your rematch.
I don't know. Maybe next time I see him, we'll try it.
Get your rematch. Yeah, maybe.
He
doesn't have time for you, Bob Billy, anymore. That's just, you know, no. So Emily or Jesse, I've got some other things, but I want to.
I'll jump in first. Bryan
it.
kind of already alluded to it in his last answer, but shameless plug for me. I've been geocaching for a long time, and with my kids. So my daughter's, which in 2 weeks I'm flying out. She's grown up in geocaching. She's about to graduate college, go off to law school. She's literally grown up the whole time in geocaching.
Law school.
In it.
Oh,
yeah.
my.
So yeah.
Where's she going to law school?
Knox. Well, I'm not going to say yet, but I kind of said it. She's going to Tennessee anyway. You're going to get me in trouble now.
If she has any questions,
she hasn't decided, but she's applied to several places, and she's looking to go places, but she's kind of on her way there now. So she graduates in 2 weeks from regular college. But what it got me thinking about is kind of like the 13-year-old that you were talking about. Like she's literally grown up. She doesn't remember not geocaching, right? And she's an adult now. And we're kind of in that generational phase. Like we've had geocaching out. Well, geocaching has been out longer than I've been in it, but geocaching has been out for a long time. And now we're around that 22-year mark or whatever. And it's kind of, people could have been born into geocaching like after geocaching, and they're at the age where they're going to have their kids now. What does that kind of make? And I know you guys have thought about all this stuff, but what does that's a different level, right? It's a generational hobby now, not just something, the crazy dad showed his little kid. It's, we grew up with this, and now my kids are going to grow up with this. How does that in the future? I mean, is that, obviously it's dawned on you guys, but that was just kind of a sobering thought to me. Like, it's not just something we do on hobbies, it's something we've always done. And now y'all are kind of cresting that hill now. What is that? How do you feel about that in the future?
I mean, the short answer and maybe the funny answer is like, it makes me feel old. Like when I see people and they're like, "Oh, I used to geocache when I was a kid." I'm like,
"Yeah, oh my gosh,
you know, thanks. That's really awesome." Like, I mean, but the longer answer is it's really cool. Like, because if you think about what we've been doing for 22 years, it's like we're trying collectively, all of us, we're trying to create this impact. We're trying to make people's lives more fun. We're trying to make them more positive. And I've said it before, like, where do I want to see geocaching going in the future? Like, we work really hard to make sure that this game is not just around for, us and our kids, but like for our kids' kids and maybe our kids'
Absolutely.
grandchildren and so on. And so to see that that's actually like, it's a bit of reality more so than it's ever been. And it's continuing to move in that direction. It's kind of it's a little bit of a validation that, like, all right, we set out to do this. We didn't exactly set out to do it, but along the way we decided, like, hey, this is the path that we want to continue walking. And here we are, we're still doing it. We're still having that impact. And so to see people who geocached as kids growing up and taking their kids out, like, I don't know, what better reward is that to see that like it had such a profound effect on them, so much so that they realize the value and they want to share it with their children. Okay, we're at the one generation level. Like, I don't know that anybody's like grandchildren or like, babies are sharing it with their grandkids yet. But if we all do our job right, if we keep pushing forward with this in the right way, keep the values the way they should be, and build on the community that we have, well, at some point, whether it's the 17th or the 27th podcast of Hope, we're going to be talking about like people who are now taking their grandchildren that they started as, maybe not as kids, but it's going to take a little while, but hopefully it keeps happening. Like it's pretty wonderful. Awesome. There was a question earlier, like, does my family do it?
Yeah.
And it's interesting because I met Heidi and Dylan, my adopted son over here, over 20 years ago now. Heidi and Dylan were early adopters. They were geocaching in 2001. And, I would say, Dylan works with the Shop Boys in Groundspeak West, our merchandise program.
Oh, cool.
And he goes out caching. He's been a lackey now for over 7 years.
Yeah.
But he goes out with the team and they'll go geocaching together. But for the most part, like, if I'm not involved, like Nicholas, my younger son, who's now 16, he's not really going geocaching. He's a junior in high school. He's sort of focused on girls and driving and sports and things like video games. Dylan is pretty similar. But at the same time, if I say, hey guys, I'm going geocaching, does anybody want to come with me? Heidi's always willing to go with me. Like, when we went in Arizona, and the kids will go with me too. And if we are, if we're somewhere new or we're somewhere we've got time to kill, I'm always looking. I'm like, oh, I wonder if there's a geocache around here. And if there is, I'm like, hey guys, there's a geocache. And then everybody's all in to go find it.
Right. That's good. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
Emily, did you have something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was looking ahead to the people so I've been geocaching for 17 years. I kind of have a little bit of that old school, and I've come along with all the changes and the apps, and that was wonderful. And it is wonderful. And I love Adventure Labs and where everything is going. And we've got people joining us now who know nothing but app caching, and they know almost nothing about community. They don't know there's a website out there. I see questions on social media and the answer is go to the website, So I think it's interesting how we can I don't have the answer, how we can pull these people into our community as well, help them know it's more than a box hidden somewhere, or it's more than just a digital, quick answer a question 5 times and you've done a scavenger hunt, so I think it's interesting everything we're talking about, but we have to figure out how to keep pulling everyone else in.
And it's such a good point that you raise. And I can tell you that for so many years with the mobile applications, like, Apple wouldn't let us send people to geocaching.com. It wouldn't let us in our app. You weren't able to mention a website because on the website you could potentially buy a premium membership and they want their, 30% cut or whatever it is through the app store. So you weren't even allowed to say anything. And so for so long, people who just got introduced to the app, that's all they knew. Not only did they not know that there was a website, they didn't even know that there was a company behind the thing.
Right.
And so so one of the things that we are trying to do is not just, the website has a lot of robust features that aren't present in the mobile app. The plan is not to try and add everything from the website to the mobile app, but the plan is to try and present those opportunities for people in a different way so that they learn about them. So we have tried to some initiatives. There's one in the works right now to see if we can just get people from the mobile app to realize that there's a website, because it's a deep rabbit hole. Like, there's a lot of fun stuff in there, but
Absolutely.
over the past many years, we couldn't even do that. So you're absolutely right, Emily. There's an absence of that connection between sort of what geocaching in the early days was and what it is to some people now, which is just this like mobile game with dots on the map. And I think that when we look at the mobile app experience for a brand new user, we have a lot of people that download that app. They hear about it one way or the other. They go and they download the app, and we all have smartphones these days. Like, I know I download apps every so often, and for me, I download an app. What does it have? Like 30 seconds to a minute to show me that there's some value there. But I'm just going to delete it. And
Exactly.
Right.
I can tell you with quantitative data, that's consistent among a lot of people. And so if you think about it, like, what an interesting challenge for us to try and solve is we only get a brief moment with millions of people who download the app every year, literally millions. We only get a brief moment to try and tell them what the game is. There's a lot of different ways to try, to tell somebody the game. Like, if you're standing with them and I've got 5 minutes, like, I can really help you understand what it is. But if I've got 30 seconds for you to page through an app, and people skip instruction screens, like, I know I do it. I know I know a lot of customers. So it's like, skip, like, I don't care, I'll figure it out myself. Well, all of a sudden you get put on a map and there's these dots, and unlike most casual games out there, we know you can't play it from your couch. So people will download the app, they see the dots, they're like, oh, is this like Pokemon Go? Like, I wonder what I have to do here.
Yeah.
Can I throw some Pokeballs from my couch? And the answer is no. The answer is like, oh, we need you to leave your house and go walk half a mile and try and find a box. And there's a lot of people who are like, not doing it.
Not doing it.
I'm out. So what it used to be in the early days of the website, and many of you will remember this, when you used to go to the website, on the top of the web page was 2 banner images, and they were taken from the gallery images of gallery photos that geocachers had uploaded. And certain people, myself included, had the ability, like a tool, to go through, like, just cycle through photo after photo after photo and say, oh, this is a cool photo, this is a cool photo. And we could use framing tools and then, like, basically put it in rotation so that it would rotate through the images on the website. And when you went to that first page of the website, what you would see is like, 2 kids holding up a cache with excitement, or a family, or you'd see a bunch of people holding a Geo Woodstock banner. And like, I think when you got to see that, you would see like, oh, look at these people having fun. Like, this is interesting. I guess I should take some time to learn more. Now, it's not the same paradigm on mobile. How do we as a company share the why of geocaching in 30 seconds on a mobile app? Do we show them the map? Do we not show them the map? Do we show them instruction screens? Do we not show them instruction screens? Those are some really hard decisions, and we do a lot of A/B testing, and there will be more A/B testing. But again, if our goal is to bring the joy of geocaching to more people around the world, then it's imperative that we optimize the way that we introduce people to the game in the mobile app. And, the website did it a different way. It was a much different screen. You could see events, you could see people, you could see banners. You've got really small real estate on the mobile app. And I think one of the things that you will see in in the future is, and you may or may not see it because we'll do A/B tests where half the audience or 10% of the audience sees a certain thing. We're trying to measure, like, does this lead to more people taking the next step or not? And in the case where they do, well, we'll probably try and do more of that. And in the case where it's not as effective, then we'll probably optimize in a different direction. But
Right.
yeah, and you're right. It's an interesting distinction. You know, modern day geocachers, brand new, they've never had the trouble of trying to like enter coordinates into an old Garmin where it's like each digit was like up, down, you know, to the side.
Oh,
down,
that
down,
takes
down,
me back.
Oh
right?
yeah.
All of us. I know. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Melanee. I think you're on mute, but thank you
Hi, Melanee.
for joining. So yeah,
Hello there.
so
How are you? I looked
good.
at
So
I can remember the old Garmins and like trying to like enter things in. And
so Bryan, Melanee,
you had to
Melanee,
know
Bryan.
what coordinates were. Hi,
Exactly.
Melanee.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. So as we wrap up the hour again, Bryan, I'm gonna pull the curtain back a little bit in that you asked Bryan. Now it's kind of becoming a yearly thing. We ask Bryan to be on, and Bryan has somewhere he has to be, but kind of like Chris, Bryan was like, I still want to be on. Let's figure out a time, because typically I like to give Bryan the last hour because he's in Seattle time. So, you know, for him, it's a little easier and it's kind of fun to wrap up. But Bryan's like, I can't do the last hour. Can we do something else? And so this worked out early. That's why Bryan was on early. But Bryan, thank you so much. I know you were committed to being on, to being, you know, to giving to St. Jude, to being a supporter of St. Jude has been tremendous. Yeah. And again, just being a you know, a fan of us means so much to us that, you know, that you're willing to, you know, and you have been such a supporter of Geocache Talk and now the Geocache Talk Network over the years is meant, it really means a lot to us. It means a lot to the whole network. But for me and Jesse, when we first started, that you were there for us, and you know, it has, you know, been important to us, and you know, we have hopefully been able to kind of carry the water a little bit for geocaching as well, and be there as an extra supporter of this great sport of ours.
Well, listen, thank you so much. And you know how much I appreciate you guys and all the work that you do to share the joy of geocaching with everybody. And really on a personal level, with this podcast of hope, you've introduced me and my family to St. Jude's in a way that I was unaware before. And so like last year and the year before, our plan is to continue supporting it. We believe in it and the work that they're doing. It's wonderful on so many levels. Words don't do it justice. And so I will continue to prioritize this. Please invite me back, and I would love to do it again next year. And
you're invited.
And sounds great. Well, I will make it happen. So we may have to adjust the time frame a little, but thank you so much
sometimes.
I really appreciate it. And to everybody out there that's been paying attention and answering questions, I'm trying to follow along with the chat. And thank you all just for listening, and feel free to reach out to me, and I'll look forward to seeing y'all at an event or on the trail or something like that in the near future.
And lots of happy birthdays to you in the chat. Happy birthday, Bryan.
Thanks so much. Coming up one more year.
And thank you for your support of St. Jude. We're so grateful for, everything you and everyone has done here.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure, really.
Yep. Well, thanks, Bryan. We'll talk to you soon. And thank you again.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Cheers.
Appreciate you. Absolutely. All right. Well, Melanee, we're going to do a quick reset on the hour, and we'll get right to it. So let me hand back over the reins to Derek, and Derek's going to get us started for hour number 3.
She was in an orphanage in China, and there was no hope for her. And today she's here.
she's healthy, and she has a whole huge, bright future. Yeah, girl, let's get you up here. What do you think? Melanee Kate is the single most joyful person I have ever met in my life. She's sassy, she's silly, she's smart. I'm proud of her all the time, but today was really special.
We're rolling.
And action. She filmed a commercial with Tony and Marlo Thomas for St. Jude.
Here we go. Good job, Melanee.
Melanee Kate has Fanconi anemia. It's a rare genetic blood disorder that results in bone marrow failure. So she had a bone marrow transplant in March. Without St. Jude, I really don't know where we would be with our daughter. They saved her life. How they treat the whole family, the kids, how they're so loved and so cared for on an emotional, physical level. People are happy, people are smiling. It's filled with hope, and we've felt that the entire time we've been here. Hope means that May has a future. May has an opportunity to live a long and healthy life. May wants to be a doctor, and I hope that someday she'll get to come back here and be a doctor at St. Jude and be able to share her journey with somebody and give hope to another child and another child's family.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network.
We lost it.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $12,000, and we can only do that with your help to reach our goal. Please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
Thank you, Derek, for that. Let me mention our giveaways for the hour, and then we'll get right into talking with Melanee. Again, Arted Crafted, they are giving away a shirt every hour. So thank you, Arted Crafted. Check them out, artedcrafted.com. Thank you, Sean, for doing that. And thank you for creating the Podcast of Hope, or the Coins for Kids shirts for that. We'll talk more about Coins for Kids down the road tonight, but thank you for that. Cashly, we're now to an even hour, so Cashly can give away a shirt, and thank you, Nick at Cashly, for always being there for us and always being a supporter of St. Jude. And the last hour, we had Emily on. We're going to give away Emily Renee's swag pack that she created. So Emily put together some coins, some HQ items, which is really cool. It's nice to get items for HQ, but she's got a worldwide Cash Con coin, which is cool. We did before, and she's got a Buffalo coin from our Cash Fest last year, and a bunch of HQ items. So thank you, Emily Renee, for doing that for us as well. So those are the items that we're giving away this hour. And now we're going to talk with Melanee. So Melanee, thank you so much for being on with us tonight.
Thank you so much for having me be here. It was fun. I enjoyed the last conversation too. I was a viewer before I came on. It's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. So we reached out to when we did Cash Fest, happened to be in Memphis this year, which was awesome. But since this is our 7th year doing Podcast Hope, raising money for St. Jude, reached out and got connected with Zach.
Yeah.
Witten, and Zach got to come out. I had him do the the keynote, if you want to call it that, he did some words, which it worked out, even though we're kind of on the tail end, thankfully, of some of the pandemic. But so Zach came out, gave a little some words of encouragement to everybody, and so that was great. And then I asked him, I said, we'd love to have somebody from St. Jude be on Podcast Hope. He goes, I'll work on that. And so that's how we kind of got connected with you. And so if we can, let's take a couple minutes and let's start off telling people what your role is with St. Jude.
Yeah, that sounds great. Well, first of all, thank you for 7 years of working with us. We really appreciate it. And then second, I don't know if you can see me or not. See like a box there. There we go.
You're good.
Second, I'm so glad you got to know Zach. Zach's someone that's on one of my teams, and he's a pretty cool guy. And so I'm glad he got to come out. And I love your poster behind you. So.
Oh yeah, we've got.
Cool.
We got some stuff. We've gotten some great stuff. We'll talk about it in a minute. Go ahead. We keep going though.
Right, so I'm Melanee Hannock, and my role, I'm the Chief Transformation and Innovation Officer at ALSEC St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So ALSEC is the fundraising and awareness organization for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So my role, I've done a lot of different things. I've been there about 15 years.
Cool.
And, in that time frame, we really started a lot of what you see today as quote unquote digital,
right? From
our websites to how we show up on Facebook, when you come to stjude.org, everything innovation that you might see. So a lot of our virtual reality, augmented reality, virtual tours, the works on that, the things that, working with you, a lot of streamers and gamers, podcasts, all that, that's all things that I have done and folks on my teams have done. So that's a little bit about me and what my role is. And, that's what I do.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Your audience here.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. So, so sometimes we're going to do solo. There's three of us right now. Jesse's my co-host. So there's Jesse. So if you ever see us switch to solo view, you're still with us. We're still there. We just kind of highlight. So I can push. So there's me. Hi. So I could do solo things, but yeah, got my St. Jude behind me, my little banner there.
I love it.
Yeah. So we'll get to that in a minute. I do want to mention, give Jesse a moment to talk about things, because he is really the impetus. When we first started the Geocache Talk podcast, we both talked about, or I proposed to him that we do some kind of charity. And so Jesse, kind of talk about how we ended up with St. Jude.
So the original idea was that we were going to each year select a charity and, highlight them and try to raise money and do a big telethon, new style telethon deal. And so the first year we were talking about what charity to support, and we wanted to make sure that it was something that everybody could get behind. Well, for me, it was obvious where I wanted to start. My wife is a nurse. She used to work at St. Jude many, many years ago.
Oh, there we go. Yay.
So I've been to St. Jude. I've been on the tour. I've been there. She brought me in and she was allowed to show me the work. She was working in, everybody thinks cancer, but she was working in sickle cell in that department.
Right. Yeah.
So we've always over the years told people, like, cancer is the main focus and it gets most of the news, but they do the St. Jude does a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
And
absolutely
everything you see on TV is true. Like, they use their money well. Because people are so suspicious nowadays, and we can personally attest to how St. Jude uses their money. They're telling the truth. That hospital is for the kids and for the families. It's not for the people who work there. And so we kind of started there, and many years ago started there with let's start with St. Jude. Everybody loves St. Jude. It's kind of one of those things, like, anybody that knows that's ever supported St. Jude or, ever even learned about St. Jude, once you start supporting St. Jude, you can't not support them anymore. There's no way. Right? There's tons of good charities out there and people that do good work, obviously all over the world. But once you've kind of dialed in and found out the work that's being done there and hear some of the stories or meet some of the kids or, just even see the videos, how can you ever stop? There's no way you can go, that was great for last year, but we're going to do something else. There's no way. So year after year, we've stuck with St. Jude, and this community has pulled together every single year and just blown us away every single year. So it's near and dear to a lot of us, and many of our audience personally has had their own interaction with St. Jude, which we didn't know until we got started supporting it as a podcast. So.
Oh, well, I love that. I'm so glad that, you started with St. Jude, obviously. You had a connection with, with being tied to the sickle cell and your family and all that. And you're right. A lot of people know St. Jude because of our cancers, and we treat many different kinds of cancers. But blood disorders like sickle cell is one of the main focal points of the hospital as well. So it's the largest program for kids in the world. One of the largest for sickle cell also in the world, just in general. So thank you so much for choosing us first and continuing for all these years.
You can't pick a better place to, if you've got some dollars to give, you do have dollars to give. Everybody does, right? If you think of other people's situations, and you can't think of a more worthy cause and a better place. And y'all are good stewards of your money, of course, too, which is, everybody's suspicious nowadays. But it shocks me sometimes when people don't know about St. Jude. Now, I'm from Memphis originally, so obviously it was, there's no way you could not know about it living in Memphis. But when we travel the world and meet people and everything else, and people have heard about St. Jude from commercials, but they don't really know much about it. And, hopefully this is our chance to help spread the word just a little bit. And it's the amazing work there. Obviously, y'all have used, and this would be your department too, but use celebrities to kind of bring awareness and stuff like that too. People remember that, but they don't get the true story behind it a lot of times.
Right. Yeah, I think that's true. But maybe some people don't know that St. Jude was actually founded by Danny Thomas, who was a celebrity, right? So he started his career as a comedian, and was going all across the country touring as a comedian. And when he saw, the South, he knew that there was great need in the South for healthcare, just in general. And, he prayed to St. Jude Thaddeus, hey, show me my way in life and I'll build you a shrine. And sure enough, just a few days later, he got a big gig as a singing toothbrush. And then went on to have a illustrious career in comedy and TV and movies. And then he never forgot to his wish to St. Jude, and then created St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So yeah, we have deep entertainment roots right from the beginning.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Somebody's going to be on later. Wanted to mention we actually did a show about the schedule, which that shows you how crazy we are. We did a show about the show. And Joshua Johnson, who's going to be on, he'll be on at 8:00 and 9:00 hours. He mentioned something. He goes, I tell you what, we need to mention the fact that Danny Thomas helped start his favorite TV show, which was the Andy Griffith Show. So it's like, oh yeah. So, and then, and so people mentioned, or people had to guess, and people mentioned that girl because they were thinking about Marlo. But it's just funny how, and that's a video we showed last year to begin the show off with, was that the video that's out there that we show, which is the showing the premiere of which is a great opening video.
Yes.
Yeah, I won't show. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I'm gonna play a little bit of the beginning again, if that's okay. Let me do that.
Yeah, perfect. That's a great video. If it's the Building St. Jude video.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
It's a glittering premiere at the Chicago Theater for Warner Brothers' I'll See You in My Dreams. A real dream has come true for this benefit premiere launches a drive for a new hospital sponsored by the film star Danny Thomas, here arriving with his family. Years ago, Danny vowed he'd build a hospital if he ever became famous. $32,000 are subscribed, the first of $1 million Danny Thomas tells friends he'll raise for the St. Jude's Hospital of his dreams.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. So we showed that one, and that's a great video. It really is.
Yeah, it is. If anyone has a chance to see the whole thing, it's a really cool video.
Oh, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We
shows
showed. Mm-hmm. No, go ahead.
No, that whole video just shows literally building St. Jude. It shows the buildings over time and the history and the campus actually coming alive and all the research and care that happens on the campus. It shows really all that in about a 5-minute video.
Yeah, no, it's great. No, I want to wrap up this part, and then we have some questions for you. If you have any questions for Melanee, please put them in the chat room, and we'll kind of get to those as we go. But I wanted to kind of finish this up and we have some questions for you. But one of the things that has been a great help to us over the years that we've done this, we used to be kind of not part of what we now know as the sort of the Play Live group. And so we used to do back in the old days, Jesse and I would get out the whiteboard and we'd show what we've raised so far.
I love it.
Like, yeah, so we'd erase it. No, we've raised $1,000. This is awesome. Yeah. So now with all the innovation that's been able for us to be involved with, so we're going to show the cool board right now. There's the cool board. Nice. So there you go. So we're up to 1798.69 so far. So that is awesome, and it shows the board. We're hoping to raise $12,000 tonight. Shows where we're at. Also shows for people that are wondering. There's another thing here that Derek's pointing it out. The event goal, which is cool. That is something that we're kind of tied to or part of the family, I guess, which is the Play Live group. So if you could let people know kind of a little bit about how this sort of thing has come about, the fact that we're now all sort of part of, we're podcasters, but we're kind of put in with the gamers and a lot of these cool other groups. How did all that kind of come about, and how's that been going for St. Jude?
Yeah, no, it's been going really well. I would say that's why I mentioned part of the innovation part of my role is what we try to do is what I'll say foster a culture of innovation. Again, if we think about Danny Thomas when he originally started the hospital, it was a very, very unique idea for him to start a hospital that would be care and treatment. So it was one part research, another part care, and then a third part really fundraising. It was a very unique business model that he put together, and he really sowed the seeds of innovation, I think, right into the DNA of the hospital when it was first started. And so when you think about that in the fundraising area, that's what we're trying to do as well. And at the time I was the lead of the digital group, and we had this very enterprising young designer, Zach Whitten, who you said you'd already met.
Yeah.
And he had an idea, and he just, he pitched it in his cube to me and a few other leaders and said, hey, I think that, this, I will call it live streaming. So it's not just streaming in games. Of course, that happened, but also podcasting, right? Like what we're doing now. He said, I think this is gonna take off. Like this is something that we saw, right? Yeah. How funny.
Yeah.
And so he just pitched, hey, I think there's something we can do here. Can I just get a little bit of time to figure it out? So he brought together just a few gamers many years ago now who came and raised some money the first year, and then the next year more, and then the next year more. And now, we kept building the team and kind of investing in Zach and the team. And they built out tools, kind of like what you see there, that are overlays and lots of things for not only the gamers, but podcasters to now use. And we're just continuing to be so blessed really by, you and many other, I would call it live. That's why it's called Play Live, but lots of streaming podcasts, gamers that are really embracing the mission and doing things like this. But that's originally how it started, was an enterprising person that gathered groups like you to come and fundraise for us. So that's how it started.
Right.
So we've loved it. Go ahead, Jesse.
Go ahead. Okay. Well, you mentioned the research part, which is part of the innovation, the research part. And I think a lot of people don't understand how different St. Jude is than some other research organizations. And you mentioned it a little bit I think we played that commercial earlier, or not commercial, but the little video of we don't care who cures cancer. But I don't think people understand what that actually means.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. So again, when Danny first started the hospital, he started the hospital for, anyone could come to the hospital so long as it was on a protocol that we have open, but regardless of race, religion, or ability to pay. Right. And when he did that, he put researchers right in the same place as healthcare practitioners, so that, there could be this really incubation engine that would be happening all the time to innovate and move research forward and move patient care forward. And, if you fast forward to today, really, we announced over the last couple of years that we're in the midst of an historic expansion, really.
Cool.
Yeah. So a $12.9 billion strategic plan to accelerate research and treatment for, children around the globe with catastrophic diseases. Some obviously like the cancers that we treat, but we're really trying to look to find cures for the cancers with the lowest survival rates. Like infant acute lymphoblastic leukemia, or neurological and infectious diseases, blood disorders. We talked about sickle cell earlier.
Right.
So.
Right.
It's funny. I see some of the comments here in the chat, because today was the Memphis Marathon weekend. Early today, we had 20,000 people that were running through the streets of Memphis today. And one of those people that ran today, there we go, huge turnout. Yeah, it was about 20,000 people that came and ran. And it was a beautiful day in Memphis for that to happen. But one of those people was Jared Isaacman, who was the billionaire who donated money to St. Jude.
Yeah.
And, one of the it was an Inspiration 4.
Inspiration 4,
back up again. He's going to do Polaris Dawn, another trip, probably in the next 6 months or so. But there, as part of this expansion, there's a 625,000 square foot Inspiration 4 Advanced Research Center that just opened on our campus. Nice. It was named for the mission, not for Jared, but he wanted it named for the Inspiration 4 mission. But it's a state-of-the-art facility that's going to champion collaboration across all kinds of scientific disciplines. So this is part of what Danny built into the DNA to begin with, was kind of this ability to do this world-class research and to collaborate across the globe and to share the research freely, which isn't something that you might normally see.
And that, I think, is the part that's amazing. And, we live in a cynical world nowadays, right? And everybody's mistrustful of everything else. And the fact that, nobody thinks anybody gives information away, because the research that you do and the research the whole team done there is literally invaluable. There's no way, it's just, you can't put a price tag on that. And that's not how you make your money. That's not what you're doing. You want everybody to use it. You're sharing that information. And that's unthinkable in today's world of somebody being that selfless.
Well, that's true. And part of it, again, it's thanks to you for this, podcast-a-thon, right? It's because we are supported by donors, across the United States and some globally as well, that our funding model is unique. It allows for us to be able to have the ability to freely share the research, and to freely share the knowledge, and then to also, collaborate globally across the United States, and then globally with different centers around the world.
Right.
It's amazing.
It is. One of the areas you're talking about, globally, and that's something we showed. Our opening video for this year is the video. And again, thank you so much for brand.St. Jude. We were able to be a part of that, and that's been wonderful. Now, I tend to have to go through a box of Kleenex to get through all the videos, but we are able, and so what we do is we sort of scatter through Podcast to Hope. We show some different videos. We just showed the one on your hour with that lovely girl, Melanee.
Yeah, Melanee.
Yeah, and so we got some more coming. So everybody, stay tuned. We've got some great videos, but the one we showed to begin this year's 7th annual Podcast to Hope is the one where they talk about international, how we're really great about for St. Jude, about 4 out of 5 kids in the U.S. are able to survive now cancer, but internationally we're sort of still stuck at 1 out of 5 just because of that that challenge. Can you talk to and let people know a little bit about what St. Jude is doing from an international perspective, and also there's some videos that I've been able to see about St. Jude helping with some of the Ukrainian refugees and how you guys have been able to provide some of that. So it's kind of let people know from an international perspective how that's going for St. Jude.
Yeah. So we do collaborate globally. Really, our global program goes back to about 1986 or so.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. When initially we started some of our global collaborations, and now we collaborate all throughout the world in each country. And internationally, there are about more than 400,000 new cases of childhood cancer that are diagnosed every single year. The fortunate part, if you're in a country like the United States, is that it is about an 80%, survival rate. Still 20% of kids in the United States will pass away, from cancers, depending on which kind of cancer they might have. So that's the 1 in 5. But now reverse that. In 1962, the survival rates were really only 20%, like in the United States.
Right.
It's the same globally now. So if you are born, in many other countries throughout the world, your chance of survival for cancers that we already know how to cure is about 1 in 5. So it's not an issue of not having the cures. It's an issue about speeding cures to the countries and having, sort of a health system around that. And so that's part of the reason why we collaborate. But it's like 1962 all over again internationally for these 400,000 kids that are diagnosed.
Right.
Wow. Yeah. So
it's hard to even think about that, in terms of when we're using statistics to talk about it, but we're talking about kids, right? And it's hard to even imagine how much of an impact. Like, you can't really wrap your head around. We can't. You do it. That's what you do. But it's hard for us, at least me personally, to wrap my head around even using those statistics. 20%. And you're talking about kids and survival rates, and that's just hard to even fathom. That's and worldwide, and how it's changed. I mean, that's evidence of the research that's going on here in the U.S. and access to that healthcare. And it's hard to even imagine. And not, I know we all say when St. Jude commercials come on, if you don't get emotional with this topic, you may want to check yourself out. You may want to live on with you, because
And I mentioned the 12.9 billion expansion. Part of that is a 200 million initiative to work on providing consistent, quality assured chemotherapy medicines to these countries in need at no cost. So that, That's one piece of this. And you mentioned the Ukraine as well. We had already had relationships with Ukraine, both like on the research and medical side, as well as on the foundation and fundraising side. So within days of the Ukraine being invaded earlier this year, we have been working with the Rossi Foundation in Poland, and they contacted us to help, as there were hundreds of refugee families where children with cancer treatments had been disrupted. So what we did is, within hours, a virtual command center was established between ALSAC, so the fundraising, and then also St. Jude. We coordinated a network of healthcare institutions and foundations, and then we instituted a massive humanitarian effort that was known as Safer Ukraine. And thus far, and right away, and then thus far, we've moved nearly 1,000 children and their families out of the Ukraine and into different treatments in 18 different countries across Europe and here in North America, and even onto the St. Jude campus. So we have we had some of those patients come to the St. Jude campus with 23 family members and whatnot actually come. So I mean, think about that. Like, we were actually able to mobilize that again within days of the actual invasion of the Ukraine, but it was because we already had all this, these relationships internationally already. So, and we had the funding, and we had funding from donors, who've graciously given.
Wow. Yeah. So. I guess one thing too, we were fortunate to have somebody on that worked for St. Well, we usually like to have Christy on. Christy probably in our chat room.
My wife, yeah.
It's Jesse's wife, but and so we've asked her before, but I think it's good. We haven't really talked about it really probably the last couple of years, but it's always good to bring back because people always ask, like, what's it like on a day-to-day basis to walk the hallways, and what's the experience of being a nurse or being a doctor or what's it like inside the walls?
It's not normal. It's not like other hospitals by any means at all.
No, I mean, it really isn't. And we hear that all the time for people who can come to the hospital. It doesn't feel like a hospital. It doesn't smell like a hospital. It doesn't, there's none of that. It's very colorful and bright, and believe it or not, cheerful, which may sound strange for a hospital with really catastrophic diseases. But one of the benefits when children come, the first thing that happens is it's about the family. It's not just about treating the child. It's about helping the entire family. So not only do we obviously have things that the children can do, but we have like like programs for siblings, right? So if we have like an art party, for example, for the kids of St. Jude, we'll also invite siblings so they can be a part of it. So we really try to help the entire family because, as you can imagine, when a family hears your child has cancer, that's one of the most devastating days, weeks, months, sometimes years, right? Like you could be in treatment for a couple of years. So we really try to take care of the whole family. But we do actually also hear that it doesn't smell like a hospital. That's one of the things that people usually say when they walk the halls of the hospital. Yeah.
No, that's incredible.
It's an amazing environment for sure. When it was years ago now, and I was trying to even think how long ago it was. It's been a while. Time passes quickly, right? She worked there. One of the questions I would ask her is, isn't it sad to work there? And I'd never been in the building yet when she told me this. It's like, how can you do that? Isn't it sad? And she was like, no, you don't understand. One, she'll still say till today, it was the best place she's ever worked. She loved it. And if we could still live in that area, there's no way she would have ever left. We moved later. We moved out of that area. But she and I'm paraphrasing. We usually have our own, so she can tell the stories better. But when she started working there, they and I assume it's still a thing. The kids would ride tricycles in the hallways, and so she said one of the first things she was told as a nurse coming in is she was working research and sickle cell with the doctors over there, and she said if you get hit by a tricycle, you were in the way. This is the kids' area. Right. This is a happy place, and and it was. I thought that is. I can't imagine any other environment where that's how you're trained. Like you're here for the kids, and they're happy, and you're not going to ruin any of that. You're doing here to do work to help them out, and it's really kid focused and family focused too, but kid focused, and that's just such a shift from everything you see anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it is. I mean, even when you come in and there's the welcome desk, the desks are much lower to the ground, so that it feels more welcoming, because you can imagine as a child going up to a big desk, right?
Right.
So it's more welcoming that way. There's wagons, so one of the things you might see if you go to our website, you can sponsor a wagon or other things, but actually kids will be around, like in literally the red wagons. You'll see that in the hallways. A lot of the walls are filled with patient art. Like I have actually patient art behind me right now.
That's awesome.
The patients make, so it's really all across the hospital. We have the ABCs of cancer too. It's literally a wall where A stands for, B stands for, C stands for, and it's actually the patient saying what they think that stands for. It's a whole wall in the hospital. So
that's awesome.
There's really a lot of different things that exist there. And working there, of course, it's just amazing. That's why I've spent 15 years of my life.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's a special place.
Oh, incredible. And like you said, some of the videos we've shown, we'll show more, during the hours we're doing it, but the no more chemo parties and we're going to show the one with Helen, she talks about her art, and there's one that really struck me for this year, and we're going to show it this year as well. But one of the parents talks about how her child said when they got there, they're like, there's other children here. It's like, just was a cool idea. The idea that, kind of brighten their days. In fact, there's other kids here. It's like, so they can then they can interact with each other. There's, when possible. And so there's, like you said, it's this community that is like no other. It's not seen anywhere else. It's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, it really is too. And, it's not just about that. I mentioned that we help to treat the entire family.
Right.
But another thing too, when I mentioned the expansion, the 12.9 billion expansion, one of the expansion pieces is a state-of-the-art facility called the Domino's Village. So it was a 110 million patient housing facility that's right literally adjacent to the campus. Because I mentioned before, like if you have acute lymphoblastic leukemia, for example, your treatment might be a couple of years. So that's really disruptive to a family. And so in addition to the hospital, like we have these housing facilities so that the patients can come and they can stay there. So a new one that's going to open up, it's a Domino's Village. It's going to open next spring. It's going to feature 140 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments where the families can live while they're undergoing treatment. So again, think it's the hospital. There's full treatment of the family. There's a housing facility. So there's a lot of different things that occur. And then again, it's only possible because of donor dollars.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing. And driving by, I guess it'd be great. I was in Memphis this past July. We had our big event, and got to drive by. And but I know that and something you can kind of see our background a little bit. It's a video. It's a picture of one of the pictures that is provided by you guys, but it's the lights. And so and I love seeing the pictures around the holiday times, just how that whole little area right there just sort of comes to life, and that all the Christmas lights just kind of come out, and Jesse probably remembers the days of when he lived there. We've got Derek as our producer. He's in the background. He actually lives in the Memphis area, and it's just
great,
incredible that as somebody mentioned before, the attention, UDAC, who lives out in Los Angeles, mentioned about such attention to detail, is so important. And that, that's just a nice, it is an attention to detail. The fact that, we're going to get a lot of lights up. We're going to really, we're really going to celebrate, like you said, the whole family. So I love the fact that it all sort of comes to life during the Christmas time.
It's such a happy place.
It does. It just, it really is actually. The lights did just get put up. It's interesting because I have, thankfully, healthy twin 7-year-olds.
Yes. Oh, cool.
Every year they're like, "Hey, can we drive through the campus?"
Right.
Yeah. So, it's a great place during the holidays, and we've even had, in the past, like Target is a big, corporate partner for a long time. Actually, there's a Target house that's one of our housing facilities.
Right.
But quarterly, they would sponsor and have almost like a carnival for the kids. They come and just do things for them. So there's a lot of different things that will happen on campus or have historically happened. So
Just an amazing task. Obviously you have brilliant people working there. They're doing research, the top research. I mean, that goes without saying for the function of the organization. But I can't imagine being the person or the people that somebody comes to me and goes, "Hey, we're going to build this building, and we're going to build a culture inside of the focus of the building is one of the things that scares every parent out there, their child getting sick. But we want you to make this a happy place. Go." Yeah. No, I'm not taking that job. That's who's even able to pull that together where that's the center of everything, and then you still can make it a welcome and happy place for the families. And that's just, that alone is a huge feat, much less the research that you're doing and everything you're doing worldwide and stuff. And I think just that gets kind of pushed to the backside because people don't understand. They just see commercials and, hey, they're doing good work, but it goes so much deeper than that. Just like who would have thought? Well, you guys obviously, but I mean, who would have thought to lower the the intake?
The
you come in there and the desk is lower. Who thinks of that? That's amazing.
Right. Yep. Just trying to think about every single detail of what needs to happen. So, it's a lot of fun.
Awesome. Let's take a second, and Derek, if you'd bring up the board again, we're gonna show kind of where we're at, or I can if he's stepped away.
Yeah, I think he had to step away.
Let me bring that up real quick.
And we're getting pretty close to our next little milestone.
There we go.
Oh, we just passed it. Just passed
2,000. Oh, that's awesome.
Yay! Yeah. Good job. Thank you. Thank you for the donation in there.
Yes, absolutely. So, and I did mention earlier, but Jesse was like, "Did you mention about the prizes this week, this hour?" Sorry, and I said, "Yeah, we got them." So, we got Emily's, we got Arty Crafted and Cashly this hour. So, it definitely changes. Thank you so much. Somebody mentioned Geoscatter mentions it's beyond caring. It treats the whole person, not just the cancer, and that's so important. That's even on an individual person, I think it's just so important because we've seen some of the videos, and I appreciate all those. It really is wonderful is the fact that you're handling so many different things. The child obviously has specific medical things that have to happen. They have this particular cancer. We got to do these kind of things, blah, blah, blah. But St. Jude takes the process from a holistic type of, what else do we need to do for that child, other than, obviously you got to take care of these medical things. But I love the fact that St. Jude handles also the, they're interested in, sports. So what can we do to kind of help them when appropriate, to get them a ball, the things that we just don't necessarily think about, that a hospital sometimes doesn't really have time or the effort,
life continues.
Life continues. And I think that other hospitals sometimes would like to do some of that, but they just don't have the funding or the support. But I love the fact that, like you said, we have so many great people, and all of everyone that's involved with Podcast of Hope, where we can give to help St. Jude with all of the things, everything that's involved.
Right. Yeah. No, depending on, so for example, let's say like acute lymphoblastic leukemia is a blood cancer.
Right.
But there are solid tumor cancers as well, like let's say osteosarcoma. And sometimes that might require surgery. So think if you have a solid tumor in your leg and you need surgery to remove the tumor,
right.
A lot of times that, you might need physical therapy to learn how to walk again or to walk properly again. And so there, there's a lot of those kinds of efforts as well that happens at the hospital too.
Right.
And even in the case where there is a patient who passes away, because we are trying to find cures for some of the rarest and most difficult to treat cancers, that does happen, right? We have a program called the Koala program that even helps children and families, take care of their child in their final days with respect and dignity, and care for the families, because they need to continue on sometimes when their child doesn't make it, and that's incredibly difficult. So we try to help those families in that way too.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah. Well,
we're help the families. It's not just the kids, and we've touched on it, but and everybody knows you're not charging the families. You're helping pay for those bills, but it's so much more than that. And it's and luckily, just like you said, luckily I have two healthy daughters, and that's the best thing I could ask for. But if one of them was sick, it would be crushing. You can't. Your child's life comes before everything else, and you can't do all the normal things that you do, and you can't drive them there every day, and you can't do all the other stuff. And I think it would be enough. It really truly would be enough if you were just curing cancer, right? That's enough for any one organization to do. But to take care of the whole family, and we couldn't even list all the things that y'all do for the families in the time and the whole podcast that we're having tonight. But I think that's one of the things that we never need to lose sight of, is that St. Jude's not just thinking of the whole child; they're thinking of the whole family, and it's amazing. I've heard so many stories over the years from people, and with her being connected and everything else, and then just being in Memphis. It's such a it's woven into the fabric of Memphis. Like everybody knows somebody that knows something about St. Jude in Memphis. It's not, it's one of those things. Now it's going to be globally too, right? You're going to help people. Right. You already have been, but even more so around the world.
Yeah, I think that's a thing, that is probably the hardest for people to understand, is that families never receive a bill from St. Jude, not for treatment, travel, housing, or food. And as we've been talking about, it's so a family can focus on helping their child live and doing that. A lot of people just think, well, that's just too good to be true. But that's one of the things that our patient families talk about.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of starting toward the end of the hour. I know it goes quick, but I want to take this opportunity to give you kind of an opportunity as well to kind of give people any kind of updates and kind of what the future holds, or whichever direction you'd like to go in these next few minutes as we start to get toward the end. So, Melanee, go ahead and take it away, and wherever you'd like to cover as we start to get to the end. And then I guess we'll let Jesse also give a final thought too in a minute, but go ahead, Melanee.
Yeah, I mean, I think the future is just continuing to try to find cures, and to share them globally. Again, I mentioned this expansion a few times because it's a big deal.
Yeah, it is awesome.
Yeah, the 12.9 billion expansion. We did just break ground on another 15-story towers that are going to better accommodate our medical professionals and outpatient care. So, that's the biggest thing there, is just continuing to work globally to continue to, open protocols and have children on these protocols for these very tough to cure cancers, and then to continue to disseminate the information throughout the United States and the world, so that kids can be treated in their local communities on some of the protocols that are discovered at St. Jude. So that's the big thing. And, from my standpoint, we're getting into virtual reality, augmented reality, metaverse, tours like virtual tour for those who can't come to campus. Cool. That's available online. So if anyone, definitely come to campus. There's nothing like seeing the campus or being a part of it if you can come. But if you can't, we actually do have ways you can participate and see it, at least virtually in a tour.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah.
And thanks. I guess I would say that,
absolutely. Thank you.
For support for 7 years running. We couldn't do this without you. We really couldn't. And thanks to everyone who's donated.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Melanee, for being with us tonight. It's been something. It's obviously near and dear to our heart. Obviously to you as well. You've been there for those years. It's been great. Keep in touch. Let us know what we can do. We are doing Cache Fest again in Memphis one more time this coming July. So I'll keep in touch with you and with Zach, and we'll continue to champion St. Jude through our podcast and also through our mega event that we have. We'll be doing that again. So this is wonderful. Want to bring in, we're going to be bringing in here in a minute our next hour, which is completely different, Melanee, but I know you'll appreciate. We got improv people. So so we're going to switch gears and do something a little bit different. So this will be fun. Having our Chicago improv troupe is going to be with us tonight here in a moment. So if we want to bring them in and let you interact with, there they are. They are.
Hey, welcome.
Hello. Hi, Gary. Hello, everyone.
Hey, y'all. So there's Melanee. Melanee, this is Portal Prov. So so we're excited. And I contacted Bryce several months ago and asked him if they would do something crazy for us, and he goes, for St. Jude, absolutely. So
very good.
It's been wonderful. It's wonderful to have them with us tonight. And again, we love doing things. And Jesse, take a minute, I guess, and kind of wrap us up for this.
As our transition, I just want to say, Melanee, thank you for the work you're doing, and we have been absolutely honored to contribute the small amount that we've been able to contribute. And on the scale of things, for us, it's a huge amount for people to donate, and on the scale of what the need is for St. Jude, obviously it's a small amount, but every little bit we can contribute to, we're just honored to be able to help any way we can with the cause that you champion at this point.
Well, every dollar matters. We are, again, appreciative of everything that y'all are doing, and thank you for having me on here today. It's been fun.
Absolutely, thank you. All right, well, great.
All right,
appreciate you, and we'll see you soon. We'll keep in touch.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye, Melanie.
Thanks, Melanie. Bye-bye. All right. So hang on there, Bryce. We're going to do a reset at the top of the hour, and then just to let folks know, we're going to do. We're going to turn these crazy people loose, and then yeah, and Derek's joining us for this hour too, so this will be awesome. We'll get to that in a moment, and then we want people though to interact. We're going to ask you questions, so be ready in the chat room because we're going to need your input. And then what we're going to do is toward the tail end of this hour, we are going to take a few minutes. So if you have questions about Portal Prov and for Bryce and his team, we want those questions, but we're going to do those a little bit later. But we are going to do, and Bryce will explain here in a minute, but we are going to need everybody's interaction here in a moment. But before we do that, Derek, get us reset for this hour, please.
Chemotherapy treatment can take months, even years to complete. To a child, 2 years can feel like forever. So when patients at St. Jude finish chemotherapy, we celebrate with a no more chemo party.
1, 2, 3. Our patients have the cutest SMILEs. Our patients have the sweetest HEARTs. Oh, we love to see you every day, but now's the time you get to say, pack up your bags, get out the door, you don't get chemo anymore.
Yay! I know. I wanted to have that one on this hour because this is more of a kind of an upbeat, I guess, hour, as you could say. But all the hours are important, but they're all different. All right, so let me mention what we're giving away this hour, and then we're going to dive right into it. So, first off, again, Arted Crafted. Thank you so much to Sean and team over at Arted Crafted, artedcrafted.com. They're giving away a shirt an hour, and this is awesome. So you have a chance. If you give during this hour, you will have a chance to win that. Also, what we've got going on this hour is we just talked about Cache Fest, or mentioned Cache Fest a couple times. We've got some coins that we're giving away for Cache Fest Memphis, which is in 2023. We'll be back in Memphis again. And so that is going to be an awesome event, hopefully. I think it will be. We've enjoyed doing Cache Fest last year, and we're doing it again. Got the riverboat theme going this year, and getting ready to have our pre-event coins available soon as we can. And that'll be awesome. So we are going to do, well, I'm gonna let Bryce explain, and we're going to assist in any way we can, and the audience is going to assist. So tell everybody, Bryce, what we're doing.
Thanks, Gary. My name's Bryce Reed. We're reporting from Chicago, Illinois. And 3 members of Portal Prov, which is a completely improvised weekly show at Otherworld Theater. And we were very excited. We're going to do some scenes, some comedy scenes for you today. They're going to be completely made up on the spot, and they're going to be based on your suggestions. So at different times throughout the show, one of us is going to step forward, ask a question of you, the audience. If you could quickly type in your answer. And I think, Gary, you'll pick the best one, and Gary might pop in with some of his own as well. Sound good, everybody?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to do some. We're going to improvise some scenes for you. To get us started, we need a suggestion of a sci-fi or fantasy, fantastical location that you might find a geocache. So someplace not in the real world, but like, let's say Gotham City or Narnia. What's a place that you'd love to find a geocache?
Yeah. So as we wait for some folks to put in questions,
I would say Takodana.
Where?
Takodana. Maz's Castle from Star Wars. Come on, Taco Donna. Gotta be one there.
Great, we can take Taco Donna.
I've got no idea. It sounds like a taco joint that I want to go to.
Great, we're gonna take Taco Donna. We're not sure what it means, but we're gonna make it up. Here we go. Hi, welcome to Taco Donna's.
Yes, I would like 18 tacos, please.
18 tacos!
Hey, I know you from somewhere. You've never seen my face anywhere. I'm just a normal Caldrinthian from the planet Zentar.
Zentar, exactly. That's where I know you from. I went to high school on Zentar.
I'm just a normal, unwanted citizen like the rest of you.
Forearms! That's what we called you back then. Forearms!
I don't like to remember those days fondly. I've moved on, and I'm an important man now. Some would say too important.
Tacos I made.
Felipa, get this. This is Forearms from high school.
Well,
Forearms is you? Many stories I have heard.
Well, I don't like being called Forearms anymore. I like being called by a different name that I don't want to say out loud right now.
The time I remember story you tell about forearm on ice did slip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that has been greatly exaggerated.
Broke 3 of his arms. Yeah.
Well, okay. I didn't enjoy having all y'all write on my casts all the obscenities and the pictures that got me in a lot of trouble during high school.
On my world, those are compliments.
Fine. Just give me my tacos, please.
4 arms you may have, and 2 left feet too.
Oh, no. You didn't tell people about my dancing skills?
Well, I told them that you were a really great dancer, but you could only dance.
No, I am Garthar the Great. I don't.
Garthar the Great?
No. All I'm saying is I am above this now. I'm not taking insults.
Starsberg the Great?
No.
Did you marry into money?
I knew this would happen. Every time people know that I've married the prince, people treat me different. I want to be successful on my own. I want you to see me as a good version of the high school boy you once bullied. Not somebody who's only successful because he married somebody else.
Your Highness, tacos I offered you.
Yes, please. Look fondly upon Taco Donna's. You would always have free tacos when you're here. I can't wait to tell everyone from high school.
No, please. I'll do anything.
Yay!
We'll take another suggestion. Can we get a suggestion of a favorite character from sci-fi or fantasy? Our show is normally sci-fi or fantasy themed, which is why we're asking this way. Forgot to mention that earlier. But yeah, if you have a favorite character from fiction, sci-fi, fantasy, type it out.
Cool.
We have a slight delay, so it's like just a second, of course, but
we're working on that. But it's funny. It reminds me. If anybody's watched Whose Line Is it Anyway, you guys are doing a great job. It reminds me of scenes from a hat. Where Drew Carey would pull a scene from a hat. Here you go. We're gonna do this. You're like, oh, great, and they would pull it. So that's fun. So
I think most of the community probably grew up watching some Whose Line.
Oh yeah, my college team played Scenes from a Hat.
Oh, very cool.
There's some that are coming in. I think this one will probably be good from Chronically Tired Mom. Servius Snake.
We'll take Professor Severus Snake will inspire this next scene. Thank you.
Yes, very cool.
My favorite room, detention, where the naughty students think about what they've done.
Professor Snape, Professor.
Little worms, what do you bring me today?
I've got a problem. I seem to have lost the cloak of invisibility, and it's really hard to find when you lose something like that.
Your plight amuses me, Potter.
Oh, Professor Snape, why do you always take such comfort in my misery?
Hey, why you always got to be picking on my best friend Potter over there?
Yeah.
Your best friend? You want to be lumped in with the likes of him?
Why, of course I do. He's won us the Gryffindor Cup 3 years running.
That's what it's called, the Gryffindor Cup. We all know this.
We pretty much remember that because we win every year.
Exactly right, Ron.
It used to be called the Slytherin Cup, and then Potter came around. I say cleaning the cauldrons for both of you. That is your detention. And while I do it, while you do it, we will talk about our relationship. No worse punishment is there.
Boy, I love getting my hands dirty. Professor Snape, what emotional trauma you think causes you to treat your students so poorly?
You look like your mother.
What?
You have her eyes.
You've been staring in my eyes this whole time. That's kind of creepy, Prof.
The eyes I once lovingly gazed into from across the quad, 2 windows deep from the 2nd floor of my dormitory when she didn't know I was looking.
Wow.
Roth, did you ever, approach her or anything?
It sounds a bit creepy.
Indeed, many times would I pass her in the hallway. Our eyes would meet for one moment, and she would go, ew, and not look in my direction any longer.
That'll damage a bullet for sure.
For sure. Come to think of it, I remember one Christmas when I was just a baby.
Awesome.
I remember. There's someone at the window.
He has her eyes. I can see.
Is that boy from school?
No.
He looks like he's educated in magic.
I am very wealthy and also kind of a tool.
Wait a second. That's Smiddling Snape. No, that's that little boy creep. That's Smiddling Snape guy.
Operate away.
Oh, that sounds bloody terrible.
I've never recovered. I'm an emotionally stunted man, baby, with too much power over children.
So, perhaps we could introduce you to one of the lady professors.
What? No, I couldn't.
Oh, yeah, get him back out there. That's what you need.
That's what.
Oh, you need to get back out there. How long's it been since you fell in love with this broad?
I first met your mother 20 years ago.
That's before I was born.
And I've never looked at another woman since.
That explains why you'd never make eyes with Hermione.
That's right.
I don't know who that is.
Our friend Hermione, she sits in the front row in class.
Are there 3 of you?
Well, she's not here now, unless... Wait, maybe she's wearing the invisibility cloak.
I've been in the cauldron the whole time.
Woo! That's awesome. Yes.
Awesome.
Very
Thank you. We'll get another suggestion. Can we get a suggestion of a magic item or weapon from your favorite piece of fiction, like a lightsaber or a crystal ball or something else?
I like that.
In your
that'd be
fantasy
good. There's a lot
endeavors,
of those
what is one of the coolest magic items you have read or played with?
In my magical endeavors, I love a good scroll.
Ooh, a magic scroll.
That's true. Yep.
Like a weaponized scroll that reads runes that you can place, or
whatever it reads an incantation and it brings the dead back to life or something like that.
Stuff. Yeah, who only those who have sorcerer powers and know the language can summon.
Yes, or they do it completely on accident.
Yeah, it's oh, Tony, what's this book you have? Melanee.
Exactly.
By the undead.
I see 2 that are pretty much the same. 2 of them are the same. Is that what you're going to do, Gary?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of was thinking about Jasper's. What do you think about them trying that? That's a little tricky but I like giving them a challenge. Do you like Jasper's?
Ooh, I don't know what that is. Do you guys know?
No idea.
That's the
hang
person.
on. That's the person, but we're trying to decide. We're trying to pick.
I thought it was the object.
Great.
Yeah. You want to go with that one, or which one were you thinking about?
I was thinking of the one. Actually, what if they can you combine 2?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so let's do. Let's hear. It was Jasper's, which was Tinkerbell's pixie dust.
Ooh, that's good.
And the Schwarts.
keep it semi-EG, please.
All right, so Tinkerbell's pixie dust and the Schwarts. Great.
This is a family show, so
Okay.
Oh, it seems that my spaceship is broken. If only there was some other way that I could fly.
How much you looking for?
Who goes there? Who dares disturb Dark Helmet?
On the streets, they call me Belle.
Belle? You're just a tiny little lady, aren't you?
Hey, we don't talk about my size.
I'm sorry. Was that a sore subject? I apologize.
It was fine. I'm right next to you, but I'm small. We're playing with perspective.
Yeah, that's right. I see that now.
Love it.
Like it's almost like you're in the palm of my hands.
Here, I'll land.
Yes.
There we go.
There you are. Very good.
So you looking to fly? You looking to fly pretty high?
Yes. My spaceship was destroyed by Lone Star, and now I have no way to make it back to the giant maid in the sky.
Well, I can get you up to the sky if that's what you're looking for, but it's going to cost you a little bit.
Cost me? Name your price, Belle.
You must love me.
What?
You must believe in me.
Believe in you?
Tell me I'm okay. Tell me I did a good thing majoring in theater in college.
You majored in theater?
Yeah.
Oh! I guess you just wanted to throw your money away.
No, I want to properly examine the human condition through performance. You gotta believe in me, or
Oh. We lost the sound. What happened?
That's not good.
Hang on, guys.
We're not editing this at all. So I don't know what happened.
No, we're not.
So this is improv miming now.
Hang on. We
There,
lost
Mike.
the...
Did you mute it, Gary?
No, I didn't mute it. They have to unmute themselves. Sorry. Unmute, please, Bryce. Thank you. There we go.
Oh!
Yep,
yes, you're back.
All right, sorry about that. It must have muted itself.
You're fine.
To give you a quick recap, I'm Dark Helmet. I need to fly because my spaceship is broken, and this is Belle who wants to give me her pixie dust. But first, I have to validate her acting aspirations, and I just told her she did a great job in her production of Hedda Gobbler.
Did you think
Cool,
I was
we're up to
too
date.
overdone?
Overdone?
Yeah, all of the reviews on campus said that I was really just hamming it up on stage, but I felt real in my truth.
What? No, it was very real. I totally believed you in that role.
I can feel the strength coming back to me. You liked my German accent, didn't you?
Yes.
This is a good German accent.
Oh, yes, it's like I just walked into Berlin. Please, now can I have whatever your flying element is?
I can feel the power of your belief in me, bolstering my magical abilities. Tell me, I could be Elphaba right now if I wanted to. Right?
You could be Elphaba. You'd be better than anyone who's ever played that role.
Edina Menzel could go on a hike, right? I'd wipe the floor with her.
Yeah, you're way better than Adele Dazeem.
I should have been in Frozen.
Yes, you should have been. You should have been in Frozen. I think you would be a great, fantastic actor. I think you should be starred in a Scorsese film. Now, please help me fly.
I think I'm flying high, defying gravity.
Oh.
That's awesome.
Where'd she go?
Thank you. You've helped me work through a lot of stuff.
Oh, well, Schwarts, it's just you and me.
Oh.
I was a theater major.
Yeah, in case you can't tell, Jono loves to do theater references.
Yes,
I'm not sure what the crossover between geocaching and that is, but I'm sure a few of you like that.
That was perfect because you get the threw your life away on that degree. That's
hey, it's all worth it for moments like this.
It's too close to home.
It's too much. Yes.
Yay for theater.
Yay!
Yay
Oh,
for
good.
theater.
Thank you, Emily Rain. Appreciate that.
Yep.
We'll get another suggestion. Do one of you two want to get a suggestion?
Sure,
from our audience?
I'll do something, considering I didn't do anything that last season. So, I stayed out. Y'all were killing it too much. I want to know more about geocaching. Can I get something that somebody found that was particularly interesting while looking for a geocache, or maybe even in a cache, a little like trinket left behind by somebody else that you just didn't expect?
Okay.
All right.
We'll give it a moment.
What's been some of your most interesting finds?
Usually I find a lot of toys, And most recently, this wasn't a toy, but something I was surprised to find was stretch mark cream.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
Somebody was like, oh, you know what? Somebody's going to be so excited to find this. Or they just went on a cache and was like, oh no, what do I have in my purse?
It was
I can leave.
Probably the second one, but because this was at the top of a mountain, so it seemed strange to me that someone would bring stretch mark cream to the top of a mountain, unless it just they forgot it was in their purse or something. So
when you're going for a hike, you always need to remember to bring your stretch mark cream.
I never leave
that altitude dries out your skin.
I think that might be the wrong type of stretching that you need to do before the hike.
Yeah, that was probably the misconception.
I don't need the stretch. I can just apply this cream before I go hiking.
I thought that's what it was. I feel so limber.
So let's throw some different ones at you and let you pick.
Let's do it.
Okay.
The mustard packet.
Okay. Mustard packet.
Taco Bell gift card.
Taco Bell gift card.
Okay.
There's been a dead wolf.
Oh no! That's a crazy find.
Okay.
Hopefully was the stash in the wolf? Was that
no. Yeah. Hopefully that was near the cache and not in the cache. That's my
A shot glass measuring cup.
Oh, that's cool. Ooh. I love all these. Oh, they're so exciting. I want to know the story behind each one.
I know. Why don't we take Dead Wolf? I feel like
that definitely inspired something in us.
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Oh, now you're out here somewhere.
Yeah, we know you're out here somewhere, Wolf.
Jerry.
What?
No, how we on? All right. I've been doing this my whole life. And I bring you because your mother says you need to get out more.
Yeah. Thanks for taking me out, Uncle Craig. Appreciate it. I've never killed anything before.
Down a few notches.
Am I too loud?
You're going to scare away them wolves.
Okay.
Right. There's a few lessons you need to learn about wolfing and about being a bit more under the radar.
Yeah, my mom says I lack subtlety.
Wonder why? Listen, if we hunt these wolves, there's 3 things you need to know.
Okay.
1, a wolf is as smart as any man. Don't think that you can outsmart these creatures, because you can't. I've tried. Number 2, wolves have better hearing and vision than any man you've ever met before in your life. So if you think you're going to see a wolf before it sees you, well, you've got another thing coming.
What's the third thing, Uncle Craig?
Oh, you don't want to know the third thing.
Is it a scary thing?
It's the scariest thing you've ever heard in your tiny, miserable life.
Uncle Craig, I'm not sure I want to hunt wolves anymore.
Well, it's too late now, ain't it? You try to flee back home to your mother, and you're going to be ambushed by 50, 60 of them. Because the third thing is that wolves are pack animals. That means we are outnumbered 40, 50 to 2.
Oh my God. Oh, Uncle Craig, behind you.
It's a wolf, ain't it? It's a wolf.
Should I shoot it, Uncle Craig?
Could you please keep it down? Uncle Teddy!
I love it.
That's right. Wolves can come in any form, even the people you love most.
Uncle Craig, you didn't tell me there was werewolves.
I said no! I thought they was a myth!
I'm your mother, and I really think you lack subtlety.
Christy?
That's right.
My
I'm
sister?
your sister
Oh,
and
no.
your mother.
If you're my mother, tell me this. What's your favorite brand of mustard packet?
I'm gonna keep you on your toes forever. And also the answer is French's.
How does he know that?
Oh, please, we'll do anything, Mr. Wolfman. Anything you want. Please, just don't hurt us.
Wait, I thought you were a jaded hunter, Uncle Craig.
It's all a ruse. What? I want to look tough, but deep down I'm on the front to mankind. Anything you say? Anything? I'll do it. I'll give you my nephew. Just do something.
Uncle Craig, come on.
No, it's not what I was thinking, but it's a tasty proposition.
Listen, a werewolf. I'm sorry. Do you have a name?
I'm Guy Fieri, and we're rolling out to catch America's favorite dinosaur.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no shade to Guy Fieri. He's a great guy.
I love Dinosaurs Dive. Yeah, that was awesome. That's awesome.
Let's see. It looks like we got time for maybe one or two more.
Oh yeah,
But you got plenty of time.
What's that?
Yep.
You got plenty of time.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to go more on the geocaching theme because this is not something I know much about at all. Tell me about one of your favorite locations where you found a cache.
Okay.
Bryce has told us a lot of things. You can find them all about in the city. You find them out in the countryside on top of a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'd like to hear about some locations where y'all have found caches.
Cool. We'll do that.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Do you remember where your first cache was ever?
Yeah, it was actually in New Hampshire where I found that other one recently. And it was in an ammo can, which if you guys don't know, it's a very popular container for hiding geocaches because it's big and waterproof.
That makes sense.
But we didn't, I didn't know about geocaching at the time. And so my brothers and I found it when we were hiking with my dad on a camping trip. And we thought there must be actual ammo in there. But we were so curious. We're all like, I don't know, should we touch it? Should we touch it? Maybe it'll blow up. And so we weren't sure. And then eventually the curiosity got the better of us. So we opened it. And thankfully, because they don't always have this, but thankfully this one had an explanation of what geocaching was. And it had the website. So that's how I found my first geocache, was also on the side of the mountain.
Do you remember what was in it?
I'm trying to. There was I think there was a little dinosaur toy that I took out of there. Yeah, and I think there was some trackables, but I didn't know what those were yet at the time, so I left them alone.
Right.
And I left a baseball cap in there.
No way!
I love that.
Very cool.
Tiny little. Wait, how old were you?
So this, I was an adult at this point, so I don't know. I was probably
so tiny little baseball.
Tiny little mid-20s, Bryce.
All right, so we got some suggestions.
We've got several. I kind of like Komakino's suggestion.
Ghost Town.
I was gonna wait. I wasn't gonna show him until we figured out. Chernobyl was a good one.
Chernobyl was there's another one down here I like. It was let me find it. I should have marked it. The grave of Stonewall Jackson's arm.
Wow.
So there you go. There's 3 options there for you.
Ghost Town, Chernobyl, and the grave of Stonewall Jackson's
Yeah.
arm.
How about you?
I like Ghost Town.
I do like Ghost Town. Okay, cool.
Fresh bread, stale bread, stale bread. It's all the same if you're dead. Ooh, I'll take the dead bread. Ghost money. Yes, thank you. Kurt, you're always upstaging me. I'm sorry, Travis, but you have to know your clientele. You're so used to selling to live people that you forget that dead people have different tastes. I spent hours on this ciabatta. It's a perfect loaf. Give it like a week and a half in the sun, then it will be a dead bread. No. Yes. I'm not acclimating to the afterlife very well. Hey, Travis, I get it. It's hard when you first learn that you're dead. Hard like your bread. Exactly. This bread is a metaphor for our lives as dead people. And life is a metaphor for our lack of life. Because we don't have one. Ciabatta is Italian for slipper, which is what I wish I was wearing right now. Oh, are you Italian? Or were you Italian? Weren't we all Italian? I was not, but I wish I was. Oh, I used to be a huge fan of pasta carbonara. That's an American invention. Was it really? Yeah, chicken parmesan. Oh my gosh! Spaghetti bolognese. What? Spaghetti carbonara. They're all Americanized. I'm shook right now. I had no idea about that. See, these facts used to kill when I was alive. Well, on the bright side, I always used to have gastrointestinal problems when I ate the carbonara because of the cream sauce. Now that I'm dead, it's just egg. Oh gosh. Where I went, they did it with cream sauce. It wasn't even authentic Italian American. I miss being alive. Oh, I could. I miss it so bad. Hey, you're gonna get through it. A few more years and you're
you're dead for way longer than you're alive. Being alive is really like a short abnormality in the long existence that is you. And you can do whatever. And think about it. When you're dead, you can do whatever you want. You know, you can walk through walls. You can visit your loved ones and kind of creep them out. I can make fresh bread. You could, but would you be able to appreciate it? I'll make it so others can appreciate it. I'll run the best ghost bakery in East Chickasaw, Missouri. All right, well, here's the thing you got to know about the living, though. If they wake up one day and there's just like bread floating around, they're not gonna wow, free bread. No, they're gonna be freaked out. See, dead people don't really trust ghosts, and they get freaked out unnecessarily by us.
Come this way, guys. There's a really cool old decrepit house.
Oh, here comes a live person now. Here, case in point. Why don't you try giving this guy some bread?
It smells like yeast in here.
Oh
my God, guys, the bread's floating. Abandoned. No, abandoned space. So scary.
Why did they hate us so? It's not that they hate us. It's just that they don't understand us. Someday they'll be dead too, and they'll see what it's like, but best not to upset them. If you're going to communicate with them, you got to do it subtly. You can't just float things through the air.
No, I can't just float bread around.
Exactly.
Instead, I float around flour and eggs and water and hope that they get the hint.
Yeah, or better yet, you just leave out a recipe on the counter and like, where did this come from? I guess Mom must have left this.
If they're not looking, I float it in front of their face so they know to make bread.
Well, yeah, but they can't see it floating. Again, they just have to think it was left there. Like, here's a rookie move. I had a friend, Gozar, and he would go into someone's house and he just started cracking all the eggs right on the counter. And that really freaked him out. You can't do that. You gotta let them crack.
Oh, he was trying to tell them to make omelets.
Yeah, big time.
I see.
Big time. And unfortunately, those people moved out. So, yeah, he had the place to himself.
All right, Kurt. I'll take one stale bread, please.
Here you go, Trav.
Oh, it's hard as a rock. I hate my afterlife.
It's a death.
Woo!
Thank you.
All right.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Thanks,
we got so many great comments too. Somebody mentioned about they got your Ghostbusters reference.
Awesome.
So, and somebody mentioned earlier they said is dead bread unleavened bread?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
no active yeast in it, right?
Yeah.
Dead bread equals unleavened bread. Yeah.
That's more pure.
And then Tom wants to make sure any ghosts want to come make bread for him. Just PM him.
Just PM him.
But if I could bake, I
it's,
would.
It's funny you should mention that because if you look in front of you, there's ghost bread right now for every viewer. There's a local ghost bread right in front of you.
Woo!
So let me ask this: what goes with ghost bread?
You're welcome.
What goes with ghost bread?
A free T-shirt.
How about a ghost pepper?
Hey,
ghost pepper, ghost bread.
We missed some comedy right there.
That's awesome.
All right. I think we got time for a couple more, don't we?
Yeah, do you want to do the scenes, or did you want to go into the
Yeah,
interview portion?
No,
let's do the scenes.
Let's do another scene or two. We'll see, and then we'll transition to because I know people want to ask you about how things are going with Portal Prov and everything, but we'll do that in a little bit. We'll have time for that. So let's do some more. Oh, let's get an update. Yeah, thanks. Quick update.
Yes, we're at almost at 2,500. I would love to see during this hour if we kick over 3,000. So we got 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Let's go ahead and get another $500 in. Let's kick over to 3,000 because we're almost, believe it or not, we're getting close to being halfway. Within halfway there. So when we need to be getting the rate, we need to be a lot further through getting the donations in. Because remember, we just had Melanee on last hour talking about all the great benefits that St. Jude does and how they take care of the family. I know a lot of you all are giving a little bit each hour, but some people are maybe just on here watching. remember, we're doing this for St. Jude. And he sees it going across the ticker on the bottom. It says to donate, go to podcastofhope.com. Go there and go ahead and do a donation. There's prizes that are available for this hour. We got an Art of Crafted t-shirt, and then also the Cache Fest coins that are up for grabs this hour. But more importantly, you're donating to families with children that are hurting, and this will just help heal those families. So that's why we're doing this. So go on there, go to donate to St. Jude as we get going. Love, like I said, would see this kick over over 3,000 this hour.
Yep. Very cool. So where would you like to go next? Where would you?
I have one I'm super curious about, and I've done minimal geocaching, but whenever I went geocaching, my catcher name was Popcornicus. And I don't know, do people leave notes on the cache, like writing, when they leave their moniker? I was wondering if anybody's ever come across like an interesting name that they've seen find the cache, or maybe you have an interesting name that you have to use, or maybe a nice little note or something that was written in the cache that you've read and was like, oh, cool, this was Monica's special spot, or whatever it might be. I don't know how common that is.
Yeah, so most people leave that kind of stuff like in the virtual log that's on the website or the app. But I do know occasionally people will leave like messages on the actual paper log if it's big enough.
Or like an interesting hint. Yeah, like on a virtual log where you're like trying to find something and then the clues like 7 red bricks and you're like, what on earth? And there's no bricks around. You're just like, has anybody maybe red herringed you out of a clue? Yeah, just like an interesting communication toward a geocacher in any form, I think, is something that I'd be interested in.
Yeah. Okay. I had someone leave I wish I remembered it, but somebody like sat in the location of a geocache I had hidden, and they thought it was a beautiful location, so they sat and they wrote a poem.
Whoa! Wow.
And then they put it on a piece of paper and left it in there, and I thought that was really cool. I wish I remembered the poem, so cool. But like I really like when it's personalized like that, you know. Or like some people make their own swag. Like people will paint rocks, for example.
Right.
So it's like one of a kind item. We'll leave those.
We've got cool. Well, we got some names, and then we've got some things that people have left as notes. So we're going to give you some of the things that have been given. I'll start with what people have left in caches. Somebody says they found a love letter.
Oh,
so that's kind of cool.
Or like somebody else to find, like your
I guess so.
It's going to be searching for this, so it's a love letter to Bill.
That's cool.
That would be
and
really
then apparently there's one, they read a note at a cache that was from a horse. So apparently, and then a couple of the crazy geocaching names. Pick some out there, Derek.
We got gas station tuna. Tick magnet.
Oh, that's a good one. That's good.
Let's hear. Then we have cat rat lover.
So there you go. So we got the horse.
I like that.
The horse sign
and
a love letter, or maybe a love letter from the horse. Who knows? But anyway.
I like a love letter from a horse.
Love letter from a horse. I love that. All right, love letter from a horse. Here you go, Bessie. You're always so wonderful, keeping me company through these cold winter nights. Benjamin? Yeah, Terry? Benjamin, I love you. Wow. Is that weird to say? It's weird to enunciate with your horse mouth. Oh, yeah, I've been too nervous to say anything before. It's literally insane. I am mostly thinking that I've gone cuckoo, but I'm seeing your mouth move in ways and hearing I'm sound of mind, so you must just be an exceptionally talkative horse. Yeah, I'm talkative. I'm not one of those horses that's just eating peanut butter. Well, my word. Yeah,
You must be the most spectacular horse ever. And I already knew this, Terry.
Well,
I knew this.
The thing that makes it be spectacular is my love for you.
Oh, Terry. Oh,
the way you brush my mane.
Oh,
the way you leave oats for me every day.
Well, I know how much you love them.
The way you like to ride on my back.
Oh, you're the softest hump of any horse I've ever ridden.
Yeah, and you don't mind that I have a hump.
No.
I appreciate that.
No, not at all.
A lot of horses would feel, bad about having a hump.
No.
But
No, you don't talk like that.
Yeah.
I don't even need to saddle you up. You just have this squishy match on your back that maybe I should take to a horse doctor, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. Why? Because I love you so much.
You appreciate
I
my
love you
words.
so much. Have another carrot.
Oh. No. So, since we're having this conversation...
Oh, yes. Talk to me. Talk to me freely now that I know you can.
Well, I'm embarrassed.
Oh, Terry. How long have we known each other? 8 years now?
Yeah.
You can tell me anything. I know I poured my soul out when I thought you were just a horse-brained horse person who couldn't talk to me or understand my human troubles. So you know pretty much everything about me.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, would you consider leaving your wife?
Leaving my wife? Huh?
Well, it's just that I thought we had something special, and,
Terry.
I thought maybe you and I could be official,
Oh, Terry.
Matilda, darling, you seem so distant.
I've had something to talk to you about for a little while now, and I have it, the ranch, the hay's great. Alfalfa's growing tall.
Good crop this year?
Oh, huge crop. So much hay baling I've done. Chickens are multiplying too fast to keep in a coop. I've had to sell some of them to Johnson.
Wow. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
You work so hard.
I do.
And that's one of the many things I love about you.
Okay. Yeah. The farm's going really well. You might want to take a seat.
I have something to tell you too. Well, I kind of had.
You know what? You go ahead. You go ahead first. I'm sure we'll get around to my thing.
Well, we've been doing so well thanks to all of your hard work.
We have.
And I feel so stable and comfortable with the life that you're making for us.
So unnecessary to say.
I quit my job at the pharmacy.
You what? Oh, wait, you are at the pharmacy?
Yes. I quit. I'm ready to move to the farm with you. I'm going whole hog.
Okay. How did they feel about it? Were they like, oh, Matilda, you Josh, you Jake, you gonna come back tomorrow?
No, they were so proud of me. They said they've never seen someone with such a strong, stable marriage.
Stable.
Ready.
Speaking of stable marriages, I have something to tell you on my end. I am in a stable marriage myself.
Yes,
but
10 years
but
tomorrow.
It's not with you. Yeah. Terry, I told her she's not taking it well. She's not taking it well, Terry.
Well, you can't expect her to take it well. I mean,
she's coming here right now.
Oh,
she's coming here right now.
What?
Yeah.
It's time to make some glue.
Whoa.
Oh no!
Think about what you're doing, okay?
So you're the other woman.
Put the blunderbuss down. Put the blunderbuss down.
Yeah. For 10 years, I made your bed, cooked your meals. We talked about having children. And this is what you've been doing behind my back.
I'll be honest, I thought you knew. I thought you knew about us.
I knew that he had a horse. I didn't know he had a lover.
Oh. Yikes. Listen, perhaps we can talk this out. Perhaps if you just put the blunderbuss down, we can talk.
And what? You'll trample me with your big horse hooves and get me out of the way? I know. I've seen that look in your eyes. That's how I got him in the first place.
Well, aren't you going to defend my honor?
My heart's torn between my two loves. Terry, the horse in which my soul was poured. My wife, Matilda.
We made an oath
that I
in
promised
front of God
myself to.
and my mother.
Talking horses? You really think there's a God anymore? Look at this monstrosity. I'm sorry, Terry.
I can't believe you called me that.
No, Terry.
No, it's fine. I'm only carrying your colts.
What?
That's right. And you're the father.
No.
Yeah.
No, it couldn't be.
Yeah, they're gonna have my hooves in your nose. So, alimony or child support, which is it gonna be?
Can we make it like a three-person marriage?
Oh, that's very common in horse culture, and we do live in Utah. So,
let's ride into the mountaintop and think about it.
Yeah, everybody, hop on. No saddle necessary.
To the courtyard. Away.
Woo! Yay!
Oh my gosh.
Plot twist at the end there. That's awesome.
Just don't get good polyam representation in the media.
I tell you.
Yeah.
Well, we had a lot of comments that, and if you guys want to pull, I hear too. If you guys want to pull up chairs, Bryce, we're going to ask you guys some questions about Portal Prov. But while you're getting comfortable there, some people have mentioned about the horse, the glue that keeps the marriage together. The horse, glue. And they went through the dead. They go glue dead horses now because we have the dead bread earlier. So man, that
a lot of guns.
Yeah, the guns. That was awesome. So sister horse instead of sister wives. Love train. So that's awesome.
Heard of a mistress, but have you heard of a mistress? Oh.
Yeah, there you go. This is going awesome. Oh, that's an echo. Sorry, hang on a second. Okay, maybe I'll turn mine down a little bit. So tell people a little bit first about Portal Prov a little bit.
Sure. So Portal Prov is a weekly improv comedy show. It runs every Sunday at 7:00 Central. And it's here in Chicago at Otherworld Theater. Now, we know most people listening or watching may not be in Chicago, and that's okay. If you ever wanted to watch our show, it streams live on YouTube, as well as on Twitch and Facebook. And all you have to do is go to Otherworld Theater's accounts. So Otherworld Theater's YouTube account or Facebook account or Twitch account, for example. And our show, it is a sci-fi or fantasy themed show. So every week we kind of focus on a different fandom. So we've recently done a Chronicles of Narnia show. We did a Rocky Horror show. We've done Star Wars. So we've done a lot of different fandoms. And then it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Yeah. I got connected with Bryce because of you've done several Twitter
TikToks.
Like back in the day when we had more of the Periscope type things, but I know you've done some Twitter live. But watching you do some geocaches, and that's how we kind of got started on it. But really cool. So I've been a big fan. Bryce knows we've talked about this, but I've been a big fan of improv and Saturday Night Live and Second City and all that. So I guess kind of if you could go around the room and everybody kind of tell a little bit about how they kind of got started themselves in improv.
Sure. It's funny saying whose line is it anyway. You bring up kind of these cultural touch points for a lot of comedians, and that was definitely my first understanding of what it could be. So grew up watching Whose Line, and then when I went to college my first year, my college had an improv troupe, and I was like, wait a minute, this isn't just some unobtainable thing I saw on TV growing up and loved and used to play with my friends in elementary school. This is like a tangible group, and there's a community around it. So I started an audition for my college troupe, was lucky enough to have gotten in, and then just continued doing it for the rest of my days. I started out in Austin, Texas, and then moved to Chicago, did stuff at Second City, did stuff around town at a lot of the theaters here, and then eventually went to Otherworld, auditioned, and was fortunate enough to become part of this Portal Prov team. And so that's kind of
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and our cast actually has 12 people in it. So this is just a small cross-section of our team that you're meeting tonight. I don't know if we introduced you before, but introduce your names.
Jono.
I'm Jono.
Yeah.
I think we're on the screen.
Oh, okay, great. I didn't put it on.
I guess I didn't know which one.
Oh, you're good.
Yep. Yeah. So it's so funny because like when I was in high school, I first became aware of improv too, from seeing Whose Line Is It Anyway? And then like when I got into college, my best friend like was really like convinced he was going to be a comedian, and I was not convinced of that at all. So, but he like wanted me to help him start an improv team. So we started an improv team before ever taking classes. And then he graduated a year ahead of me, and I inherited it. So like I found myself in charge and teaching this thing that I had never been taught myself, except for seeing Whose Line Is It Anyway? And this was outside Boston, so I would take the train into Boston and see shows there. And then eventually I started taking classes in Boston, and I was in a bunch of shows there. And I moved to Chicago about 9 years ago, took classes at Second City, and and I was in another show at theater that we're currently at, and that opened up the possibility of me directing Portal Prov. And that's a real quick summary of me.
Very cool.
I grew up playing theater games with my cousins at family gatherings. I also had that magical first moment of seeing Whose Line Is It Anyway? And going, whoa, what are they doing?
Right.
I was a theater kid. I still am a theater kid. All through elementary, middle, high school. My high school had an improv team, which I eventually ended up joining and captaining. I went to theater school, and there was an improv team there. And frankly, I learned a little bit more in my time on our improv team there than I did in some of my theater classes. Like, it really made such a huge difference. So I'm out here now. I've been taking classes as well. I do a lot of work over at The Annoyance, and have been specifically kind of carving out a niche in the musical improv world. That's a favorite of mine that I've shoehorned into our show a lot.
John likes to say that.
Yeah. And I'm here and loving every second of it.
Awesome.
That is awesome. So if anybody has any questions, we have a few, but I want to give people the opportunity in the chat room. If you want to ask a question of the team here, the troupe with Portal Prov, please put that in the chat room. I have a couple questions for you guys, and Bryce, I'll let you guys can determine who wants to try to take it, or you can have multiple people answer these questions. But one of them came from Scrabble Hounds, and by the way, Scrabble Hounds has some giveaways here pretty soon. We're going to get those starting next hour. But she asked, have they ever gotten to laughing so hard during the improv and were unable to continue?
For me, yes, not during a show, but when I'm so comfortable with people and we're doing rehearsal and we're trying to rehearse as if it was a play with no stops and doing like a run through, there's something about it where you're just playing with your buds that I've gotten to that point. Not on stage though. I have broken on stage, but then I like have to very quickly reconsider and then move on.
There was a moment in one of our very first shows, I believe my first show playing with y'all, our Back to the Future show. I had set myself up in a ridiculous scene as Doc Brown, lamenting not being, beloved by my peers in the way I would want. another cast member comes in as a police officer and tells me I'm driving too slow. And I say something to the effect of, "I'm so sorry, doctor, I'll keep moving along." And she goes, "Don't call me doctor. You officer is okay." I am almost right then and there and managed to get out something along the lines of, "I'm so sorry, I'm just so used to everyone I know outranking me in the scientific community." Thankfully, someone cut the scene then, and I could go off stage and laugh until I cried.
Right.
It's the closest I've ever gotten, easily.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever got to the point where we couldn't continue, but it was definitely like gotten to the point where like the audience is in on the joke, and that's super fun when like the audience understands that like you're struggling to continue, and that makes it extra fun.
I will say there may have been times where you kind of have to hold for laughter, but not only because the audience is laughing so hard that you're laughing so hard as well. So it's kind of like a 5-10 second interval where it's like everybody's laughing, you included. And even if you were to try to talk, nobody would hear you because there's so much laughter. And those are the magic moments where like maybe I wouldn't have been able to continue, but because everybody's laughing, it doesn't matter.
That's awesome.
Hold it back. Yeah.
Another question that came in earlier too was that have you guys ever had a time when everybody, because I guess it would have to happen sort of across the board, when everybody got sort of stuck and nobody could kind of carry the story forward at all? And was there a time when you've ever had a time with that where you're like, somebody get us going again?
Thankfully, I think I think we've all been there in shows. I don't think knock on wood, I don't think we've ever gotten to that point in our show. Everyone in our show is pretty much experienced. I'm pretty much a pro at this point, I would say. And there's certain, depending on the show, sometimes there's fail safes against that. So for example, when we were doing our set just now, I think there was a couple times where it looked like the scene might be ending, but we're actually taking you to a different place. Or we were resetting to a different scene without like saying, "Hey, we're done." So most improv has some sort of fail-safe built in where you can just kind of like run across the stage. We call that a sweep, and that just take us somewhere else, right? If someone has an idea of where else we can go, that's something. And then another thing that can be helpful is like anyone who's not on stage has the ability to enter with an idea at any given time. So there's always something that you can add. You just have to be open to the possibility.
Right.
Very cool. It happens a lot more when you're starting out because you don't know these tricks. So there are a few times I remember in class shows where I was taking classes at a theater and it was all students performing, where like one time in particular, everybody was on stage, and usually if you're stuck in a scene, somebody will like run in front and then we'll start a new scene, or we'll just go somewhere else. But because everybody was stuck, we just had a 10-minute scene where nothing happened, and it was terrible. You learn that you can adjust that, or like Bryce just said, a ton of different tricks. And what's fun about improv is that the audience wants to see you fail a little bit and then figure out how you get back on track. So moments where you almost feel stuck and then you recover, it's kind of walking a tightrope because you're always almost stuck, and then you're finding a new way. And that's what's exciting for the audience. So it's a dangerous art. Really cutting edge on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's fun for us too, because we're like, we almost messed it up, and we almost messed it up again, but we're constantly having each other's backs and supporting each other, saving each other from that failure.
One thing I love about the show that we do as well is we have an additional character in every piece, the portal guide, kind of our host figure for the show. Who, as we're doing our longer form, our slightly less structured piece, can jump in at any moment and give us a challenge or a game to play on top of it. So if we feel like we're stalling out and our host also knows that, chances are they're going to sweep in and give us something to spice it up a little bit.
Right. Very cool. So as we start to get to the end, I want to bring in our folks for the next 2 hours. So we got Joshua and Kaity. So y'all say hi to Portal Prov.
Hey. Joshua, the geocaching vlogger.
Hello. That's him. Yeah. So I don't know what Katie's was working for Turner Broadcasting. Joshua, have you do sort of in a sense theater.
I have.
What would you call? I mean, tell everybody real quick what you do, and that might fit in with what they're doing a little bit.
Oh, I see. Well, I actually was a theater major. I went to the University of Minnesota Mankato. But yeah, I perform day-long retreats for young people, inspiring them to be more kind and respectful human beings. And there's a lot of performing involved, a lot of storytelling. So yeah, I'm somewhat of a performer, but I just play myself. I don't play other characters.
Yeah. Well, you've been Elvis and you've been Jerry Lee Lewis. So I mean, you kind of
have. I've done my fair share.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you so much. It's been wonderful having you guys. People are like, I can't believe the hour's over. They have been deeply entertained, and you guys have been wonderful and so thankful. Barney 5 too, by the way. That's the other one. Yeah. It's been wonderful having you guys being a part of our group tonight.
Oh, muted again. No, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
We had a blast. We're so happy to help, raise money for St. Jude's, and I'm just so happy that you guys are doing this again this year, and keep going strong until midnight.
Yes, thank you, sir. And thank you, guys. Yep, we're almost at 3,000, so that's wonderful. You guys have been helpful. So, all right. Well, thanks. We'll talk to y'all soon.
All right. Bye now.
Thank you. All right. Well, let's get reset for another hour.
I'm Hazel and I am 9 years old. I used my creativity to make some art. I have this one. It took me a while, and there is a big heart, some cool designs at the very bottom. We did it at the hospital, and it makes me feel happy that I finished.
Hazel is, just a free-flowing spirit. Every time she's doodling, she's writing, be magic, be kind, show bravery. It's sweet.
I said love. I just was doodling right there.
Hazel was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia at the beginning, and when we arrived at St. Jude, her body wasn't responding the way that it was supposed to right off the bat. So after more testing and because of the wonderful research from St. Jude, they were able to give her a target therapy that specifically targeted those cancer cells. So Hazel is proof that the research that they are doing is working.
You have to be creative with art. You have to use many colors and not just a gray crown. Like this one. It's the world of colors. We kind of made this. We used our hand and cut it out and we decorated it.
Sky's the limit. I want her to go and just see the world and enjoy it. St. Jude is everything. It's made our child whole and happy and smiling daily, and we are forever grateful.
Thank you.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th. Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $12,000, and we can only do that with your help to reach our goal. Please visit the website podcastofhope.com and donate now. Let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
So this hour, our giveaways are, of course, Arted Crafted. They're giving away a shirt every hour. Thank you, Sean. A shirt every hour. Thank you, my friend. And thank you to artedcrafted.com for that. We have another Cashly shirt. So we're doing a t-shirt every other hour, or every even hour, 4, 6, 8, and 10 with Cashly. Thank you, Nick, for giving away some shirts this hour. And this is also our first of the Scrabble Hounds hours. So here's the prize. This is cool looking. This is prize number 1. You get the box and all of the swag that's in the box. And look at the box.
Nice.
It's cool. Look at that. I mean, so well decorated and created. And look at all the swag you get. So definitely give this hour and you will have a chance to win that prize. Hey, Josh.
Hi. Can I add a prize?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So, as many of you may know, we have brand new Geo Challenge of the Month coins. This is a first place coin, and this is a second and third place coin. But nobody but myself and Lisa from Cash Advance has seen there's a special, very, very limited. Like, I think I'm the only one that owns them. A very special new purple coin.
Look at that one.
That you
That is
cannot buy
awesome.
anywhere. You can't buy anywhere. You can't get it anywhere. You can't win it. And I'm giving away one this hour and one the next hour for anybody that donates $25 or more during each of those hours. So
That's great.
they're literally
do that.
I there's a handful of these that even exist. So
right.
We are super excited. Enough of me. Let's talk about the
star
of these 2 hours. We are it would be an understatement to say excited to talk to you, Kaity.
I'm so excited.
I just literally an hour ago finished. I've been binge watching all week the videos of your Appalachian Trail through hike. And I just want to just start off by just like,
yes.
It is amazing.
Awesome.
There are a lot of people that are very excited to hear some stories. I literally have 4 pages of questions. There is no way I'm going to be able to cover all these questions. People were emailing me. They were like, "Oh my gosh, you're going to talk to Kaity?" I have given me lists of questions. So I will try to honor those questions. But first of all, how are you? Are you tired still?
Well, I'm good now. I mean, it took a minute for me to recover, but I feel good. I'm not like hiking a lot right now. I'm still not running again, but okay. My feet are okay now, I think.
Now, which means they at some point they weren't okay.
Yeah, they're just a little sore.
First of all, are you back in the Atlanta area? Is that back where you are? You are.
Yeah, I am now. I was with my parents in like Columbus, Georgia, but now I'm back in Atlanta. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. I think to get started, Gary, you kind of said, Josh, you know what? These are your 2 hours. I'm going to sort of take the lead and you guys chime in because as you see, I have 4 pages of questions.
That's right.
To get through. But Gary, I feel like to get grounded in this. First of all, you had what I would say some Appalachian Trail like general fun facts. I think it would be great for you to maybe share a little bit about just so people understand the scope of what Kaity has accomplished.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I'd love to bring those up. Appalachian Trail is quite a long hike. I'm getting to the right spot
Maybe we should just have Kaity tell us what it's about.
I don't know. I'm interested to hear these facts.
Yeah.
We're over $3,000 now, by the way.
Awesome. Yoo-hoo. Hiking trail, eastern U.S., as we know.
Yes.
Extends, and Kaity knows this real well, 2,200 miles between Springer Mountain in Georgia and Mount Katahdin in Maine. Passes through 14 states, which is incredible. It was first set up proposed in 1921, completed in 1937. After more than a decade of work, although Kaity would probably think that there's parts that still need to be worked on. Improvements.
I did watch her go through a slough, like waist high in water, and as I'm watching, I'm like, wait a minute, this is a trail?
Yeah.
The one that got me, and she's going to talk about it tonight, which is she went over like rocks, I don't know. You have to tell us about the whole going over. There was no trail other than once in a while I would be like, I don't know. It'd be like, oh, really? You're going to paint the white blaze on the side of this gigantic boulder, and I got to go over the boulder.
Right.
Yeah, that's really a trail.
Yeah.
You had those quite a bit. So there you go. There's the basics of the Appalachian Trail.
Okay, we got to make sure that we have to make sure Kaity does most of the talking here. So I'm gonna start asking questions and shut up. But
it's okay. It's all good.
Maybe some of you don't know, but I actually kind of like ran into Kaity, like not this summer, but the previous summer in Central Park. Kaity and I,
random.
Kaity and I, she happened to be in New York City the same time I was, and we got to do the big Central Park multi-cache part of it together.
Yeah, I only did part of it. So,
and it was there, I believe, that you told me that there was a seed and a desire in your mind and heart to hike the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
So my first question is, talk us through just like the whole process of like the vision to do this. What is the genesis? What was the drive initially to actually accomplish this amazing task?
Yeah, I've been asked this question a lot, and I still feel like I haven't like come up with a good answer because I guess the first time I didn't know anything about the Appalachian Trail until I saw it when I went on vacation with my family to Cherokee, North Carolina. And there's a casino there, and my family, my grandma, we were staying there. And I was like, this is the Great Smoky Mountains. I want to go hiking. And so we went up there, and that's when I first saw the trail. And I saw these like two people with backpacks, and they were like really smelly. And I was like, what are they doing? And I don't know if they were through hiking, but I just had never backpacked. And I always wanted to go on trips like that because I love being in the woods. It's just like a kind of zen feeling to be out there. And then I started like obsessively researching it. And then I think that's where the desire came from, is like, I want to do this. It sounds like the people are amazing. And I was just drawn to like the community and I guess just how, and I don't know, like, I think it was the community that sounded really fascinated. And I just love being outside. So it was like the combination of those two things.
Were you a big, long distance hiker before this? Had you had any experience hiking, camping before this?
I mean, I think like I've been doing I've camped a lot with my family growing up, and then like as an adult I've done some trips with friends and stuff, but I never really gone on like a long backpacking trip. I think I did like maybe 3 nights. I did like 1 night by myself and then a couple nights with some friends that have backpacked before. And so it was like 3 nights total that I went on a backpacking trip before I started. I figured, why not?
So hearing that, for me, as I'm thinking about if I was to decide to do this, it sounds really intimidating.
Yeah.
And so tell me about, like, first of all, your thought process as just an individual, because as far as you know, I assume when you started, you thought, okay, you knew you were probably going to meet people, but I'm sure in your mind you were like, I'm doing this by myself. You didn't go into this like, hey, and I think even in New York, you were like, I'm looking for a friend to go with me.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound like that stopped you. You just headed out there on your own. So I guess my question is like the thought process of just the intimidation factor of actually accomplishing this or even doing this. And then also just like the preparation.
Yeah. So the whole, I don't know. I feel like when I like was, I don't know, thing that people have that says like, oh, this might be dangerous, this could be intimidating. I don't feel like I have that. I don't know. I was like, it doesn't exist for me. I think it can be a bad thing sometimes.
Yeah.
But I just was like, this is going to be really cool. Like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I can figure it out along the way. But I've never really had that. And so
Yeah.
it just wasn't like, I wasn't too worried about it. And I probably should have been more worried because like the further on I got, I'm like, wow, this is kind of crazy. What was I thinking? Because I don't know what I'm doing. But like there was so many people that helped me along the way. There was like other people in my same position that had never really backpacked before that was also like getting help from people, because there's a lot of really smart people that have done it for a long time that know their stuff. And so I got just so much help. And
it's really interesting because Fox at the end on the last episode, and we'll talk about her in a little bit, because you became a duo at some point, and you seemed, as the videos portray, you seemed pretty inseparable, and you were like buddies from the Smoky, I believe from the Smoky Mountains on. But what she said at the end in the last video, and by the way, the last video, if you don't have time to get through the whole series, which is like what, almost 70 videos.
I know, I didn't realize it was so many.
Which is so impressive, and I really encourage anybody to watch them, because it really gives you a sense and feeling of what it's like. But at the end, she said that doing the AT trail restored her faith in humanity, just based on all the people that she encountered.
Yeah.
So Josh, just to let you know, there's always the possibility that Fox may join.
What?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be
whenever
exciting.
the time is right. It could happen.
It could happen at any time.
Yeah.
It could happen.
Okay. Well, I look forward to it if that happens. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
But anyway, I have a whole list of questions about relationships, but I want to talk a little bit about like early on when you were quote unquote alone.
Yes.
And what were your feelings, thoughts? Were there any times when you were out there on your own? Were there times? I believe there were times when you were camping alone in the wilderness.
Yeah, there was. I think I could probably count on like one hand how many times I was truly alone.
Okay.
Because there's like different, like you can stay at the shelters, you can stay, there's like, they're called stealth sites, which are really like dispersed campsites, which are just sites along the trail that there's enough room for a tent, and usually there's fire rings and stuff, and so there's not usually like a ton of people around. And so there were a couple times where I just kind of last minute was like, I'm going to stay here, and there was no one around. But then, like I said, like after the Smokies, it was just, I was never alone.
Oh, really?
I was always around people. Yeah.
It is really fascinating as I watched the video, and it might be just how you edited it. It's hard to say. But it really felt like it was just like you and Fox out there on the AT by yourself. But then at the very end, you were like, oh, over 1,000 people had made the through hike. And so I am assuming there were always people around you, but it did really, I'm sure, but it really did feel like from your videos that it was just like you and Fox out there. Tell me a little bit about like the traffic.
Yeah. So, I mean, the AT is like of like all the long trails. So there's like several in the United States, but the AT is probably like the most social is what they say. So like it would be weird to not see at least a couple people in one day. I mean, some sections are more remote, but we like, even in the 100-mile wilderness, we're always running into people, and just like just the way that we did that section, we were just kind of exhausted, or if it was raining, I just didn't pull my camera out. And so, and then a lot of interactions we were having, I just didn't film them just because I don't know. There's some things I just didn't end up filming, which I kind of wish that I had some of them, because there's some awesome people out there. And we had really good friends around us, like as we were going through, just like a bubble is what it's called. So like all the people around you, you're kind of going the same pace. But I just didn't usually include a lot of that.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about some of those other people. So you had Fox, which actually is an acronym.
Yeah,
It's
5 o'clock somewhere.
How do people establish and how do people get their trail names? Do you give them to yourself, or does somebody else like bestow it upon you at a stop?
It's like bestowed upon you.
How
I
does
don't know.
that
I
work?
feel like well, I don't know. It's just you do something and then it's just I don't know. I'm trying to think of like some other ones, like people that are really fast, like Roadrunner. She was really fast, and so that's why she got Roadrunner. And then I got cheese ball because I was like obsessed with cheese balls, and I was like, I'm gonna eat a bucket of cheese balls. I kept talking about it, so that's kind of
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah,
Everybody wants to know about that.
yeah. And so that was kind of, and I guess I talked about it a lot, and maybe if I didn't, I wouldn't have got that name. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't think I gave it to myself. Fox gave it to me. So
Oh, she did.
Yeah, she did. So I'm trying to think of some other ones that there's some really funny ones that have like stories you probably couldn't say out loud.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, like Toad. There's someone I knew, Press. I don't know. There's lots of good ones. And
Is
it's
it
funny
like
to talk.
geocaching when somebody gets a trail name that nobody else can have that name? Like even from the past, can somebody say like you go to a bar and everybody writes their trail name? You're there already was a cheese ball in 1996.
Oh no, I mean there's a lot of really common ones, like the ones that are like there was like several Striders out there. I had a friend, Frodo. There was a few Frodos, and we're like, there's a German Frodo, there's like a different Frodo, and they're like, which one are you talking about? Gotcha. And then there was what was it? Caboose. This was funny. There was like several cabooses, and I was like, which one's the true caboose? Because you can't all be a caboose. So yeah, it's just there's a lot of duplicates, and it's just you just kind of have to say like, oh, you're the German Frodo, and not.
So the people that are seen, I think, most frequently in the videos was, of course, Fox. You reference Roadrunner. When did you run into Roadrunner?
So Roadrunner and Fox were together in the Smokies. They had been hiking together for a while, since like Georgia, and so they had their little duo. And then groceries we met around like Virginia, and then Lil Chap. That's a funny name. We saw him in the Smokies. So the Smokies, they required you to camp in the like certain spots, and
Gotcha.
so. And it's still really crowded. Not a lot of people have dropped off the trail yet. And so it was just really crowded every night. So you just meet a lot of people, and that's where we started forming those little trail families. So
that's really cool.
Yeah.
So I have and I don't know if you're going to be able to answer this question, or it might be an awkward question for you to ask or for you to answer, but it's a question, a really curious question as I'm thinking about it, as I'm watching the videos, and it just has to deal with relationships. Like it seems like you and Fox had a connection. You're like, I'm not, we're not going to, there was some sort of like conversation, like I'm not leaving your side, or like we're going to finish this together. It almost reminds me of the show Survivor. It's like we're going to go final two to the end. That's what it kind of, especially all the themes and talk about. Like it seemed like you were very hungry a lot, and you were very happy about food a lot, which also reminded me of Survivor. But how I'm sure there's people that you form relationships or whatever, and you're maybe on the trail with them, and they pass you or you pass them. How do you, for example, if you were like, I don't know if we want to hang, like you and Fox, I don't know if this happened, but I don't know if I want to hang out with these people for so long. So should we intentionally slow down, or do I have to have like an awkward, courageous conversation with them and say, hey, we're going to move on. It's just going to be, I think it's better if it's just me and Fox. Again, I don't know if any of these conversations happen, but how does that manage those relationships?
Yeah, so I mean, that's a very real thing that happens on the trail. I mean, the relationships, and since there's so many people, I think like so Fox and I, we just like really connected and like have similar hiking styles. We wanted to like explore and do the same things. And so that's why we kind of stuck together, and we're like, we just had so much fun together. So we didn't want to like just leave each other. Right. And then there's always some like strange characters out there on the trail. So sometimes we would definitely like slow down or like stay in town, or if we were to see some people, we would like camp somewhere else or something. I mean, that happened a couple times just because you just have to like be safe too.
Yeah.
But yeah, those conversations happen. It's just like never, I don't think people really talk about it. Like I'm not going to talk about it in YouTube videos because it's just like, I don't know. But yeah, it happens a lot.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of personalities out there, and it's really hard and rare to find a bunch of personalities that mesh together. And so like at one point our group was like 7 people.
Wow.
And so sometimes like we would like have different opinions on where we should sleep that night, or like where, I mean, it's just like general day-to-day stuff. And so sometimes we had to have conversations that are like, I don't know if I want to go into town, or I want to stay an extra day, like just stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's really important. I'm sure those conversations about boundaries and preferences, I could see how they could be awkward, but at the same time, like this is your experience, and you want it to be a good experience. So you have to just be. I'm sure you have to just be okay communicating those things.
Yes.
And actually, GSM X ×2 had a great question. What happened with Roadrunner and groceries? Because we didn't see them on. You did not summit with them, did you?
No, so like around Vermont, it was like the end of Vermont. We just like wanted to stay back in a town, and like there was, I mean, people like seemed like a dramatic thing, but we just like stayed at an Irish pub, and they moved on, and they wanted to keep moving on, and we were like, we're still gonna like lollygag around, and so we just had different ideas of how the hike wanted to go, and yeah, so they finished before us, and we just never like ran into each other again because we were taking our time, and they needed to finish early. So that's all. It was just different types of hiking.
Right. Great. This is sort of a big picture question. I think you referenced in one of your videos, you said there was never a doubt that you would finish the AT. Was there ever a time when it got so challenging or bad, or that you had second thoughts, or you thought about quitting or stopping?
I think no, there was never a time where I wanted to quit, but there were times where I'm like, I just need to get into town and get off of this trail. Like there were moments where I was like, I cannot do this, like especially when it was cold and raining. Like those two together I really don't do well in. Like I just want to be dry and warm. And so there were times where I remember somewhere, I can't remember what state it was, maybe it was New Hampshire, and I saw the storm coming in, there was clouds, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. And so I called on top of the mountain. We called and like booked a hotel, or like I don't know, in this small town. We're like, we're getting off trail. I can't do it. So there were times where I like quit for the day, but I was never gonna quit the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And what's always come through in your videos, and I would guess I'm a fan of the personality profile Strength Finders. Have you ever heard of Strength Finders?
No,
a lot of it's like 26 strengths, and people usually have like their top 5. And I believe, based on what I've observed with you, positivity is one of your strengths.
It can be annoying.
It can be, I think maybe, but I just really feel like when I noticed times where you were tired or hungry or your feet were in pain, like you were still positive. And you were like, you would point at that mountain far, far away, and you would be like, there's where we are. That's where we're going. So I just want to commend you for your positivity. It seems to me that like really pushed you, and I'm sure you pushed Fox, and she pushed you as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here, when I watched the movie, my experience with the AT was the movie A Walk Through the Woods with Robert Redford, and I can't remember what's the other actors in that. Can't remember right now, which is also a book.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess my perception of the AT was much different than what I saw in your videos. And I'm sure people hike the AT in very different ways.
Yes.
And what really got me, that I just had to chuckle and laugh, was when you were like on the side of the trail and you just ordered DoorDash. DoorDash right to the trail. I'm like, wow, this is a modern era. This is not what I imagined.
Yeah. You know, my grandma loves that. She loves that story. She loves to tell people that, because she's like, I thought you were going to be out in the wilderness. And as soon as we started getting close to New York City and those like there's more city, like bigger cities close to us, we were ordering DoorDash to the trail. We did it twice. It was one time was like Italian food, one time was Chinese food, and it was so good. Like I can't express how good it was.
Well, I mean, for the sake of just mental health and just like being able to have those quote unquote conveniences, it's like you got to do whatever you have to do to make it through. And what I appreciated at the same time, you know, you had no problem taking 00 days. And if for those of you who don't know what that is, that's a day where you don't hike anything on the trail, right?
Yeah.
You had no problem. And you guys, I believe I saw you listening to your bodies, because I think my I guess my impression was your goal was to finish it.
Yeah.
And you referenced one time that you were purists, meaning we're going to hike every inch of this trail. Which makes me think, are there people that aren't purists that are just kind of like, I'm going to skip ahead a few miles?
Yeah, there's lots of, so like the white blaze is what you see along the trail that guides us. And then there's like yellow blazing, which is like people sometimes will skip ahead and like in a car and because of the yellow line on the road. And a lot of people did that. They're like, I don't like this section, so I think I'll just go ahead. So that happened.
Cheaters.
Yeah, I mean,
they're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I think it's just personal preference. Some people, and also there was some people that I don't know, like I couldn't believe they were actually doing the trail, like elderly people like in their 70s. And I'm like, if they yellow blaze and skip sections, like I don't care. Like if that's your way of getting to the end, like I'm still gonna call you a through hiker, you know.
It's just
so I think it's just like how you do it. I don't know.
Well, it's similar to geocaching. If we want to refer, everybody kind of plays the game how they want to play it, right?
Yeah.
There's no you know, exact rule book, and I'm sure there's not on the AT either. So here's another thing that was just fascinating for me is like I guess I kind of imagined the AT to be like this really well, just kind of nicely groomed trail the whole way, and just the sheer variety of types of hiking.
Yeah.
And all, I mean, because I pretty much binged the whole series of 70 videos.
Props to you, because there's a lot of goofiness in that.
Well, and the thing that just shocked me,
I watched him as she put him out.
As she put him out, and we'll talk about like,
she knows, because I commented pretty much every time I saw it. She would, and whenever she'd comment back. So it was pretty funny. But by the way, I know I'll let you finish, Josh. But
yeah, for sure.
I do have a video. So whenever you want that about the, I know you got one, but I've got one also where it kind of references this fact that, is there a trail here? So.
Yeah. Well, why don't we show it? Why don't we show it right now?
Okay.
Because I'm really curious about the trail and how, like, I would think I would get lost. Like, where are these white? Like, where did the white lines go? You know that.
Yeah.
I want to ask you more about that. But let's see the video.
Okay.
All right, let's watch the video. Here we go. Get the right one.
How long is this?
We can stop it whenever we want.
You
so
stop
it whenever
when you pull up.
Yeah. It's one of those like I said, we can watch it and in the middle, if just say pause it and I'll pause it. So, all right, bringing it up now. And I love your opening. I've gotten to where I
dreaming that music.
That song is stuck in my.
I know. I was like, should I stop doing this? Nah, I'm not gonna.
Quickly, we're quite a ways in, but
save the newts.
There's Fox. People don't know that are just now tuning in.
You almost missed, not missed. 22:30. Moose Lock is 4,810. Are you ready? It's a big one. We're gonna head up Mount Moose Lock now. It's 4.6 miles up. Dun dun dun. 3.9 miles. Here we go.
So I gotta stop for a second. So something that I appreciate watching all of them was that you guys had these little things like the dun dun dun.
Yeah.
That was just
We
great.
were just
that y'all
constantly
did
making
that.
noise. We would get bored easily. I'm not bored, but we were like just filling the time. Like we were just walking
Yeah.
every day, all day. So we just make noise, just stupid
Yeah.
stuff.
Make a little weird. Yeah. This was great.
Yeah.
All right, let me keep going. Yeah. I don't see a trail here.
Crazy steep. This is escalating.
I think it's pretty choppy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's working very well.
Hard. I close. This is not actually some.
I think we might need to abort. It's not coming through for me.
Yeah, it's like.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, is it herky
But
jerky? Okay, sorry.
It's really herky jerky. Even the sound is. But I think the point is that it isn't just a nicely groomed trail. And literally, I mean, every video, it's like, today we're gonna hike up this mountain.
Yeah.
Like I feel like this is all you did. I didn't imagine. I mean, I knew it was the Appalachian Mountains, but I kind of thought you just like went up there and you just kind of stayed up there.
Yeah.
But no.
I mean, I was surprised every day too. I didn't do that much. I did a lot of research on gear and like what I should have, but like beyond that, I was just like kind of walking and I'm like, oh, we're gonna climb up this, and this is a waterfall. We have to walk down the waterfall.
Yeah. That was the crazy one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably like one of the most dangerous sections that we hiked.
Yeah, it seemed like Fox, there was one section where almost hiking down sometimes felt more dangerous.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
And especially hiking down a waterfall.
Yeah.
And you were hiking through almost like through rivers, swamps, is muddy. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it's for the faint of heart.
No.
Were you surprised? Did you feel like you were now you're a young person, especially compared to me? Did you feel like you were in shape, or did you feel like you really built strength as you went?
It was a built strength. So they call it like trail legs, when you finally feel like you can start doing like, I don't know, 18 miles a day and not like completely die. But
yeah.
Once we hit around like Virginia, it felt like we finally got like a good stride.
Yeah.
And but even still at the end, like especially in New Hampshire and Maine, we were just exhausted because it was just like piled on.
Yeah.
And so it was tough. Yeah, like definitely I felt really strong, but also like tired.
It just felt like most days were over 20 miles. And
Yeah.
I've run a marathon like once. Like you're pretty much walking a marathon almost every other day, it feels like.
Yeah. It was like, I think my average, so with like all the zeros, I think the average ended up being like 11 miles a day, but that includes zeros. Wow. So I don't know what it would actually have been like if I were to take those out, but there were some sections where we did like high mileage just to push through. Yeah.
And you had one day in the 100 acre wood or whatever, 100 mile that you did 38.1 miles.
Yeah, I think it was like almost 39 miles or something. Yeah.
We're talking about that, and that's towards the end of the hike.
Yeah,
but
it was crazy.
There was one day that you didn't even film because the whole time it rained, but we're talking that you were hiking like 18 hours pretty much straight.
Yeah.
Tell me about that whole 100-mile stretch. And like, it just seems like it seems kind of hellish. Like it seems like the darkness before the light.
Yeah.
Feeling. Talk to me about that.
Yeah. I mean, like just from the jump, I would never encourage anybody to do it that way.
What do you say that again? What do you mean?
I would never encourage anyone to like hike the 100-mile wilderness the way that we did.
Okay. tell the people what you did, because did you hike through the middle of the night or something?
We did. Yeah, there was one where we just one night, the 38 mile day. I don't even know what it was. We hiked. We did not sleep. We just hiked through the night, and it was because we were getting towards like the end of September, and the weather was starting to get a little nuts in Maine, and we didn't want to. We had a small window of time where the weather was going to be good, and so we decided to push to get that perfect day, like blue sky day. And so we did the 100-mile wilderness in four days, and there was a lot of rain, and so that also made it a little more difficult, because the 100-mile wilderness is called that because it's just a little more remote and there's not like bridges, so you just like, if there's a river you have to cross it or stream, and so those were a lot higher than we expected, and so each one was like we were getting wet, our shoes were getting wet, or we were taking off our shoes and putting on our camp shoes to cross, and so it was just taking extra time. So that was that part of it, and then we were we were hiking late into it was just really, it was not the greatest way to do it. And so I want to redo it, but I'm so happy we did it that way, so that we could get the summit day that we got.
It felt like you were just pushing. You're like, we're almost there. Yes. We're gonna kill ourselves, but we're gonna get through this, and we're gonna rip the Band-Aid off and hike through. Because you did say, because you hike so much in the dark, that you missed maybe some of the beauty.
Like the 100-mile wilderness is probably like one of the most like beautiful sections in Maine, or like probably some people's favorites of the whole trail. But we did it that way. But the weather was just so bad, a section of it, so I'm like, I don't even care that we're missing like this waterfall, or like, because we're not going to be able to see it. Like there's a lot of points where it's like view of Katahdin, where you can see the final mountain, where like all I see is like mist and clouds.
Right. So you're just like, let's just get through it.
Yeah. And so I don't feel bad about that part, but yeah, it was a slog. There was some days where like, I think one morning we woke up at like 3 a.m. and it was just thunder, and we were like kind of scared. Like there was a thunderstorm right over us. Like I was counting like one Mississippi, and then it would be like crash of lightning and thunder.
Was that the scariest part of the whole thing? Was that 100-mile stretch, or what was there other places that were scarier? Not challenging, but scarier. What times where you felt like, wow, this is a little dangerous?
Yeah, I think the 100-mile wilderness was, the White Mountains are dangerous. Just we had good weather for the White Mountains, so I think that's why it didn't feel as dangerous, but there was more there were more opportunities to fall. Like there was someone, like a fellow thru hiker, broke her ankle and had to get airlifted out of the White Mountains when we were doing, like, I think she was a little bit behind us, but it's just super easy, and it's hard to get to some of the trail, like the sections of the trail. So I think just New Hampshire and Maine in general are scarier. Definitely felt like there was more on the line there than like Virginia.
As you know, you have somebody watching.
Mom's here.
Yeah, my mom is there.
So is Dad. Dad's in the chat too.
So Dad's in there too. So I think, right? This is your dad. Is this your dad? That's your dad.
That's him.
Yep.
Look at him.
Yeah.
So I liked her comment. She didn't know about some of that till it was all said.
No,
done,
yeah,
so
she usually found out about it like after the fact.
After the fact, see, this like
you'll
find out later. Let me do a quick set if I can for a moment of giving. So let me bring up our screen real quick, and so there we go.
Oh, what we jumped. This is great.
We have. We're up. We're almost up. Let's get to 4,000 if we can. Actually, if we can get to about 4,500 this hour, that would be great. So that would be a wonderful thing. Thank you to everyone who's giving. It is wonderful. And again, thanks. All right.
And I would like
Back-
to remind
back to
those,
cheese
I
ball.
literally have a handful of these. So
That is awesome.
the brand new purple Geo Challenge coin, I'm giving out one this hour and one next hour if you donate $25 or more for that hour. All right, Kaity, you said this is kind of baffling, but it's kind of encouraging because this is, I think, on my bucket list to do, as well as many people in the chat. And it's just the fact that you did this is just so inspiring. And what's, a lot of geocachers, we're like real planners, but not all of us are planners.
Yeah.
But I'm just tell me about the process of like, how did you research what was coming ahead? I'm sure you talked to other people, but how did you plan what you were going to do? And like did you plan like days in advance or a week in advance? Tell me a little bit about that.
So we have an app that we use. It's called Far Out. It used to be called Gut Hook, and it had all the maps, and then it would tell us, like, there was little icons along the map. I know geocachers would probably lose their mind with how descriptive this map is, but it would tell us like where each water source was, camping, like a town, and like what restaurants are in the town, and like where to resupply. It just has all the information we really need. And so I used that, and we kind of would get together as a group and be like, how many days of food do we need for this next stretch? And like, which town are we going to be in next? And then we would kind of plan like what tent site we would stay at each night, or, I mean, not every night. We would kind of rough out a plan, and then it would always change. Like,
right.
It's like, oh, we're having a good day and we're kind of taking longer, and it's just like good weather. And then other days we're like, let's keep moving. But usually it wasn't that. We were like, we never did more than we wanted to. But yeah, we would do it like just sections at a time, because it does seem, but I did meet some people that had their plan for the entire trail, which I don't know how they did that. Like, there was a spreadsheet, and it was very descriptive, and it's like, this is how many days, and they sent their food ahead. You can send it to like post offices or hostels, and they would already have it ready, and they would keep going. But I kind of did as we planned as we went, which I think is the way to go, because you can have more flexibility with it.
Right. And it seems to me that you have to be pretty flexible, just because you don't know what the weather's going to do. You don't know if you're going to, you don't know if you're going to tweak an ankle or whatever. Yeah. And for like some of the hostels and some of the places you stayed, did you need to like make reservations, or did you just sometimes show up in towns and like, let's find a place?
Sometimes we would just show up in towns and like try and find like a motel or something and just like all pile in a room. But the hostels, because the trail is so crowded, we had to plan ahead for those. And sometimes they would have like semi-private rooms. So if you have like a group like that we all know, so we could have like, there was one that was in Damascus. It was Lady Di's Airbnb, or no, it was an Airbnb. It was a B&B. And she had like a room with 5 twin beds. And so it was like, you weren't in a big bunkhouse. So like all of our little trail family was in that one room. And then, which was really nice, so that we could like it wasn't as like open, because some of the bunkhouses, you're just like, everybody is in there, and it's snore central, and all the smells. So that was nice to have like some privacy.
Yeah. But, it was just stinky all the time.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you get used to people's smells. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I didn't really, like, you'd get around some people and be like, wow. But like when you're around it, for so long, I don't know, I kind of like didn't notice. Yeah. But I would always make sure to apologize, like when we would hitchhike into town. I'd be like, I'm so sorry for the smell. Like, if there was a truck, I'd be like, please let us sit in the bed of the truck. We don't want to do this to you. So.
And we're, speaking of hitchhiking, because lots of times you were, when you got off that trail, you were like, you know what, I don't want to exert any more energy today. And so you're hitchhiking, and thankfully you had Fox with you most of the time. But like, a lot of people would think about that, wow, that's super risky or dangerous. But I'm sure like a lot of these people were so used to picking up people that it's just a part of their life. But so I'm curious about the culture of these, like many of these small towns that embrace the hiking culture of the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah, it's like they're trail towns. Like I think you can actually get like I don't know if it's certified, I forget, but you can tell they're like some people will say hikers welcome or on the signs of their stores and stuff, and you can tell just by the people that are driving around that it's going to be a hiker friendly place. And there's like the restaurants kind of know when we're coming. I think one time there's a small mom and pop restaurant that got cleared out by through hikers. Like they ate all of their food.
Oh my God.
So yeah, there's I don't know, it's just like people are aware of the town, and they were usually small. So I think like the larger cities, they're like, oh, I didn't realize that this even existed. But yeah, there would always be like hiker. There's one town in Virginia that had like a hiker, just an area where we could go for free to do our laundry. And there was like a locker to lock our stuff up so we could go into town and get food and stuff. So yeah, towns are like super, I don't know. They're just, people are so nice.
We're almost approaching 5,000.
Wow, that's crazy. How did that happen? Wow.
Because Kaity, you're just entertaining them so much. Like, you know what? We need to give more money. If Kaity can hike 2,200 miles, I can surely give a few. Oh, somebody gave. Oh my gosh!
Anonymous.
Somebody said, "Way to go, Kaity," and gave $1,000.
Holy cow! That's amazing.
That's awesome.
That's amazing. So thank you, Anonymous. That is
Yeah,
very,
seriously,
very generous.
thank you. That's awesome.
Will somebody, now the question is, will somebody match it? And that's almost as many miles as you hiked.
Yeah.
So
incredible.
I have like in my section of questions, I have a whole page on logistics.
Logistics, yeah.
Logistics.
Oh, I loved it.
Because a lot of, I think a lot of people, this is a dream come true, and they're like, how could I do this? Is this possible for me to do? So a couple of funny questions, like how many pairs of do you know how many pairs of shoes or boots you went through?
Yeah. Let's see. 5. I think 5.
5. That's less than I would think.
Yeah. Well, so I think some people went through more. I changed to a different pair. The last pair I had, because the other ones were like, I think was the root of my foot issues. So I think it was 5. But then like Fox, she had boots. So I think she went through 4.
Okay.
I think.
And I just want to say, for all those who have watched your videos pre-Appalachian Trail, we were just proud that you were wearing shoes, because early on, there's a lot of geocaching Kaity earlier years where she is geocaching in her flip-flops.
Yeah,
right?
They're not flip-flops, they're chacos.
Okay, chacos, sorry.
I will die on this hill. They're hiking sandals.
Okay, hiking sandals.
I'm kidding. I mean, if I could, I would have hiked in sandals for some of it.
Yeah.
I would have.
Did you know going into it how long it would take you? You were out there. This just kind of blows my mind. You were out there for 6 months. 6 months. That's like a chunk of time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a kind of a projected end time? Summit day?
Well, I thought it was going to be about 6 months, and I actually thought I probably would have finished. No, I knew. I was like, maybe I'll finish in like 5, but then I was having too much fun, and so I wanted to drag it out. But they close the end, so Katahdin gets dangerous, I guess, with the weather, and so they close it for a little bit before they reopen it for like winter hiking. So depending on what the weather does, it's usually around mid-October, and so I knew I needed to finish by then.
Look at that, Kaity. Look at that. We just went over $5,000. We got some big jumps. This is fantastic. Nice. Thank you, Jay. Woo! Very small, Jay London, 1963, for that $100 donation. I believe that put us over the top of the $5 grand.
That's amazing.
So thank you.
We're kind of caught up. That's awesome.
So apparently we should have just gotten Kaity and Josh on to start.
Yeah,
we could have gone to bed by now. We'd have been good to go.
We could talk till midnight. You want to change the schedule? I got a lot of questions.
I do want to make a note that people are asking me as well about I need this information. What is this? What is this information that Josh? It's like, it's in our show notes. They will be up on the website. Probably not tonight because I'm a little busy, but we have all that, all those questions and all that information. So that is wonderful. And continue, Josh. You have a lot of great questions in there.
Yeah, sure. Are we going to take a break at the 9 o'clock hour?
What we'll do is we'll do a reset at 9 o'clock, and we'll do we got some info, and again, whenever you're, I think she's standing by, so whenever you want to have Fox.
Ooh, she's standing by.
Yeah, well, she hasn't joined, but I'm saying is I think Katie can just contact her and she can join us whenever.
Wait a minute, is she in this? Is she in the same room?
Maybe.
What?
She might be there.
What? All right. Well, if that is maybe, let's bring her in after 9 o'clock. How about that?
After the 9 o'clock, yeah. So
that sounds good.
That's fantastic. That's a surprise to me. Did you intend to surprise me, guys?
Well, it just was good timing. It was just perfect timing.
Perfect.
Yeah,
it worked great.
Surprise! You're now roommates.
Yeah.
All right.
What did you
bring? What did you bring on the trip that you thought you were going to need that you absolutely didn't need, and you just did? You ditched it.
What did I do? What did I ditch? Well, okay. So I had a sleeping bag liner, and it was kind of, I thought I would need it for warmth, but my sleeping bag was fine on its own, and a lot of people use them to keep your sleeping bag kind of clean, I guess, and not as smelly, but I don't know, it was just extra, and so I got rid of it pretty soon on the trip. Yeah.
And then the reverse, what was something that you acquired that you were like, I could not have lived without this, and I didn't even bring it, I didn't think of it?
So this was early on, but I got a pillow, like the blow up pillows. So mountain crossings, like in Georgia still. And it's one of the first, I don't know, like outfitters that you reach. And it's kind of a dropping point for like a ton of people. And I got there and I was like, I was using a stuff sack with like my extra clothes. And I was like, this is not cutting it. I need something else. And so I asked the guy that worked there and he's like, you got to get this one. And it was worth it. I love that pillow.
Yeah, and you referenced, I think later on as you were getting farther north, and as it was summer was turning to fall, you were almost looking forward to chillier nights because you had like this apparently really cozy blanket.
Yes, well, it was it was so hot. It was that section. It just I was sweating like you could never really. I was just constantly sticky. I probably didn't even need a sleeping bag at that point, because it was so hot. So I welcomed the cold. But then when it got like really cold and rainy, I was like, I want the warmth back.
Yeah. What do you think were the 2 words? Because I know the answer. This is a quiz. This is a quiz question for you.
Okay. Oh no.
What were the 2 words that you said the most on your videos during this series?
Oh no, because you binged it, so you probably.
I started tallying. I started tallying.
Oh, this is so beautiful. Probably.
Yes. Yes, beautiful. Beautiful was one, but then there's another one.
Oh no. I don't know. Now I feel
okay.
Oh,
and
man.
you use this next word usually to reference like whatever town you were in or whatever like little building you saw or.
Oh no, I don't know.
Everything was cute. Everything was cute.
It
and
is
beautiful.
Cute
I think beautiful. you need to create. I don't know if you have a store. You should start a store for your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And it should be like an Appalachian. This is a free idea for you. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Appalachian Trail, and then just it's cute.
It's cute. There were so many cute things though.
I know.
The chipmunks alone. Like I just all day. That's why we hike so slow sometimes. We were just looking at cute animals.
Yeah. Okay, that's a great transition. So, wildlife.
Yeah.
That was something. That was a question that many people had. And by the way, many of these questions came from Nancy from the Deadliest Cachers, who just absolutely, she loved it. She loved your videos. I think she's in the chat. She's been really looking forward to this interview. But talk to us a little bit about the wildlife that you encountered.
Yeah. So there's people love to ask about the bears, and so the bears are like big, fluffy, cute creatures. And
Again,
they never bothered. We saw a ton in New Jersey, but I never had any issues with bears. They left us alone and we left them alone. And then I saw a moose in Maine, 2 moose.
That was
which
cool.
I never understand. I know this is off topic, but they're goose and then geese, but why isn't it moose and then meese?
Because that sounds too small.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're so big. We were listening to a podcast and Fox was like, stop. And I was like, what? She's like, do you not see that? And it was just like a big black blob in front of us, like up on the trail. And so we had to stop and kind of like backed up a little bit and waited for it to move off trail. And then we kind of ran by it. And then we like looked at it a little more because the like rack on it just was huge. I just had never seen anything like that. Yeah. That was scarier than the bears.
The moose. Yeah, I believe it. They're intimidating and they can charge. And
yeah, I know. I'm from Georgia. I see deer. I don't know anything about moose.
You did saw plenty of danger noodles too. Danger noodles.
Oh my gosh, yeah, those. The rattlesnakes scared me too. Yeah. Because they would just be sunbathing on trail and you're just going around a corner and they're just laying there.
Yeah.
So yeah, those were scary. But the little ones, they're like cute little tiny black ones with the yellow stripe. Those were cute. I liked those.
Those were cute. But
cute. Appalachian Trail is just cute.
It is.
Right. Whenever she said that, I'm sure she was tired of me commenting. But I would, when I watched the video and she mentioned it, I'd go, Danger Noodle.
Danger Noodle. Yeah, there's so many.
Danger Noodle.
All right.
Hysterical.
It is 9 o'clock.
All right.
I believe we're going to take a break, but don't leave and keep giving money because now there's another coin up for grabs. And when we come back,
another coin.
When we come back, a surprise guest, no longer a surprise, Fox will be joining us.
Dun, dun, dun.
Cancer is not fair. We need to fight harder. We need to understand better. We need to take steps forward.
It is so heartbreaking to see the parents, how they react, but unfortunately, sometimes you have to say no.
A lot of these children, they have dreams. I want to give these children a fighting chance.
The doctors would tell us, when patients hear about this, they don't come back anymore. They just wait for the disease to take over. We just accept it, let it happen.
St. Jude was founded in the 1960s with the goal that no child should die in the dawn of life. And that means any child suffering today of cancer is our responsibility.
At St. Jude, we don't care who cures cancer, we just need to advance the cure.
Our mission is local and global.
This is what we're all called to do, to address the suffering of precious children and their families on a global scale.
Real victories are those that protect human lives. You should be the hope for any child across the globe.
We all exist here on this planet to benefit others.
If we have the ability to help, then we have a responsibility to help.
I think it's the kind of place that stands as a beacon for pediatric cancer.
St. Jude is bold to try and bump cure rates all around the world.
Unbelievable courage to tackle the impossible.
These are the kind of discoveries that you want the world to have.
This is the movement.
We could save more lives.
St. Jude, you're saving so many children.
This is the effort.
So we want to reach out to more children and cure more.
Transform the landscape of pediatric cancer care across the globe.
Help humanity at large.
Every child with cancer should be cured.
Our work's not done. Every child
should be able to live a long, healthy life.
And we will not stop until we cure all these children.
You're doing something good, not only for the patients, but for the world.
When Danny Thomas said not child should die, he was thinking about kids all over the world.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $12,000, and we can only do that with your help to reach our goal. Please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
Hey!
Oh, there she is!
Cheers!
Hi. He's there. All right. Let me mention our giveaways for this hour, and Joshua, I'll let you do yours as well again. First off, though, we got Arted Crafted again, a T-shirt every hour. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, artedcrafted.com. Go check them out. Pick up a shirt. Maybe pick up a Coins for Kids shirt. One of those. You can get what you want. They got lots of different selections at Arted Crafted. We've got a new one we haven't mentioned before. This is coming in tonight at this hour. A couple of them. So we have really good ones. They've all been good, but this one is a little different. We have Oak coins. So if anybody's familiar with Oak, they're going to be giving away swag packs. So we've got 3 separate swag pack giveaways. So you get 3 chances this hour for that one. So thank you, Oak Coins and Janae. You guys have been great to work with, and so excited to have them as a sponsor for this hour. And also, Dale and Barb, Space Coast, they have a 5-coin gift pack. So that is really cool. So if you win, you get all 5 coins. So nice. Definitely give this hour. You're going to have a great chance at winning this cool 5-coin gift pack from Dale and Barb at Space Coast. Check out Space Coast Geo Store and let them know that you're happy that that they're a sponsor. So there we go. All right. Here's an update. All right. We're at 5213. That's awesome. So keep on going. This is awesome. So, all right. So we have a new guest.
We have a new guest. Before we say anything about the new guest, I also just want to say too.
Oh yes,
we have another purple.
Another one.
There's only a handful. I think I only have 10 of these. I think like only 10 exist. I'm giving away 2 of them. Another one this hour to anybody that donates $25 or more this hour. Let's make it happen. And now we are here with Geocaching Kaity, Cheeseball.
Yeah.
And now Fox. Woo! Welcome. Let's give Fox a round of applause. She did it. She accomplished it. My first question for Fox. First of all, I didn't realize you were going to be on. So, but I'm very excited. I feel like I'm talking to a celebrity because I just watched you for many, many hours.
Oh yeah, we all have.
My question to you: how does it feel, Fox, to be a geocaching celebrity now?
Unexpected, like the rest of the trail, but it's an honor. I helped her find some geocaches.
You did.
Actually,
did.
Found them better than I could. So, yeah.
Well, it was those fresh eyes, and I think that's a good way to start here. Is that when did Kaity? You probably noticed that she was filming. So did you pretty quickly realize that she was a YouTuber? Did she explain that to you early on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty quickly. I actually hiked with all YouTubers.
Yeah, everyone had
every single one.
Yeah.
Everybody had a YouTube channel, and I was like, well, I guess I'll just be a part of their YouTube channels.
Yeah, you don't have to document it because everybody else around you is documenting it.
Yeah. It was a documentary of Fox.
It was nice. I didn't have to do anything
from every angle.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
I also want to take a moment and mention we do have one of our other members of the Geocache Talk Network with us. So Pizza Ninja is with us tonight. So there's John. So John's going to be along for the ride as well and probably has some questions. John lives up in New York. So how far are you from the AT Trail, John?
Oh, man. I am in beautiful Western New York, up near Buffalo area.
Oh, that's cold.
A little bit cold. I know we looked out a few weeks ago when I said we were lucky we only got 2 feet of snow, because actually just about like 30 minutes north of us, they got almost 6 to 7 feet of snow. But it's a beautiful area, and we have Eternal Flame Falls, which is one of the most beautiful earth caches out there as well too.
Absolutely.
So definitely, if you haven't come there, you need to come there. But yeah, Kaity and Fox, oh my God, thank you for all your videos. All your videos have been amazing to watch.
Yeah,
as a fellow hiker, I truly appreciate them. I actually got injured about 2 months ago.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I actually just started walking again this past week, so I'm very thankful for that.
Yay.
But all of your videos are giving me so much inspiration to return to the hiking and return to the trails.
Yay, I'm glad.
Yay. I'm glad you're better.
Awesome. Oh, thank you.
So Fox, when did you know about geocaching prior to meeting Kaity? I guess that's my first question.
Yeah, a little bit. I work at REI, so I have a couple of coworkers that do geocache. But that's like I only knew like basic knowledge about it, but she taught me a lot.
Yeah.
About the
I dragged
community.
her along.
Yeah.
It's funny because REI, not sponsored, but I'm sure we would love REI sponsorship.
We would love
of
them,
this
yeah.
show, yeah. But REI, when I started geocaching probably about 15 years ago, had an actual geocaching section in the store.
Oh, no way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, where they had like little containers and they had little coins and stuff. I think they discontinued it, but I remember early on, I was like, oh my gosh, REI has a geocaching section in their store. I thought that was pretty cool. So you knew about geocaching prior to meeting Kaity. When was the first cache that you guys found together? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember. I think it was North Virginia. No,
it was after Smokies.
Yeah. I don't know,
so-
but I remember it was like the hint was like a certain kind of tree, and I was like, I don't know what kind of tree that is, and she did. So she's like, I found it.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was right underneath this tree in like a little hole.
Yeah. So she helped me because I didn't know what tree it was.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
This was one of the questions actually somebody had. Kaity, did you find a geocache in every state that you walked through? Uh-oh.
I had every intention of doing that, but then it just got like, for some reason, like there were long sections of the trail where there were no caches on it at all. And so it's almost like, I think probably they weren't allowed in the AT corridor. And so I was not walking any extra steps to get a geocache. And so a lot of them just weren't on the trail. And so it just kind of wasn't convenient. And then when I was in town, I'm like, I'm going to go find some geocaches. And then I just was sleeping like all day. So
I can imagine, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I'm sure there was often a lot to think about. So there was like thinking about where you were staying that night. You were thinking about making sure, I'm sure as a YouTuber myself, like knowing what's worth filming and what's not worth filming. I mean, you were out there for 6 months. So you're like, I'm sure you had to like make decisions like, is this worth filming? And then thinking about people, maybe they don't know this, but you edited the vlogs as you were on the trail.
Yeah, that took a long time. So it was a lot. And I wish I had planned. I don't know. It just sometimes I was so tired.
Yeah. I imagine. Since we have Fox here, which stands for 5 o'clock somewhere. Fox, how did you get your trail name?
Yeah.
Oh, it was in Georgia at a hostel.
Okay.
I decided to stay, do a work for stay. Basically, I helped out and they let me stay there for free. And I was cleaning like the common spaces, the kitchen. I opened the refrigerator, and whatever is left over is like free for all. So I found beers, and I'm like, oh, I guess it's 5 o'clock somewhere. And really early on, I was like, okay, I accept that name.
Yeah,
yep, that was it.
That's awesome. And that was actually one of the questions that I had too. There seemed to be a lot of beer drinking. Beer drinking was a theme, not only for you, but it seems like almost everybody on the trail. Did you establish a hankering for, was there a new beer that you discovered for all our beer lovers out there?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Oh, like cheap
cheap
beer.
Yeah, that was a go-to, or like Budweiser. I don't know. Like I'm not like, I don't know, good beers. I just was like, this is good. It was anything that was cold.
Yeah, it was cheap, and we were so tired and not eating enough that it did
calories.
The calories.
Yeah.
The calories. That's what we said.
Yeah, I think
beer and Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
my gosh.
Also not sponsored, but Coke, if you're listening, you should sponsor Kaity's videos, because Coca-Cola was highlighted. Coca-Cola was highlighted many times. Like they were literally like you'd be done with a hard day and you'd be like, wait for it. And you're like, it was like
sound.
Yeah, Coca-Cola ASMR. It was like, man, Coca-Cola should give you a few bucks for all that that promotion.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the best trail food you had along the way too?
Are you talking like on trail or like in towns? Like the food we ate while we were hiking?
In town. What was the most amazing food?
Oh man. I remember a cheeseburger in Virginia, and I had 2 of them because we went back. It had bacon jam on it, and it was huge. It was so good. It was right after like the Shenandoah National Park, Front Royal, Virginia. If you're in there, message me. I'll let you know. It was the best burger I had on trail.
Nice.
Oh man, love to do that. Love to go down, do the Grayson Highlands, and
oh my gosh, the horses.
Yes, the horses.
Mm-hmm. Or the ponies. I don't know what they were.
They're ponies.
They're cute. They're cute.
They're cute and wild. For me, it would have been steak. Craving like protein.
Yeah, we had a major lack of protein. So steak.
Yeah. Steak really did.
Anything with meat.
Yeah.
Well, you guys were so funny too. I'm sorry. You guys were so funny because the videos, because like I said, I didn't binge watch you guys. I watched you as she put them out. So there was a point in there too. I knew, and I understood fully, but there would be like gaps, and then all of a sudden toward the end, Kaity was putting like, it was a video every day, boy. Here's another video and another video. And I think it confused people too a little bit. I knew that you were ahead of the videos, which was fine because I didn't care. I was just glad you were posting.
Yeah.
But the videos were great because you did really capture this idea by both y'all that like, oh my gosh, we're gonna eat some real food for and not just stuff out of your pack. You got to go to a restaurant and you're like, all right, check out this. You show the food. You're like, check out the food we got. This is awesome.
Yes.
And, we were really excited to see them.
Good. So delicious.
It reminded me so much of episodes of Survivor where they're just out there just so hungry, and then they get like a major award, like food, and they just free. It did remind me so much of that.
Yeah. I felt that way.
Yeah.
I was going to say, every time you guys saw Trail Magic on there, you could see your eyes light
Trail
up.
Magic.
I know.
So for those of you that don't know, Trail Magic is like often just like coolers that are along the trail that people fill for through hikers. And I am curious, what was the best Trail Magic that you remember? You're just like, you were blown away. You're like, I can't believe somebody put this out here for us.
Yeah, we might have different answers. I feel like there was in the Smokies, this might not be the best one, but it was like the most impressive maybe was they had hot dogs, hamburgers, and mac and cheese.
Like, and there were people there. It wasn't just like out there. It was like people.
Yeah, it was like previous thru hikers, and they, I guess, maybe rented an RV, and they were just out there grilling for people at like super early in the morning. Like I think we ate like a cheeseburger, a hot dog, and mac and cheese at like 10 a.m.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Fox, what about you?
I think in Vermont there was a woman off the side of the trail right before we got in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
And she had like fresh watermelon salad with all local products.
Yeah.
With like delicious local beers, and a chocolate lab was there too. So
Yes.
like all of that was like, oh, this is amazing. Fresh food, good drinks, and good company.
Yeah.
And
she had like a jam and cheese spread on
Oh my
crackers.
goodness, that was so good.
It was fancy.
It was fancy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Fox, you were baby in the wings. So were you just listening to the interview as we were?
Yeah, I was.
No, I would love to hear from your perspective, like the moment when you met Kaity, and like the process of like your relationship when you decided, okay, I think I wanna finish this whole thing and be companions with her throughout the whole trail.
I met her.
Or maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. You just like, fine, I'll hang out with you.
I hate her so much. No, it was pretty early on when I realized that we both had very similar personalities and hiking styles, and we both like to goof off, but also enjoy all the little moments and animals and towns. And I was like, you know what, this is really awesome. Let's just stick together and see how far we want to go. And it ended up being the whole thing.
Downhill crew.
Yeah. And we hiked the same like speed. The uphill we can't do. I'm so slow going uphill, but downhill we would just go down really, really super fast. Nice. And that's how we got closer. And and that was it. Yeah.
Nice. So I'm gonna get a little ahead of myself. So you're in Atlanta right now. Where do you usually live? Where do you reside?
I live in New Jersey, actually.
Oh wow.
Yep.
And are you just down there visiting?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was like, I was like, oh, this is perfect timing.
Is this the first time that you've been together since the trail?
No, I've been up to New Jersey a couple times. Like we went to a soccer game together. Like that's what I love about the trail is it's just like lifetime friendships.
Yeah. Fox, you referenced at the end of the when you were about to summit, or you actually did some. It looks like you did some interviews.
Yeah, one of the times I did.
Okay, that was impressive. I thought it was so cool to include that in that final video. And if you're watching this and you're like, boy, I don't know if I can get through 70 videos, I really recommend. Well, watch some of them. Watch a few of them, but you got to watch that final video. Is some of your finest work. It actually brought me to tears as I was watching. It was very, very moving, especially some of the stuff that you said in that video, Fox. But you referenced in it that it was reaching that summit was elation. There's like some sadness there, and I can just imagine it when you spend that much time with a person and then it's over, and then you're like, okay, it was the trail that kind of brought us together, but now like New Jersey, Atlanta, like how talk to me about that. Like I can imagine that would be really almost kind of sad.
Yeah, it definitely was sad, just like spending so much time 24/7 every single day together to like, okay, bye. It's kind of like a reality check in a sense.
Yeah.
But like Cheeseball already said, it's a lifelong like friendship, and we're just trying to make future plans with future hikes and other adventures, because like we know that we get along really well, so we can do a lot of crazy things together. So there's that to look forward to.
And the cool thing about Kaity being a YouTuber too is that you'll forever have it documented, at least some of the moments. I always, when I did YouTube early on, my kids were little, and you'll always have that to jog your memory, because you'll always have that. The trail, you'll always have the trail and that connection with that person. Kaity, I'm really curious. I literally went through my questions and circled what I need to ask and crossed out what I already asked. Anyway, but I'm really curious. This is a kind of a nerding out thing, but I'm really curious about the filming, like storage of video. I'm curious how you edited. Like, did you bring a laptop with you?
It was a struggle. I was on the struggle bus. Okay, so I originally was planning on bringing my DS, like my mirrorless camera, like a big chunky thing, and I had the I guess the thing that you put on your backpack and you can snap it. What are they called?
The clip.
Yeah, the clip. Yeah, you could put it on, and I was like, yeah, that's good. And then I realized when I did that, I was like, this is too big, and so I had like a small point and shoot camera, and so I had to have the SD card. Originally, you could like transfer it through like Wi-Fi, I guess.
Okay.
But it took so long to do that. And so I would just be like, and then I couldn't do anything on my phone while it was happening. So I'm just like staring at it. I'm like, this is not working.
Wow.
An adapter, an SD card adapter to plug into my phone. And then I was editing with like the Premiere Rush, like the mobile version.
On your phone. You were editing all those videos on your phone.
Yeah, and it just and like being an editor, I was like, this is driving me nuts because I can't do what I want to do. And so a lot of audio issues. I'm like, I can't fix this. And so yeah, it was hard. And I lost like footage sometimes. I like had major that's a big reason why there were gaps in my footage, like uploading, because I was just like behind on editing and like it would pile up because every single day I was like recording stuff and then it just piled up. So it was a struggle.
It was impressive. I mean, because the fact that you were editing, I figured you were editing on your phone, but I mean, as I'm even watching it, I know it's just like cuts, but still, you're adding music, you're adding swells in music. Like you did a great job, and actually, it was kind of refreshing just to have something kind of more raw from you.
Yeah,
it was all about content. It wasn't necessarily about like having the perfect edit.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't as polished as I would have maybe if I had it like footage now and waited until I was done, it would look different.
Yeah. But I think
unfortunately I think you lost some footage too, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. I dropped my camera just like weird angle and then all the footage on the SD card was gone. And I was like, what happened? So there was some days, I don't even remember what it was, but something like Virginia.
It was sad.
Yeah, I was like, no.
It dropped from on a picnic table.
Yeah,
like,
just
1 inch and she lost everything.
Yeah, it was crazy, but I learned my lesson and I started backing things up too. So it just took a while to figure. It was just like as I was going, I was figuring out the best way to do it.
Now, gear-wise, with your InReach Mini, did you use that for like communicating over the satellite much?
Yeah, I mean, Fox can answer this one because we had a couple situations where she had to use the SOS button.
Yeah, I had a limited like messaging, so I used it a lot more than Cheeseball did. But in Shenandoah's and somewhere up north, Connecticut, I had to use the SOS button twice for strangers who were hurt.
Yeah.
One lady fell off a cliff in the Shenandoah's, and there was not really good service, so I had to press SOS button then. And then another lady broke her ankle, and I just pressed it for search and rescue.
Wow.
Yeah. So like, so glad that, and it was nice because we both had one. I mean, we were always together, but it's definitely felt really nice.
It felt really good that like you always had
a backup plan
and a way to talk to people.
Yeah.
Even when there was no cell phone service.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really, a really great tip for anybody that's considering doing that is to have that. And I'm just amazed by the amount of technology to help people get through this. It's so different than in my mind of just like, I'm going to take my tent and we'll and my poles and hope I make it.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of technology that helped us.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. Does somebody else have a question? I just got to look at my list here. I have a lot more questions.
Yeah, while you're resetting, let me bring up our totals currently. So there we go. We're almost at
nice.
Close. Yeah.
All right.
56, 28, 75.
That's amazing.
That is awesome. Yeah, that is amazing. Thank you, everybody, for your donations, and it means a lot to us, and obviously anything we can do for St. Jude is tremendous. So I had a quick question, Josh, if I could jump in one of mine while you're sort of resetting yours. There were for people, again, this is kind of a also for folks that are not as familiar with the Appalachian Trail, is that we always talked about the white blaze, which was, sometimes in the craziest things. I know Fox said, we talked earlier, like, oh, look, I'm going across the boulder and there's a white blaze. Oh boy, thanks. There's a real trail here. Somebody's tell them there's no trail here. It's just a white blaze, but tell people about whenever y'all did Blue Blaze and what was kind of a, I'm so glad we did this blue blaze?
Let's see. I know before I met you, there was a time, and I actually went, and it was a geocache near a plane crash. It was, I think, in North Carolina, and that was a blue blaze, and there was a rock, and I watched the sunset, and I was really glad I did that one. It was just beautiful, and that one was buried basically, and I felt really happy to find that one.
Very cool.
Now, when you do a blue blaze, is it skipping over part of the white blaze path?
No,
it's not.
Yeah, so
out and back,
like you go out and back, or
it's an out and back.
Yeah, it's an out and back. Yeah.
It's not like it takes you a different route and then you're back on the trail.
Yeah, sometimes it does that, but we would always
go back
because we're
purists.
Yeah, we always go back and we're like, we can't miss any white blazes.
Yeah.
A lot of viewpoints. Blue blazes that.
Killington,
yes, that was a wonderful blue blaze. We went off a side trail and we had to climb up this really steep rock face up to the top of Killington, which is all the ski resort.
Yeah.
And it was kind of crazy because when we got there was tons of tourists and we're like, why are there so many human beings here? And they're so slow. And tons of mountain bikers were there too.
Yeah, it was cool.
It was really cool. Yeah.
That was
in Vermont. Yeah.
For those of you in the chat that don't know what a blue blaze is, just because we just brought it up and referenced it, it's essentially a side trail of the AT. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon.
Mentioned blue blaze. Yeah, thank you so much. And
so,
y'all, real quick too. Also, y'all got really good at chunking your pulls.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fox y'all both would throw them and then laugh, which I loved. But y'all were like, we're going up this. Sometimes you had to climb like straight up, and you're like, "Here, watch out! Here comes the pole!"
Yeah.
The pole maintenance was interesting. How they would just go dull, or the tips would be like. It seemed like that was a maintenance thing that you had to do every once in a while. Was that true?
I didn't even realize. I mean, she was helping me with all this stuff, and right before the lights, were ducking some weather, and we just happened to go into a town that had some outdoor stores, and I replaced my tips, and then you did at some point too.
Yeah. I was like, the sheer amount of hiking, the mileage. I'm a backpacker before. I'm pretty avid backpacker before the thru hike, but like. Consistently hiking to the point where our tips would disappear into our poles or break off.
They're just little nubs.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And I had to change it once. You changed it once, and then I just had to completely replace my poles because they were disintegrating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Fox, you referenced earlier on that you work for REI, and you referenced I think at the end of the trail, you're like, I'm really loving this out here, but I got to get back to work.
Yep. Yeah. Basically, I was like, we have to summit. I have to go back to work in 4 days.
Oh my God!
Crazy.
We were rushing.
Did REI did your work have an understanding that you were just going to take a leave of absence and?
Yeah. I had all our employees have something called a venture leave, so I took that.
Wow.
I was approved for 5 months. And then, but we did it for 6 months. But my managers and my coworkers are very supportive, and they understood it would take a little bit more time, so they saved my position for me. Yeah, but I didn't want to push it any further.
Right.
Yeah. So I was like, I have to go back to work. Let's go.
And the weather's just getting so bad. We're like, we gotta go.
Yeah.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, with REI's mission to have people that are passionate about and they're out there adventuring, it's like that's really cool. And Kaity, does Turner have an adventure leave of absence program?
No, they actually. So it's like, I don't even know. I think it's Warner Brothers Discovery now. Like they've merged with. Okay. Yeah, but they. I said goodbye to them. But it was a great place to work, but no adventure leave.
Yeah. So It makes me just think, I was really curious about this, is like, did you guys keep track of, or do you have a sense of how much it costs for the whole trip? And I'm talking about gear, food, like all the way through. Do you have an idea, like ballpark of like what it costs you to do this 6 months?
I was like, a big number that gets tossed around a lot is $6,000 for for 6 months, so like $1,000 a month, but it was probably more like 1,500 to sometimes 2,000, to be honest. Like it was way more.
Yeah.
Especially like, and then gear is a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
Like consider like replacing shoes, clothes that got too big on us.
Yeah.
Boots and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was way more. But it also is like how you hike. Like there was one girl I met in the beginning, like I think she took like 12 zeros or something, like something crazy. Like she like did lower mileage sometimes, but like she hardly ever stayed in hotels or hostels, and she would like do like the most inexpensive way of doing things. So I think like we definitely enjoyed ourselves in towns and like went to the restaurants and stuff. So it's probably cheaper to do it. I mean, it definitely is a cheaper way, but we had fun, and I don't regret it at all.
No regrets.
Yeah, no regrets.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. And if you think about it, I mean, that's pretty cheap living, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't paying for rent. Like I gave up my apartment and stuff. So, I mean, you do that math, it's not so bad.
In the chat, this is a great question. GSM times 2 reference Mount Washington and the big crowds that were up there. It looks like there was I believe like a train that took people up there.
Yeah, the cog, is it cog?
Yeah, the cog.
Yeah. I don't know how you felt about it, but I was very excited to get ice cold Coca-Cola, not sponsored.
Not sponsored.
Coca-Cola, if you're listening.
Yeah, but no, it was I expected it, so that I think that's why I was okay with it. Like I knew it was going to be kind of like very touristy, and everything around that we were pretty alone, you know, like it wasn't too crowded. I mean, it was more crowded than other sections of the trail, but I don't know, I didn't mind it.
Yeah, we got up there before the cog brought like 70 people up, so we were able to like enjoy the summit and the scenes, and then inside to get food, and then we didn't care anymore because we were eating.
Yeah,
but no, it wasn't too crazy.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It wasn't bad.
It was in a sense like, gosh, I really earned it to be up here. Yeah. And then these people just took a train and they slept in a nice bed.
I did kind of say that though, because we had to wait in line for a picture at the sign, and I'm like, we walked here.
Yeah, we walked
here, and you guys just took a car or a train up here. Like, can we go in front of Georgia?
I think I referenced what geocaching or what Kaity's shirt should be. It's like Appalachian Trail. It's cute. I think Fox, yours should be, I walked here.
I walked here.
That's so good. Yeah, actually, so it's a tradition, and we did not participate in it because we saw kids on the train, but there's a tradition for thru hikers to moon the train at Mount Washington, and
how funny.
I don't want to scar these children on this train, so I didn't do it, but like most people do. They just, but I think they have to be a little further away.
We were really close.
We were really close, but that's just.
Did you see any other mooners or any thru hikers doing it?
I didn't witness it, but a lot of people I talked to, they're like, yeah, we totally did it. I'm like, what? Like, how far away were y'all?
Yeah.
But I guess it's a thing.
Apparently, Cache Canada says on top of Mount Washington, there's a webcam up there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was told about that. And I should have gotten there's Geocache up there where you have to like stand in the webcam. Yeah, but I didn't do that because I didn't plan. So
well, and you probably didn't have great reception either.
Yeah, it was hit or miss up there.
Yeah. So these are some we're getting kind of down here. We're almost we're at like almost $6,000.
Yeah, we're close. We're close to 6,000.
Awesome. I would really love if you guys are watching and listening, I'd really love to push beyond 6,000 after by the time we hit 10 o'clock. That would be amazing. But just some big picture questions. What we're gonna go deep now. Are you ready?
Ooh, okay.
Ready.
All right. What if you could take away, what is one thing that you learned about yourself or about life or about what is your big takeaway of like the personal growth of yourself as a human and what you grew and how you grew and what you learned about yourself or about the world?
Man, well, I think about the world is just how kind people are. Like, I know you said that in the like final video in the interview, like just the kindness of the people around. I mean, we were helped so much in so many different ways, like whether it was like a ride into town or like a family took us in for the night, like, and just fed us the most amazing pizza. Like, it's just, I don't know, it just, people are good at the core. I think people are good. That was a big thing I like was reminded of. I don't know, I maybe because like before, like with all the COVID time and stuff, it was just kind of like it felt a little depressing, and so this is a good reminder of just the goodness of people. And then I don't know, it's kind of funny to say that communication is one thing I learned a lot, like learned maybe I'm more aware of it and how I need to like learn to be better at communicating. But yeah, that was something I learned on trail a lot.
Yeah. How about you, Fox?
Yeah.
I guess like I've learned to be in the moment again, like and going with the flow, because COVID and all that stuff really messed up a lot of like people's emotions and like the stress and anxiety from all of that. And being on a trail made me realize like everything can be really simple if you make it that way. Like, don't make it too complicated. Another thing I learned is like anything is possible if you really put your mind into it. It's awesome. And oh yeah, one more is like how your body adapts. I thought that was the thing, is like I really wanted to see like, oh, how would our bodies change to being on trail every day? And like I was like, oh, we're doing this, okay, fine. We don't like you for this, but we can make it happen. And it's really cool. Just how powerful and strong we actually are.
That's amazing. How did the trail, or how did this experience change you as a person? Do you feel changed? Do you feel some sense of transformation? And how?
Yeah, I feel like knowing the lifestyle that is out there, like the through hiking community and stuff, and like there's just, I met so many unique people, and like they're living their lives the way they want to live it, and they're like following their dreams. And I like would feel like sometimes in a rut, and I just need to like remember that there's like, if you want to do something or have a goal or something, that you can do it. And I feel like that's kind of put a fire under my butt. I'm like, let's go, let's do whatever. I don't know. So like, I think my mentality changed because of the trail. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it is amazing. I mean, I think some people feel stuck in their lives, and just to have the courage to say, what am I doing? Why don't I just do it? It's just really inspiring. And I know that's easier said than done, because people have families and they have careers and things like that. But really, it's like evaluating what's really important in your life and then really going after it. And I think that's part of the thing that's just so inspiring about watching what you two accomplished. Fox, what about you? How are you transformed?
That my goal in life is to live a happy, simple life, and that it is okay to do so. I met so many people that are trying to do the same thing, and like it is not a typical like lifestyle that society usually goes for, but I like it and I want to continue doing that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
We're getting towards the end here, and everybody's really curious and to know like what's next. What's the next big dream?
Yeah.
Is it connected to hiking, or is there something else? Like, is it, even if you're willing to share with your career, where you want to go next? Everybody's really curious about like what's next.
Yeah, I after doing the AT, there were moments where I'm like, I don't know, I don't think I would want to do this again. But then I just was like, I never want to stop doing this. So PCT, like, I think we're going to do it. Just gotta, when's PCT? I don't know. As soon as we can like build up those savings accounts again.
Right. And time off for Fox.
Exactly. So, I mean, and that's like kind of like connected to career for me, at least. Like, I want to be able to like do freelance and remote stuff so that I can kind of live more freely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tricky with the hiking lifestyle, because nowadays people can work almost anywhere, anywhere you can find internet, but out in the trail.
Yes, but we hiked with like a professor she was making it work.
Really?
Yeah, she was.
Good for her.
Yeah, that was cool.
We live in such a cool time to be alive, that people can have full careers and do the things that they want to do, like you all did. Fox, what's next for you?
I want a triple crown, which basically is to do all the long distance through hikes in the United States. So PCT,
triple crown.
PCT and then the CDT is next for me. Yeah.
The Continental Divide Trail, does that go through like Colorado and
New Mexico, Colorado, like Montana, right? Like
CDT
kind
of
of
in the middle.
Yeah.
Of,
okay.
United States.
Yeah.
So Mexico all the way up to Canada.
Yeah.
Right. So would you rather do the Pacific Coast Trail first before? Okay.
Yeah. The CDT is like on the level of difficulty. I feel like it's AT and PCT are kind of like, I don't know. CDT is more remote. And
more
scary.
remote, and you have to have like navigational skills and all that stuff. Less support.
Yeah.
But PCT, I want to do it before it burns.
Yeah, it's always on fire.
It's always on fire.
Yeah, there's a lot of wildfires.
So we're worried about that, and we just want to get it over with.
Yeah.
Get it over with.
Yeah.
if Reese Witherspoon can do it, you guys can surely do
right,
it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah. I'm wondering.
I'm sure you've seen that movie. What is it called? I'm blanking. What is it called?
Wild. Yeah.
There's a part where she throws her boots.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I guess somebody like went and was like wondering where she threw those boots, and they were like wondering because they knew the area, and they were like, could I find those boots?
No way.
And I think somebody I don't know if they found the boots, but I believe a geocacher hit a geocache where apparently her boots would have landed.
Oh my gosh,
that's cool.
Gosh, I love geocaches.
I know, isn't that funny?
Yeah,
it's like, so of course, geocachers would look at that movie and go, "I know where that is. I'm going to hide a geocache."
Yeah. Definitely a geocaching thing.
Do you have any more? I'm sure you have a lot of questions.
Yeah. So,
go.
One of those things to you, if somebody were to ask you, like a section that they should hike on the AT, if they want to go out and just hike a little bit of it, what section would be that section you guys would advise?
I think it depends on the level of that the hiker can do, right? I think Shenandoah in the spring is beautiful. It's just like tunnels of flowers.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just mountain laurel.
Cool.
Yeah, beautiful.
Bear Mountain in New York is gorgeous.
And if you time it with the berries, you can
eat berries as you hike. Mm-hmm. So that's why it took so long for us to hike through that section, because we were eating all the berries. Yeah. And then for more difficult but very rewarding hikes, probably the White Mountains. Yeah, Jinx. And Maine's gorgeous.
Yeah.
100 Mile Wilderness. Maybe they can see it in the daylight.
Yeah, I know. We want to do that again.
You've heard it looks cool, but you don't know it.
Right.
The lakes and ponds.
You've heard good things.
Yeah,
sound beautiful.
Yeah.
Are there any other sections you think you'd hike again if you had the chance?
Not Pennsylvania.
No.
Not Rocksylvania.
Yeah,
Rocksylvania. Really?
I'm trying to think. Virginia. There were. Highlands. The
Grayson Highlands. I want to see the ponies again.
The Virginia Triple Crown, which is not related to the Long Trail Triple Crown, but the Dragons. What is it? Dragon's Tooth, McAfee Knob, and something Cliffs. I forget the other one, but that was a cool section.
Yeah. I definitely would do Killington, that hike again. Vermont again. 100 Mile Wilderness for sure again.
Yeah.
With enough time to enjoy it.
I'm trying to I feel like I'm missing a lot of sections. It's just when you think about it as a whole, it's what? We did all that.
Yeah, I think I would love to do the Smokies again. With leaves and vegetation, fall. Yeah. There's a lot.
There is a lot.
David
Very cool.
David asked, Kaity, will you be producing more geocaching videos on a regular basis?
Yeah, I mean, I want to get back to it. I just need to get my life together a little bit. I'm actually moving into my apartment like this weekend / the next week or so. So, like after that, and I like get more settled, I want to get back to it because I miss geocaching consistently.
And
So.
well, and let's be honest. Come on, we've got 70 videos of content. You deserve a break.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Exactly.
Kaity, you are, in my opinion, on the Mount Rushmore of geocaching vloggers. So you can't just disappear on us. We
Oh, I won't.
a lot of people in the chat are like, gosh, I love whatever Kaity puts out. So even if it's, a random thing or a epic adventure like you just did, people will watch. So there's your encouragement for the for the evening.
Yeah, that's what Tim said. Tim says, I watch whatever videos Kaity puts out, her adventures, caching or not. Yep, me too.
Yeah,
yeah.
And one
even
thing
her
too,
DNS.
I think for everybody who maybe wants to start hiking on a long distance trail, what would be your advice to people?
Good question.
Ooh, I got one.
Yeah, you go because you're good at this.
Listen to your body.
Yeah.
Don't let other people's speeds of hiking pressure you at all. Because there's always going to be a couple people who are like, oh, I did so many miles this day and I'm already here. Blah, blah. What are you doing? Why are you so slow? I'm like, I don't know, because I want to do my own thing and enjoy my life. But definitely listen to your body and it will take you far.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah,
hike how you want to hike, just like geocachers. Geocache how you want to geocache.
Exactly.
It's for you. It's not for anybody else.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. What about you, Kaity?
Like research, like definitely whatever you're gonna do, whatever section, if you're gonna do a small thing, just research as much as you can about it. And I don't know, there's a lot of good info, like Facebook groups and stuff will give a lot of good information because it's always good to be prepared and know what you need and like what you should wear and like what the weather's going to be. I think that's a major like safety thing.
Yeah. Again, like it's just even watching it, like, and seeing that it's doable. It's a great question, Pizza Ninja, because even somebody who would really love to do something like this someday, it's still very intimidating. I mean, there's so many aspects of it that seem so intimidating when I see some of the things you were doing. And then even just like the social stuff, like, will I meet a fox, or will I be out there all by myself, or will everybody be weird that I encounter? Like,
you would be like at the like fire and playing a like guitar or something. I know that's what you would be doing.
That's funny.
They might be like, this guy's too loud. Let's get away. Let's slow down. Let's slow down.
No, Josh, thanks. We're going to stay in town today. We'll see you down the trail, buddy.
He's always pointing his camera at us. Gosh.
Golly.
Are there some other YouTubers that we could? That's a good. I was wondering. Like Fox, you said you were on much of it. Kaity, like, are there other YouTubers that we could find that we could see that were close to you a lot that got footage of you?
Yeah. So there's what is it? So Groceries, we hiked with her for a while. She has a YouTube channel and she's about to do the PCT. She what is it? Adventure Quencher. That's her channel. Roadrunner. Yeah, she's hiking dancer. Those were the ones that we hiked with. And then Little Chap hikes. He was around us for like a good chunk of it, like around stuff. We separated around Virginia, but we were in those. So it's definitely a lot of different angles of the same stuff. And their videos are much more descriptive. Like mine, sometimes you're like, what is happening? What is going on? Why are you in town again?
Oh, a butterfly. Oh, girl.
Yeah. It's so cute. Yeah. So if you want like more logistical stuff on when and where and why we were doing things, that's that perspective. Yeah.
It was your videos were still on brand in that they were just a lot of fun to watch, and we saw that. And that was another thing I didn't really even get to. Again, it kind of blew my mind that like all of a sudden you're like in the wilderness, but wait, today you're in New York City, like just like
dun, dun, dun.
Fox. Did you stay back? Did you not go to New York City, or did you?
Well, I did. My sister lives in Brooklyn, so when they went in, I went into and I spent some time with her. Yeah.
Was that like culture shock to be like out?
It was, and I was like,
Yeah,
but it was like also like no one's paying attention to us. Like we didn't feel weird having like our big backpacks on.
Yeah,
and, like we hadn't showered in forever.
We were a little bit stinky, big
Yeah.
backpacks, and then actually in Grand Central, two women ran up to us and like, "Are you guys through hikers?" They're like, "What? Yeah, we are. How do you know?" Your backpacks. I'm like, "Oh yeah." They're like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I forgot about that. Yeah. It was definitely, and then we went straight into Times Square and we're like, whoa.
A lot of people.
Yeah, it was a lot of people.
And I was like, "Oh my goodness, I don't like this."
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I feel like it would almost like I could imagine it like taking you kind of out of it a little bit.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, am I like, and then just like the next video, you're like, you're back.
Right.
I mean, I know there's some, you chose not to film some stuff.
Between time, but yeah, it was kind of because we went that morning. It was like we took an Uber to the train station, a train station to Grand Central in New York, and then we were there. And it was like this morning we woke up in a tent, and now we're in Times Square.
Now we're in Times Square.
It was bizarre. It was.
Yeah.
I can imagine. And how close is the AT to New York City?
I think it's like 30 miles or something.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah,
it gets pretty close.
Yeah, we got off really early, but if you hike further down the trail, there's actually a station that's right off the trail. There's a train station platform literally on the trail.
The platform, like the station, is called Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
And you cross over this like the tracks and it will take you straight in. It's like only on weekends and holidays or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that was
Pretty
kind of cool.
close,
Yeah.
Well, Kaity, we're about to wrap up here. I did tweet you a private message like right when you started. I said, "Hey, Kaity, maybe at some point this summer I can meet up with you and I could like go a couple of days like hiking." But then as I was watching your adventures, I was like, "Oh no, this old guy is gonna slow them down. I'm gonna be a real drag." So
yeah,
but
that would have been really cool, but I forgot about that message.
But I'm gonna put the offer out again. If you do the Pacific Coast Trail,
yes,
I would consider it would be a lot of fun coming out for a couple days and hiking a few days. But just maybe we could pick an area that like, I think this could be doable for Josh.
Totally. Yeah.
I would love that. And shoot video too would be a blast.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Where are we? Oh my god!
Oh, nice.
All credit.
28.
All credit goes to all those have donated, and to Cheeseball and
Cheeseball and Fox.
Oh my gosh, the biggest question, I haven't even asked it yet. Are you ready? Thank you, by the way, everybody. That's so amazing. But do I have time for one more question, Gary?
Go for it. One more.
It's really important because everybody wants to know.
Okay.
Right.
So one day you decided to do one of the best videos is the day you did the cheese ball challenge. Where
that's right.
Everybody has if you're gonna watch it, like there's some greatest hits. I would say you might have to make a greatest hits playlist, Kaity.
Yeah.
Or make a montage maybe. Like but
that'd be fun.
You chose to eat a whole. It was this big probably.
It's a bucket.
It's big. Josh is showing a very large container.
Yes, of cheese balls.
Giant.
The whole thing in one day. Okay, and you accomplished it.
Yep.
Impressive. But then also, there was a challenge in some community. I can't remember what it was to eat a large amount of ice cream.
Oh,
the ice cream challenge.
That one messed me up.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
Yeah, it was a doozy.
But my question is, and how much ice cream was it in
half a gallon? Yeah,
half a gallon in like an hour?
Well, it was 30 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you ate it in less than 30 minutes, but apparently there's no time constraints.
Yeah, I don't think. Okay. I think we just have to go and show the lady that you finished it.
Yeah, but eventually, and you get a little wooden stick.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah.
It's
boy.
I hope you still have the wooden stick.
I do.
But the question was, I can imagine with the ice cream challenge, the aftermath was not pleasant.
Yeah, that was worse than the cheese balls.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of dairy.
Yeah, it was a lot.
But doing the challenge, like in the moment of doing the challenge, which was more difficult, the cheese balls? Because that seemed to take all day. Was it the cheese balls that was more difficult, or was it the ice cream challenge that was more difficult?
I don't know. In the moment, I enjoyed the ice cream more. Like, it was hard. I was getting a little bit of brain freeze, but it was tasty and good. The cheese balls, I was over it like probably at 10 a.m. Yeah.
And you popped the last cheese ball like in the evening, right?
Yeah, it was dinner time. Like, that's all I ate all day. I think I had a slim in because I was like, I need some protein, which I don't even consider that.
Like different texture because the cheese ball was like messing with the
it was like my mouth was like raw.
It's just like a lot of corn product.
Yeah, exactly. It was not a good idea, but I mean, a lot of things I did wasn't a good idea.
Well, it was impressive, none the least, and but most impressive was the fact that you two accomplished this. Very inspiring. It really moved me.
Absolutely.
If you haven't had a chance to watch these videos, I would encourage you to watch all of them. As somebody in the chat referenced that this is something I'm gonna binge watch this summer. Thank you so much for giving us a view of this half year of your life. Well done.
Y'all are awesome. Thank you.
Look forward to more. So,
yeah, thank y'all so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Josh, thank you for another series of Podcast of Hope that you've done. You've done quite a few now. Yeah. You've been on for every one of them, all 7 Podcasts of Hope. And actually, Katie's been on for a couple of them. I went back, Katie. I didn't know if you remembered this, but like Podcast of Hope 2, I think you were on for way back.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So she's a hit. She
is.
She brings the money in.
She is. She's a treasure.
All right. And Fox, what is your real name, by the way?
Joyce.
Yeah.
Joyce. It's great to meet you. Thanks so much for joining. That was a nice surprise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Well, thanks everybody. We're gonna get reset. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, guys, again. It was wonderful. Josh, thanks.
Thanks.
John,
thanks
for being along as well.
Take care, everyone.
We're gonna bring on our next hour, so we'll get started the process of getting a reset going here. So, all right. Oh, hey, look at those guys,
rock stars.
Yes. So, of course, the bottom 2 are my sons. So, very excited. Very excited to have them on.
Why is that? Of course.
Jesse back. That's awesome. And let's get we'll get a reset going, and then we will get started in the next hour. So
it's like the Brady Bunch.
I know it does.
Keegan is a little ball of fire, and the fire comes out the top of her head with her red hair. She just loves life. She was barely a year old, and each night she would wake up and she would be screaming in pain. So I would ask her, "What is wrong?" And all she would do is just pat her leg. And after 6 months, and it was 18 doctor's visits, she was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. The main thing that I wanted to know was, is this cancer curable? And is she going to survive? Keegan, in the very beginning, she was weak, she was tired, she was sick of feeling the pain that she was feeling. It's awful to see a child go through it. I remember when Keegan had been through 4 weeks of treatment. Keegan's oncologist told us that any adult would have already given up, but Keegan hadn't. She just fought right through it. When you're given a childhood cancer diagnosis, hope is lacking. But coming to St. Jude, they were my foundation for getting my hope back and knowing that Keegan was going to be okay. Seeing the transformation of Keegan over the last 2 years has been such a joy to see from the very beginning, where she was pushing around a little stroller with her fluids in it. Now she is the child that's running the halls laughing and just having a blast. She puts a smile on, and as long as she's got her princess shoes or her princess dress, she can face the world and show everybody else what true strength is.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $12,000, and we can only do that with your help to reach our goal. Please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
All right, this hour, we've got Arted Crafted again. Thank you, Arted Crafted. A t-shirt every hour. Artedcrafted.com. Thank you, Sean and crew, for giving away shirts every hour. So that's been awesome. So if you give during this hour, again, I want to mention, then you will be entered for the giveaways for this hour. And we've got quite a few. Let me mention the next one, which is Cashly. Cashly is giving away a t-shirt every even hour, and this is an even hour. It's 10 o'clock. I can't believe it. Can you believe it, Jesse? We're at 10 o'clock.
It's not 10 o'clock where I am. So.
No, it is. It's 11 o'clock your time. I know.
Right.
They gave away 4 p.m., 4, 6, 8, and 10. And Scrabble Hounds is giving away their other gift pack this hour, gift pack number 2. So that is really awesome. There's the look of it. It's a really cool box with a ton of swag in there. So thank you, Barb, who's AKA Scrabble Hounds, for your giveaways. So that is awesome. And our guests are going to be giving away something. So I'm going to let them mention. First, let me introduce them. So we've got Matthew Schwarts. And Aaron Sprinkle. So thanks. There's Matt. There's Aaron. Hey, y'all.
Hey.
And along for the ride are my twin boys, Caleb and Josh. So there they are. So, hey, guys.
What's up?
What's up?
You're with us. Hey. So Matt sent me a note today. He says, I'm going to be giving away one of my vinyls, Everest, correct? Cool. And then Aaron's going to give away one is which one, Aaron? Decision. Oh, certainty. That's what I meant.
Close enough.
That's exactly what I meant. Yep. Close enough. No, certainty. I was thinking so. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for giving those away. And thank you. Yeah. Thank you for being with us tonight. Many of the questions tonight are going to come from these two guys below me because, as they'll tell you, your music has been important lives, and it's been really great. And let me mention though, from off the top before we get into all the questions, is that I was introduced to Matthew. Oh, we get an update too. Cool. Oh, 65. All right. Awesome. 65, 83, 76, 75. That's awesome. So I talked to a mutual friend of ours, me and Matthew's mutual friend, John Graham, and I said, hey, who would be great to have come on for Podcast Hope? And he mentioned Matthew. And so I looked who Matthew was. We didn't know each other at the time. And I think, he has a podcast. I was like, cool. And let me tell you, I love Moontraveling podcast. He does it with Aaron. And I was like, oh, wow, this is really cool. And And so that's how we kind of got started on this. So I noticed you guys just put out a new episode. And so very excited to, I was like, oh yeah, we got a new episode. So
finally,
that's really fun. I have binge listened to all of it and love all of it. I actually listened to quite a bit. I was in Oklahoma doing a bunch of caching and traveling, and I listened to every hour, and I was in the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma or somewhere, and I was listening to the Poor Old Lou podcast. Well, you know what I mean? The podcast that was about Poor Old Lou, and just was loving it. So anyway.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Yeah. So let's, I guess, backtrack a little bit. So how did you guys meet? Tell the audience about, I know that there was a connection with Aaron's brother, right? Matt, was that?
Yeah, that would be correct. I want to make a joke and be like, we've never met. We just do this. But
right.
Yeah, I met Jesse first. He had come through Atlanta and played a show. And I believe my band opened for him, and we became friends. And yeah, he would just send me stuff, pictures in the mail, or, we would talk through emails and stuff. And I guess it was when I did the album that Jesse played drums on that he suggested that Aaron mix it. And that's, I guess, probably I would assume, Aaron, when you maybe first heard my name.
Yeah.
And then from there, we just kind of were always really close. I think the first time I met Aaron was actually at Cornerstone when I got Jesse let me stand on stage, and then again when I toured with the Almost, and Aaron had come to the show because he produced the record and stuff. But
very cool.
Yeah. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so. I mean, that's how we met, but
yeah,
we connected really through your music. You reaching out to me about working with you on it is how we really started to be acquaintances,
Yeah, we were it's following each other on Instagram and would comment back and forth or have like little small interactions. And then I was coming to Nashville to record something, and I wanted to work with you, and then we met up, and it was just magic.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. So we're gonna kind of go around the room and ask questions. I'm gonna let my twins get cranking on this. So I don't know which one of y'all want to start.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good. I'm actually in Macon, Georgia. Matthew. Yeah, it's a little bit south of you, and we're an hour in the future as well. So we've been drinking some coffee.
Thanks for being on late with us.
Yeah, Aaron, you produced a lot of albums that were kind of the soundtrack of our teenage years and as we got older. What?
Not to make you feel old.
Yeah, not to make you feel old. What of the albums you
I do that on my own. It's fine.
Yeah. What's the one you're proudest of without making you pick favorites? I mean, obviously you've done a tremendous number. Which one are you kind of the proudest of getting out the door and the final product?
You're specifically making me pick favorites.
I am. That's true.
Specifically. It's funny.
That's a really.
How about just
difficult
one
question.
you're proud of? Maybe not the proudest.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's hard to know what because I've done a ton of records. Somewhere around 200 or 300 albums, and there's different albums that are special to me for different reasons. I could pick some of the ones that I think were important to my career, and they would also be some of my favorites, like, Anne Boleyn Cities or Acceptance Phantoms or Pedro the Lion Control or stuff like that. Of course, now I'm kind of blanking on a lot, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some albums that are special to me because I can still listen to them as a fan. I can appreciate them, and not you know, some things you work on, you get so close to them that you at least you go through a period where you are, you know, you're like, if I ever have to hear this again. And then there's some that you just are sort of in awe of how they happened.
Right.
And those records that I just mentioned are some of those for sure.
Absolutely.
And there's more. So if, you know,
Yeah.
I'm not intentionally leaving anybody out.
No, of course not. And then kind of just a follow up to that one, you know, obviously, like you said, you've done a ton of them. Are there any bands or artists who you would love who don't record anymore, don't tour anymore, you would love to make one last album for? Is there any band you wish would hit the studio again?
Well, I mean, that kind of happened for me with Acceptance because, you know, we just did, you know, one full length album in 2005, and then they, you know, 10 years later, they decided to start making music again. So we've made 2 full lengths, and now I'm performing live with them and stuff. And they're definitely like at the top of the list for me. As far as, I don't know how to, like, the chemistry and the pride that goes into what we do. It's just really natural. And, but, you know, there's a record I talk about a lot. Whenever people ask me what my favorite records are, I like to bring up this this album by this band called Jonesetta, and they only did 2 full-length albums, and I did their second full-length album. It's called Cruel to Be Young, and it's a really special record to me. It just was magical, and I just still love it to this day. And it's definitely one of those that when I listen to it, I kind of can't believe that I was a part of it. And it's not a popular record at all. It was such a departure from their first album, which was very popular, that it kind of fell through the cracks. And I would love to see that group of guys make music together again.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because as Josh and I were talking about questions, and we brought this question up, Josh mentioned Jonesetta. That was one of the bands that he was
Wow,
like, man, I
that's
would
cool.
love to see another album out of them.
Crazy.
Well, and not to be the guy that goes, hey, what about this album? But when I was in college, I drove about 45 minutes to school, and I would listen to The Question because it was just about the perfect length for that. I think it was a little over 40 minutes. And so I would listen to it at least on the way to school, sometimes on the way back, just, you know, the whole way through. Is there any kind of thoughts or feelings when you think about The Question that come up?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just another one of those that I can listen to completely as a fan still. And I'm just so proud of it and so, like, grateful to have been a part of it. And, you know, those guys ended up becoming some of my closest friends, you know, family. You know, and Matt, you know, Carter from that band was my engineer for over 3 years. Like, we worked on everything I did for over 3 years. And that record was so cool because they came in with such a crazy and distinct personality to their music and the sound. That these songs were, I definitely felt sort of out of my element, which sometimes is a really good thing for me, because it allows me to just sort of explore. There's no limits to what we can explore because I'm not trying to keep it in this kind of box that of expectations that can sometimes be put on a project. And Matt's just so talented, and I think he was able to sort of recognize quickly where I could really, you know, make a mark on that record, and really encouraged me to be kind of unfiltered, if that makes sense. The best records are always the ones where everyone feels like they're part of the band, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, there's no ego in the room, and there's no bad idea, and it doesn't matter who has it. And that's one of those records that was like that. And I feel like that record is sort of a masterpiece, to be honest. And I feel weird saying that because I produced it, but I give them the credit for that. I mean, it really is an incredible record.
It's one of my favorites. In the 10th anniversary, they came back around and played the whole album. Caleb and I went to that show in Fort Worth where they played it straight through. And then they did an encore of Walls, of course, because everybody wanted to hear that. And
they
didn't
want to play it though.
Yeah, but they played everything off the question. It was one of my favorite concerts I'd ever been to. I absolutely love that album. It's amazing.
Yeah,
thank you. That's awesome.
Hey Matthew, talk to us a little bit about in looking at your music and the folks that you've worked with. You worked with kind of a diverse group of people, but a lot of people who also were big influences on Josh and I growing up. How do you get to what led you to work with some of the people that you've worked with, and are they folks who influenced you earlier in your career, or are they just people that you've met? So talk to me about kind of the group of people who you record music with.
Yeah. So I think that anyone that's ever been in a band understands the challenges of trying to keep that nuclear group going. And I kind of got to a point where, especially with drummers, when we first started Pacifico, we just could not keep someone in that position. And then, and then someone else has a responsibility, they have to leave, and then you got to get someone else. And it's always like, you got to change your bio, you got to change your photos, all that kind of stuff. And there came a point where the band of Pacifico broke up, and they gave me the name and the merch and the music and all that kind of stuff. And at first I didn't know what to do with it, but then I had this label out of Portland contact me and wanted me to keep it going. So I kept it going, and I think I just decided at that point that I wanted to do more of a collective kind of thing, and leave it open where anybody could be a part of it. And that's kind of how I run it now. I've worked with some amazing visual artists and some amazing instrumentalists and some amazing singers, and some of them are people that you might be talking about, like Jason Martin from Starflyer. He produced my first full length, and that was really just because the label I was on, he's like, who do you want to produce your record? Just throw out names and I can either see if we can get them, or if maybe, we can find somebody that would be, similar. And I've always been a huge Starflyer fan. And so he had someone else that was on his label that had previously worked with Jason. And so he hooked me up with that. And then, so I've had some people like that, as well as some people that you wouldn't know that are just really, really talented. The guy that does all my artwork, his name is Trey Wadsworth, and he worked for Adult Swim, and now he works for MailChimp. And he's one of the best graphic designers and artists that I have that I know personally, and definitely have ever worked with. And Jesse playing on my second full length was just because I was a huge Poor Lou fan growing up, and Jesse and Aaron will agree, is probably one of the best drummers that exists in humanity. And then the next album I put out, Everest, I had Ronnie Martin play, and that was really honestly when Pacifico started. Ronnie managed us for a bit. We played a show with him at the same venue where I met Jesse, so thank God for that venue existing. He liked our music and told me that he was interested in managing us and maybe even recording us. And at the time, the idea of him producing us was like, no thanks, because I didn't want any synthesizer or dancey kind of things or stuff. But then when it came around to me doing the album, I did work with him. That's exactly what I wanted to do, and he was the first person who came in my mind. So I contacted him, and he was totally down to do that. And then since then, I've done other things too, like live. I'll have different people play with me than it's on the album. Some of that's necessity, and some of it's, just because I'm very lucky to know lots of really, really talented people. The guy that is my right-hand man, CJ, he is one of the most talented people I know. He can play any instrument, plays by ear, can sing great. and is a great engineer and producer too. So I think a lot of it's luck, but also kind of to go to how Aaron and I met. I mean, the worst thing it can do is get a no, but you can always message someone and see if they respond or connect. And I've been lucky enough that the people that I or management or labels have reached out to like what I do. So I'm very lucky in that. I mean, the other things too, like my first full length that Jason did, the bass player is Steven Dial, that played Project 86, and the drummer was Sam West from Stavesaker. And I didn't know those guys. It was just that he did, and he was like, "Here, let me get these guys." So I had like the tooth and nail best of.
Yeah, you just put together tooth and nail super bands.
Yeah, really.
We're
visiting with
Matt. That's awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, those guys.
We're visiting with the Moontraveling podcast, Matthew Schwarts and Aaron Sprinkle. And if you have any questions in the chat room for them, put them in. If you have any, I'm sure they would love to answer any questions about how you produce an album, or I can't get into all the detail, but if you have some specific questions about that or about their podcast, like I said, I've been binge listened to all of them and love the stories. And I had one that I wanted to see if Aaron, you could kind of comment for folks that haven't listened to the podcast yet. But you were at the compound, was up in Seattle for many years, and I love the podcast about all of your experiences being there. But kind of explain to folks, there was a weird situation, and it's really I found it fascinating to hear about what you had to go through to deal with this problem. You were doing I forget which Demon Hunter album. We're all huge Demon Hunter fans, but do you remember which Demon Hunter album it happened to be, where you had this problem where you had this hum? You're like,
oh yeah,
where is this hum coming from, and why is it in the middle? What was do you remember which Demon Hunter album that was?
It was the second album.
Okay,
I think it would have had to have been the second one.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to Caleb because he was asking me like, what's this note here about? And I was like, Aaron can explain it better than I can, but there was this weird hum that you had to try to figure out.
Yeah, so this, I mean, that was the first time we ran into it being such a problem that I had to actually move my control room out of the control room into, we had a smaller B control room at the other end of the studio that we weren't actually even using yet, because it had been not that long since we'd moved into the space. We had to up and move everything into there because it was so bad. It sounded like, I mean, if you're an electric guitar player, you've had hum, ground loops or RF or something come through. And, usually you can like turn your body until it goes away, and you kind of have to hold still and record it. Well, this was a similar sound, but it was so loud that you could hear it like over the drums and bass and the guitars and everything. Like and I think the reason that it came up with Demon Hunter is because of how high gain the guitar tones were that we were doing. So it was just accentuating it. And it was something that, we had moved into that space and didn't really know about it. It was years later that we even fixed it.
Wow.
Because I want to say we had 2 different companies come out and look at it, or at least, maybe more. I think at first we just tried to hire an electrician or, somebody to come out and figure out what it was. If it was a ground loop, obviously is what you look at first. But anyway, it's kind of boring if I get into too much detail, but somebody brought up to me that it might be an EMF, an electromagnetic field, being generated in
Ghost.
like, okay. Yeah. And so we had this one guy come out, I feel like he was from Florida maybe, and do a map, an electromagnetic map of the entire space. And he found basically right under the console in the main room a extremely high amount of electromagnetic field, like
right.
I mean, way above normal. Like in some countries, it would actually be illegal.
Good Lord.
Yeah, like by a lot. And that was right where we were having all these problems. So
right.
Anyway, that guy wouldn't actually help us fix it, though. He just did the map. And then we found this other guy who came out and he looked at the blueprints of the studio and he looked at the map. And you got to understand, this is years later. And it was still bad in the other room, but not bad enough to not make a record.
Right.
It was so bad in this one, in the big main room, big main control room. We had an SSL in there and everything. We had a $500,000 console in there and everything. And so he was like, I think what's happening is somehow in the middle of the street, this studio was almost in downtown Seattle. It was just up the hill from literally like you could walk to Pike Place Market in a few minutes from this studio. And he's like, somehow in the middle of the street, my theory is 220 is hitting your water pipes.
Wow.
And it's building up under your console and creating this massive electromagnet under your console.
Insane.
And he came over in the front lobby. There was just this doorway, and it's a concrete floor with carpet over it. And he's like, I think if you were to cut the concrete right here, and the space that he mentioned was about this big.
Right.
And if you cut out a piece of the pipe and replaced it with PVC, it'll go away.
Insane.
And we had a guy come out and cut the concrete, and we did exactly what he said, and it went away.
Wow.
And but it was, I think it was 4.5 years.
Wow.
Dealt with it. And I'd gotten to the point where, like I was sure that we were never going to fix it. Like there's no way. Because we'd had so many people come out. Some people thought it was this. Some people thought it was that. And again, it might be the most boring story you've ever heard to some people, but it was it was one of those things where you're just like, wait, what? That fixed it? And it was gone. Like, and I mean, I bought a $350 Gauss meter to measure electromagnetic fields, and I went over to that spot, and there was nothing. So it was pretty cool.
That is cool. No,
did that reignite your PTSD?
Yeah.
Fixing those kinds of problems. Yeah, that's wild.
So definitely check out those stories. There's more on Moontraveling. So definitely, it just gives you a little taste of some of the great stories that these two guys have told. So there you go.
Now, both of you guys are making music, obviously, in 2022, and I imagine the industry has changed a good bit since y'all started doing it. I'd love to hear from both of you. Just what's been maybe a positive? Have there been any positive changes, particularly for artists or people involved in the business, and what's maybe kind of on the horizon, particularly for the people who are making music? Because consuming music has never been easier than it is now, but I imagine it's maybe more challenging to make it, or at least get it in front of people.
Yeah, I mean that's like a whole episode of a podcast, really. But,
right.
I really think, the huge shift that's occurred since really kind of about the mid to late 2000s, that just absolutely disrupted everything in the music industry. The entire traditional revenue stream shifted from one thing to another, and it happened almost instantaneously. And my business model, my revenue stream was based completely on the sale of music, and that the bottom just fell out of that. Before all this happened, it was this very old school structure that still, there was still verbiage in a lot of these contracts from the 30s, literally. And so there was a lot of problems with that too. It was just what everyone was used to. And as far as the industry goes, I think as a consumer, the accessibility to music is obviously amazing and obviously a good thing. And from what I know, and I'm not an expert, but from what I know, people are actually spending just as much, if not more, on music as a whole as they ever were in the history of the world.
Right.
The problem is the money's not getting to the people making the music, right? But I personally am a optimist when it comes to this, and I think we're just in a growing pain place, right? Where the old dudes that own the music industry, they're holding on to as much as they can, but if that's not going to last, people aren't going to stand for it. And I really do see a lot of positives. I think there are ways to structure a streaming model that would pay people correctly. And I think, there's a million people with a million ideas that probably are all better than what is happening right now. But like a lot of things in this country and in the world, less than 1% of the people are controlling everything. And
right.
Oh, wow.
And they're doing it in their best interest and not everyone else's.
Yeah.
Right.
But on the positive side of just technology in general, I've always been one to get the tools that we need to make music and distribute music should be cheaper and better and in the hands of everybody that wants them.
Yeah.
I think the more the merrier. I don't think music, let alone any sort of creative expression, should be something that has an elitist posture to it. I think it should be everyone has something to say. Everyone has the ability to explore that expressive space in their life.
Absolutely.
And, some of the best music in the last 10 years has come out of people's bedrooms with a laptop. And it's inspiring to me. A lot of people in my generation and older that make music, they get resentful of this, and it does the opposite of inspire.
Right.
And I'm not trying to toot my own horn when I say this, but I've always been, and I've said this a lot, so if I sound like a broken record, pun intended, it's because I am. I don't think that I think that everyone has something to offer. I think I can learn something from anyone that I work with, regardless of their age or level of experience, because we all have a different view of how to create. And I just think that the easier it gets, the more exciting it gets.
Yeah.
I really believe that. And when I say easier, I mean, it used to cost tens of thousands of dollars. When I first started making music, if you wanted anything that could make anything remotely professional, it was tens of thousands of dollars investment and very bulky gear.
Right.
I made my first 50 or 60 albums to tape, to 2-inch tape.
Oh, yeah.
And, how far the technology has come and the accessibility of the interfaces and the software and all that is just super exciting to me because it creates this giant collaborative network of people across the world. And we can all learn from each other, and we can all sit back and be amazed at some self-taught teenager that is killing all these dudes that have been doing it for 50 years. And I personally think that's exciting. And when I say dudes, it is not a gender-specific term.
Yeah.
So to me, it's exciting. I think what's difficult is, when you look at, I personally have a song that is one of my solo songs that, has like a few million streams, and I personally have made probably about $100 off of that song.
Oof. Yeah.
And, and that, some of when in fact, if you look at all the numbers, it doesn't necessarily need to be more money, or as much as you think it would be. But also, the money's not getting distributed correctly, and that's something. If you want to go, if anybody listening to this is interested in this, if you want to go online and do some research and look up just kind of where the money goes when you pay your however much it is now for your Spotify or Apple Music subscription or Amazon or whatever you use, where does that money go? Who's getting that? Go check that out and look at that and look at why is it being distributed that way. And it's very interesting and enlightening and depressing. But I just think, with these new systems, these new ways of doing things, if you look at, I like to use social media as an example. If you look at like Friendster and then MySpace and then Facebook, and then you see these things where you think, okay, MySpace is never going to die. It's it. They did it. They invented social media. That's it.
Right.
But then along comes something new and this new way of doing it. And I hope that, a new way of doing it is on the horizon, and and that, people are gonna be able to figure out a way for everybody to get just what is fair out of it.
Yeah.
And because I'd love to stop whining about it. That'd be sweet.
I love it.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I think it does a whole lot. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate your thoughts on that. I mean, you're really well positioned to get some good insight in that for sure. Matthew, you're doing this. You're going out, you're making records, you're touring. Obviously, in 2022, there's a lot of promotion, self promotion that goes into all of that. I mean, how do you? What are kind of your strategies? How do you get out there? How do you generate new fans? I mean, just talk to me about touring, in 2022.
I haven't done much touring this year, but I can talk to you. So Aaron was talking about a lot of the great things about all this, and I think when it comes from a artistic standpoint, I would 100% agree with him. I think when it comes to the business side of music, I think the way that things have changed and is a little, it sucks and it's a little frustrating. He's talking about the MySpace and stuff too. Like, as soon as we have a new platform and as soon as you think you got a handle on it, there's a new one and you got to relearn, and then once you get that, then there'll be another one. And I think that right now, the most frustrating thing for me would just be that you have to hit, like, it's great that everyone can record a song and release it today, I think that's amazing. But what it also does is cause a problem that now there are so many people doing the same thing, that how do you stand out? And that we're all in the same playing field, and how do you stand out? That you have to hit everything and everywhere all at once and do something authentic and do something that seems very real, but yet also can't be, because you're when I released Everest, I hired a PR firm to do my PR for me, my personal relations, get me interviews, reviews, all that kind of stuff. They gave me a booklet on social media, and they said that I need to make at least 3 posts a day on all social media platforms, and they need to be engaging and like not just posting something, but asking questions and wanting people to answer things. And from an artist standpoint, like, I just want to write, record, and make music.
Create music. Yeah.
But
you gotta jump through all these hoops.
That's not really a thing anymore. And since labels, no one needs a label anymore. And even if you do have one, they're usually, as Aaron also pointed out, sucking money off of you. That the best way to do it is doing it yourself. But if you do it yourself, you also have to do everything, budgeting, marketing, booking. And it really is. It's and I hope I'm not saying like a negative thing. Like it is exciting and it is great, but it also comes with its challenges, and it's really frustrating. I mean, Aaron and I have had many hours conversations about like what's the best way to do this. And I think what's great is there isn't a best way to do it. We're in the Wild West. We do whatever. And what works today might not work tomorrow, and what works for me might not work for him and vice versa. And I think that's great because you just follow your heart and you be authentic and you're real and you do what's best for you. And, but it does come with its challenges. It is aggravating. And then when it comes to touring and stuff and playing shows, I think if you want people's butts and seats, you need to make an event, not just a show. People don't care about shows. People are going to festivals more, and they're going to things that are events because they want to take photos and post on their Instagram or put it on their TikTok. They want to be like, I was here. That's all they care about. I went to the cool thing. They don't care about getting away because we live in a culture where everybody wants to be Kim Kardashian. They don't want to just have a cathartic experience without their phone where they're living in a moment and something touched them. That does still happen and can still happen, and sometimes gets people even when they weren't there for a reason. But that's how you have to book a tour too, is have to build something where people are there not really, for the music, but for the event,
Right.
That was
my
opinion.
Well said, Matthew.
So I wanted to. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I wanted to ask Aaron. We've mentioned your brother a little bit. He's a fantastic drummer. He's played with him, Poor Old Lou, and you produced records that he's played in, Demon Hunter, Dead Poetic. We all love family, but it can be difficult too. Is working with your brother in a band or producing records that he's playing on, is that easy, or has there been some tension there? And the question is just a shout out that your brother's awesome, but I also wanted to ask you about that.
No comment. Just kidding.
Yeah. Right before.
That's good. We move on.
No. No, I mean, my brother and I grew up, we played our first music together. He's only a year and a half younger than me. And, we spent our formative years making and creating music together. So, being that close and being siblings, we, of course, had immense tension between us. We've struggled with some over the years as well. But when I brought him in on the first couple Demon Hunter records. I brought him in on the Dead Poetic records. He actually played on a Cutlass record for me.
Really?
And
love Cutlass.
And
back in the day,
he and I did a project a few years ago together called Blank Books. It's an EP we put out. It's just the two of us. It really went under the radar. It was my first self-release thing that I'd ever done, and if you haven't heard it, please go check it out. I think you might like it. But anyway, he is just, honestly, I've worked with a lot of drummers, and he really, truly is one of the best drummers I've ever worked with, and having nothing to do with being family. In fact, the way our relationship has been, sometimes I would be less likely to say that because he's my brother. But and I really hope he hears me say that because he'll think it's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, there can be tension with anybody you work with, especially when you're the producer, because you're like sometimes have to tell people that they need to do it different, or it wasn't good enough, or it took me years to get used to that role as a producer, because I was just a guy in bands that could, engineer and had a good ear for this or that, and then I had to learn all the psychology of being a producer as I went. But I'd say in the last 10, 15 years working with my brother's just been awesome, like in every capacity.
I've got a story to tell
Yeah.
about
yeah.
When I recorded my album Without Heroes with him, I came to New York where he lived. I was there for a long weekend, and we recorded his drum parts, and we had it all done. And it was, I think it was the very last night we were kind of shutting out for the night, and I think we had like one song left or something like that we were gonna do the next day. And we listened to it, and we realized that he had like downloaded the songs to the wrong whatever basically he was playing them just slower rather than the right tempo.
Oh, the sampling frequency.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It was off. And so he had to re-record all of them. And I was only going to be there for one more day. And of course he's frustrated. So we went out that night and whatever, came back the next morning, and he did 12 songs that day. And I believe, because I heard the original in that, he did even better and just killed it. I mean, like almost one takes, like just the determination of him, and him like just going in there and like, all right, I'm gonna do this, and like just killed it. And what is on the album?
His anger.
Yeah, it was. Oh man. But like what you hear is one day of drumming when he had 4, and he's incredible.
That is such a great story.
Matthew,
his kind of open.
Ahead,
I was just gonna one last comment on Jesse. His opening drum and Infected is still one of my favorite intros to a song ever.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Matthew, you're here in Georgia. What do you enjoy about being here in the Peach State? What do you enjoy about either the music scene or the nature or whatever it may be? What do you enjoy about being here?
I hate it. No, I'm just kidding.
One kind of move and go to Nashville.
The humidity, I can tell you what we don't like. One of the things is it feels like it's 90 degrees outside today, but yeah.
Yeah. I grew up here, and I moved away for 12 years. I lived in North Carolina and then Louisiana. And my wife and I moved back here in 2018. And yeah, there's lots of great things about Georgia as a state. I love hiking, which honestly I'd never really done until the pandemic happened. And it's like, what do you do where you can't be around people? And my anxious spirit needed to move. So hiking became a great pastime. And I love that I live in the city, and within 2 miles I can go and find hiking. There's a hiking trail that's right on the river, has a bamboo forest, and it has elevation and stuff. That's right here in the city limits, like
wow.
In Louisiana, it's all flat and there's hardly anything that you can go climbing. And then big cities don't usually have stuff like that. You can't, go to New York, you got Central Park and that's it, but I like that. I grew up a huge Braves fan, so I love being able to be close enough to go see Braves games. The music scene here, because I moved in 2018, and then my brother passed again end of 2019, and then we had a pandemic for a year.
Right,
kind of lost a lot,
Yeah,
trying to but I'm slowly finding my footing here, and I will say that we got some really great musicians, and there is a camaraderie. There is a lot of people that are willing to help each other, and I do like that a lot as well. It's obviously nice to be close to my musician friends that lived here again, and my family. Yeah. I like food, Southern food. I mean,
it's good stuff. Yeah, I love the hiking too. I started doing that during the pandemic. I moved here. I started making March 1 of 2020, and then the pandemic happened, and people were like, "Hey, what do you think of Georgia?" I'm like, "The view from the inside of my house is pretty cool, I guess." But that's pretty much it. Aaron, are you still on the Pacific Coast, or have you come?
No, I moved to Tennessee in 2012.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Past 7,000. Good job, guys.
Hey, good job.
Oh, look at that. Fantastic.
So
that's awesome.
Do we have when do the giveaways, Dad?
We if you give this hour, then you'll be entered, and then we do them during the week. So we'll I'll get with Matt and Aaron and let them know who the winner was for their albums. So Yeah, we're starting to get toward.
I had Sarah give this hour, so I could maybe win some.
Yeah, you can win. I don't think you're eligible, but I'm sure we can work something out.
It's
but,
fine.
So I had a couple of quick things. I know the boys still have a couple of questions. We've got a little more time too, but so one thing I wanted to mention real quick is both you guys, I have been obsessed with a couple of your songs, and I think you guys have even talked about how you can get obsessed with a particular song.
Mm-hmm.
So Aaron, I've listened to 40 Years probably 500 times. So I know you get 0.01 or whatever. So I'm contributing to that, but that's such a great song. Everybody needs to go out, get on your Spotify or Apple or whatever, pull up Aaron's song 40 Years, and it is so awesome. And then my other
thank you
thing is I've got, oh, you bet. And I've got this other earworm, as I call it, because I find that I'll wake up in the morning and I'm singing Suddenly off of Matt's EP. Is it called 0522 or is there a different name for it, Matt? What's the
522? Yeah.
Okay, 0522. But that there's something, and you guys know this because you've been around music your whole life, but and my boys too, there's something about certain songs that are like, I don't know, it just like gets caught in you.
Oh yeah.
And
there's one of Aaron's songs, Carelessness, gets stuck in my head.
Oh wow.
All the time, man.
Great song.
Like there's something there is something that's just kind of it just kind of, I don't know, that's just so organic about the way that song kind of just,
right.
the way that song works, and that it just has a long shelf life in my brain. So great work on that.
Thanks. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's very true.
And speaking of that, Aaron, go ahead, Dad.
No, go ahead. You're good.
Well, I know you've produced everything from Amberlin to Zao and all these genres. There's a different, so, and I know this is kind of a general question, but your electric, just varied genres of music. What do you have to do to approach that? Do you just listen to a lot of their music beforehand, or do you have to listen to other bands kind of in that genre to get in that mood, or how do you approach those different genres producing them?
Yeah, so not really. So I don't know this. I can only speak to my experience, right? And for me, I'm really relying if kind of like what I was talking about with the question. If an artist's sound or scene is something that's a little out of my scope, I really rely on them to keep it there. And what I try to bring is what is naturally in, and try to bring creativity, melody, accessibility, and just really unearthing what's there, finding where the song is asking to go, what it wants. And but on the other hand, I personally listen to a really wide variety of music.
Makes sense.
I always have. I've told this story a million times, but the first time I ever bought a CD, I bought 2 CDs, and I bought The Cure, Disintegration, and Buddy Holly's Greatest Hits at the same time. And
at the same time,
that's the same. I was a teenager and I bought both of those CDs.
Right.
And so that's a good example of kind of where my, and it's funny because you guys were talking about earworms, and my. This is really sort of embarrassing, but my Spotify wrap up, my number 1 song of this year was Justin Bieber Ghost.
Nice. I love it.
And
you're like, how did that get there? And
no, and it was funny because it was just like a couple months where I listened to that song like 5 times a day, just over and over and over, because the melodies in that song are unbelievable. And I completely forgot about it. I don't even listen. I haven't listened to it in months, But yeah, and but my number one band is this, Northern Irish kind of punk band called Fontaines, and they've been like for the last 3 years my number one band on Spotify. But yeah, so that's part of what is exciting to me about making records and making music with people is just the diversity, just all the different ways of expressing music and pulling from all of those in the same place, pulling from all these different melodies and tones and sounds and emotions that I've gotten from all the different music I've listened to and being inspired and thinking outside of the box when I'm making music with other people.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
I love that.
Awesome.
Hey, real quick, I know we're running low on time, but I just wanted to, well, first and foremost, say it was really a privilege to speak to both of you. And Aaron, you've had such a huge impact on our lives musically, and I've seen a million of the bands that you guys have produced and listened to the records over and over and wore them out. So it really is a huge honor to be able to speak to you. Just want to thank you genuinely for the work that you do, man. It really does matter to a lot of people.
You.
And
helped
me through good times and helped me through bad times and help connect me to my family and to new people and all those things. So.
Wow. Thank you. That is just, you just have no idea how much that means to hear that. Seriously.
Yeah.
Like it's the reason, that emotional human connection is the reason for all of it. So, yeah.
Well, it's so many of those, so many great moments for particularly me and my brother, which is why we want to do this. But yeah, just fantastic.
Thank you.
I also just want to real quick and maybe start with Matthew and then Aaron. What's kind of the next thing that you guys are working on, or how can we kind of keep up with you, or if you want to pitch anything, I'd love to hear it. So Matthew, what album should we go check out? Are you going to be playing somewhere near me soon, or how can we keep up with you?
Okay, let me get my checklist out here.
Put on your PR hat, Matthew.
Yeah. Okay. So for the podcast, we just released a new episode today about the holidays. So you can go check that out. It's Aaron and I talk about the difference between how we were raised with the holidays and how we celebrate now, and on all that kind of stuff. So that's everywhere you want to get podcasts. You can follow Moontraveling on Instagram and Facebook. It's Moontraveling Podcast. You can also check us out on Anchor FM. We have a Patreon. Join. We do special things right now. We are. I sent out a message to them. We're trying to work out doing a live get together with them for an hour, something like this, with people to ask anything and just hang out for about an hour. And then personally, Pacifico, we released 2 singles for my next album with videos. You can watch those and check those out on
YouTube.
Streaming.
They're good. Yep.
Thank you. And and then got really 2 more videos coming in January and 2 more singles, and then the album comes out in February. You can pre-order the album and all that kind of stuff as well. And then the label I have is putting out a Starflyer tribute compilation with bands like Squad 5-0, Huntingtons, Jesse Sprinkle, myself, and many, many more. It comes out in 2 weeks on the 16th. Ooh. And the vinyl is sold out, but I guess I'll say here we have 5 copies left that I will put up for sale on the day of release, as well as some other little goodies to celebrate. And I think we're going to do a listening party online as well. So there's that. And if you're in the Atlanta area, I'm going to do an album release show in February and maybe some tours next summer. Aaron and I are going to record some more episodes in January and hang out at some point. And I think that's it for me. You can find Pacifico anywhere. Pacifico Rock, one word.
I may have to see if I can buy one of those albums off you, Matthew, for Starflyer was in the top for my Spotify rap this year. So I might maybe work something out behind the scenes.
It's really one of the best comps that it's the best Starflyer comp that
Right. I love it. Aaron, what you got going on, brother?
So I released a single this year called 40 Years, and then I just released another one last month called The River. I'm kind of moving to a single based flow for the time being. I work full time as a composer for a music licensing company called Soundstripe, and I've been doing that for 5 years. I've made hundreds of songs for them for film and for licensing, royalty-free music, and so I do that full time, and then I've got a kind of secret big project I can't talk about right now that I'm just absolutely thrilled about. I cannot handle that I can't talk about it. It's really upsetting.
That's awesome. Spill it. We're on, and nobody's listening. Go for it. I'm kidding.
And then doing some new music with Acceptance. Got a few songs in the works with them, and just looking forward to this new year. I think there's just a lot of really fun stuff happening. I'm really excited about. So
and you just
you can just go to aaronsprinklemusic.com or Aaron Sprinkle on any social media if you want to.
Yeah, and he just had you can buy his plugins, right?
Oh yeah, I did team up with a company called STL Tones. I came out with an expansion pack for. It's sort of a channel strip plugin for mixing and creating music. It's a little bit more technical than that. It's easy to use, but it's a profile. It profiles the actual settings that I use to make my music. So that is really exciting. That was just released on Black Friday.
Is that for like Kemper or?
No, it's the same concept as Kemper, but for compressor, EQ, all that stuff, actual effects for mixing. Exactly the same concept. And then I am going to be doing a guitar tone pack for them next year as well. So
nice.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned earlier about protocols. I was like, oh, it's getting technical there. Well, guys, thanks. Thank you to my boys for being along. I'm very proud of you. And I know this was a moment that worked when I told them I was having you guys on. They're like, "Oh, can we be on too?" It's like, sure, why not?
If only 14-year-old Josh knew.
Yes, yeah. If I was to tell them back then, it's like you can get to meet virtually with Aaron Sprinkle, and they'd be like, "What? That's pretty amazing." So, yeah, they're been awesome, and guys, it's been wonderful. Thank you so much for working with us and
having us
on the weird hour we've got for you guys. I know it's late, so we'll let y'all go. We're gonna bring in our next hour, so we're gonna do that, and we're gonna check totals. And again, been wonderful having you guys on board, and there's our next hour. So that's very cool.
Thanks so much.
And,
great to meet you all. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank you. Bye, Matt. Bye, Jesse. All right. And there goes the boys. And there we are. Reset. There we go. All right. I know we're a little behind. We'll get right to it. So over to Derek. Go ahead and take it away.
Today is December 29, and I have decided that I am going to raise some money for charity. And this is how I'm going to do it. Now you're all going to think I'm nuts. You open the cash, and there's cash in there. Not a lot. Maybe a couple pennies, maybe a couple dimes, a couple quarters. I'm going to take that change home, and I'm going to put it in a jar, and I'm going to save it for a full year, and then I'm going to donate it to St. Jude's when Geocache Talk does their podcast of hope. We're going to start this right here, right now. I got Hailmeister here with me, and we're going to open up this cash right here. If there's any change in here, we're going to take the change, and I'm going to throw some swag in, and then we're going to put that change in the jar. Let's check out that second bag.
All right, what else we got in here?
Oh, I hear jingling.
Pencils, and there's some change. There's a quarter right there.
Nice.
Let's see what we got. Let's dig it out.
Lay it right out here in my hand.
There's a leaf. No, you
don't leave that alone.
There's that.
What is that?
That's a quarter.
Okay.
That's really nasty.
We'll have to clean up. Oh.
In the first place. Okay. Couple pennies.
So we're up at 27 cents.
Wow, you got a nice haul here. All right, we got another penny. Oh, look at that.
Another nice quarter. Shiny quarter.
Yep. Let's see. Wait, another. Man. Holy cow. There's another penny and another quarter.
So we're up to 79 cents right now.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Oh. Here's some more. Okay. Another penny. That's
80 cents.
And I think we're all tapped out here. Yep, since you can't come with the buffalo nickel. So we'll put that back.
All right, so we ended up with 80 cents right here. There it is, 80 cents, at least we think. Because we're out geocaching, and Eric found a penny in this cache. It's only a penny going into the hashtag Coins for Kids jar. All right, good way to go, Eric.
You gotta be kidding me.
Coins for kids?
Coins for kids. Coins for kids right here in Colorado. Let's see what we got. 26 cents.
Yes.
Mr. Neil Moore. Mr. Neil Moore.
Yes.
The sound of Coins for Kids in Colorado. How much have we got this time? Hey, Moss, you're going to have to count it for me. What is that? 1 cent? 1, 2, 3 cents? Is that what's a dime?
10 cents.
10 cents. 13 cents.
Nice.
13 cents.
Woohoo.
Seriously, Coins for Kids, it makes sense.
He fumbles, but he recovers.
Tumbleweed out of the way. We didn't even know those were coins for kids, and it didn't.
5 cents, isn't it?
That's
Right.
10.
10 cents.
10 cents.
See? Another tenner.
Yay!
Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore.
Hashtag Coins for Kids.
I've got to work this out again now.
All right.
25 cents, I think, and 1 cent. 26 cents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th.
Awesome.
Very cool.
And we're going to do the other video.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 7th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $12,000, and we can only do that with your help to reach our goal. Please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
All right, this hour we've got, of course, Arted Crafted, a t-shirt an hour. Thank you, artedcrafted.com, and Sean and crew, and that's awesome. And then also we've got another Scrabble Hounds. This one is interesting. She's like, I want to put this one in there too. It is this huge bag of path tags. I mean, it's enormous. And so she's like, here's a good one. So she threw those in. It's got also a container with it. So that is her third one. Thank you, Barb. Thank you, Scrabble Hounds, for putting these gift packs together for Podcast of Hope. So, and let's get a quick update. This is going to be a really interesting hour. Hopefully we've got, whoa, look at that. $7,345.59 so far, and it's just rolling. That's awesome. Up 7360. It just keeps going. Give right now, and I'll tell you what. The last one, Merlin was the last one. Cash the line right before that. Thank you, Jaspery, UDAC, Pizza Ninja, Sparky, Tom Brotherman, Neil Moore, and others. Andy.
Thank you to everybody.
Thank you to everybody. Absolutely. We'll be doing the proceeds from the sale of the coins. So, and we'll talk about that this hour. I've got all three right here in my hot little hand. So we will we'll talk about those, and we'll do the proceeds of that here in a little bit. But first, let's meet the crew. And also along for this hour, we've got Jesse's come back for this hour. And also we got Emily, wanted to be on
Hi.
as co-host. Hey.
With my coins.
Yay. She's got her coins.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully people enjoy that last hour. It's a little different, but I was really appreciative of them being involved and being part of that. Aaron Sprinkle has produced millions of albums, and so it's really cool. We only had an hour, and it was hard to. It wasn't time to try to reset and try to explain who Matt and Aaron were. So it was better to just dive in and then everybody go, "Ooh, these guys seem interesting. Let me go check them out," and go check them out later than it was to spend 20 minutes trying to go over their background. And then we didn't have much time to really get into questions. So, hopefully people were able to sort of track along during that hour. Again, go check them out. The song 40 Years is there's something about it. There's just is really, like I said, stuck in my head, and that one and a couple of Matthew's songs too. So again, thank you to those guys. And all right. How did this year go for you guys? Craig can't be with us tonight. He's under the weather, but shout out to Craig, Mr. C. Michelle, and hope that he gets better and recovers from all that. So over to you guys. It was good seeing you guys this year. I got to see it in Memphis. So
several times.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah,
that was
that's
a
where I got
blast.
to meet
Had a
you
good time.
guys. That was great.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Had a good time down there despite the hot weather, but caching's always good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to eat at the pizza place. That was fun. And got to hang out a little bit, and not enough. Always not enough time to hang out together, but
No.
Yeah.
Never is.
Yeah, one of my
So-
favorite.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say one of my favorite times down there was when we all hung out at Graceland and went for breakfast, and
That's
that
cool.
was a good time.
That was a lot
That
of
was an
fun.
epic morning. Yeah. Fun at 7:30. Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew what fun could be had at 7:30 in the morning?
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So how was each of y'all's 2022, do you think, as you look back on the year?
Mine?
Yeah, yours is different than everybody else,
yeah.
I guess, in a sense.
Yeah. Obviously, I had 2 months prime geocaching time, 2 months that I was just down, and so there was nothing happening. And then again, recently, another 2 months in what I consider my prime geocaching time in the fall, and that was
Right.
just non-existent, pretty much non-existent too. So unfortunately, my coins out of caches, I think, was way down just because I lost 4 months of good caching time. But
Right.
Personally, I probably pulled in still probably $7 or $8 out of caches. I
Amazing how that
had,
adds up.
yeah. I mean, sometimes you find 2 or 3 pennies. The next one you'll find 80 cents or $1.50 or something, or $1.
Right.
And I see Tim there. He mentioned that he found a 5 in one cache.
Wow.
So
That's cool.
but I have probably 4, maybe 5 local cachers here that a couple times during the summer, if they see me, they're like, "Hey, I got some change for you."
Right.
And so the total amount of coins and bills that I've got from local cachers this year, I had a total of $73 and some change.
Nice.
So
Yay.
yeah, that was a great haul. So
That is cool. And you had some medical things you had to get through.
I did. And now I'm going to get emotional, but you know, watching these videos of the kids,
Yeah.
you know, having what I went through this year, and trust me, what I went through is nothing compared to what some of these kids and even some of the people that I got to know during treatment. You're sitting in a waiting room waiting for them to call you back or whatever, and
Right.
get talking and things, and you know, mine was, we caught it early, pop it out, go in
Right.
for, you know, I had 8 weeks of treatments of, you know, 5 minutes at a time. And those that watch my videos have seen
Yeah.
Bob Billy's radiation treatment video.
Right.
You know, there was nothing painful about the whole experience for me. It might look like I lost my hair, but I really didn't lose my hair.
Hey, wait a minute here.
And I didn't get physically sick. You know, it does do some bodily function things to you, but I'm
Right.
pretty much over that already. But the mental game through that whole process and what these kids go through, I mean, even these 1, 2, 3-year-old children, I can't even imagine what's going on in their head during this whole process. And then if you're getting kids that are, you know, 8, 9, 10, 12 years old, you know, they've had kind of your typical childhood, and then you get sick, and then you're going through this with the mental game, and the parents are, you know, how are we going to pay for this, and what are we going to do, where are we going to go, all of that.
Yeah.
It just hurts my heart so bad to know that they're going through that. And just like I said, just what little
Yeah.
bit that I was touched by it through my experience, I can't even imagine how horrible that is for them when it's their children, or
Right.
as a child. You just want to go outside and play or whatever, and you can't do that. So
No, you're right. No, it's as I've said before. You know, I go through. They give us a website. It's a brand, St. Jude. It's a I would call it private, but you can't get to it unless you're part of their, you know, their public relations side of things, and they give us access to that so that we can pull these videos and we can show them. And there's quite a few out there. I try to pull ones that aren't. Some of them are longer, and it's kind of it's always a little bit of a jostle to figure out, you know, can I show these longer videos, you know, and it fit within a certain, you know, hour. But yeah, you sit there and you know, like I said, you go through half a box of Kleenex trying to get through watching these videos. It's just and we played the one a couple times, which is kind of the international one, and I thought that was a really good. I appreciate Derek playing it again when we had a spot for it, because it's you know, it's we've done a lot in the U.S. to take care of cancer, whether it be cancer that Neil has or cancer that a child has. But when you see it and they talk about, you know, we're back in the 60s internationally, you know, the kids just basically just leave and just let the cancer, you know, take over, is tough to watch. And, you know, it's so great that the Saints trying to work to help around the world. And you know, that's one of the reasons why I'm really proud that we do this every year. So, so anyway, so Jason, how I know there was a couple of your videos where you said you're like, I'm not making the progress that I was hoping to make finding coins, and then you'd get like a spurt where you'd find quite a few. So how was your and that also just how was your overall, how was your 2022?
The year was pretty good by all standards. I mean, if you want to count, how many you find in a year is successful, then I'm on par with the last 4 or 5 years.
Right.
I had a down month as well myself, not anything cancer related, but I had surgery on my shoulder in October, and I didn't really go out for about 3 or 4 weeks there. But I've been to 3 or 4, no, I think 4 mega events this year, I think.
I know, that's awesome.
And did some traveling out to the Pacific Northwest, down to Memphis, and of course the West Bend Mega every year and things like that. So it was good to reconnect with the people who watch my videos and friends and other video creators and things like that throughout the year. And it's just been good to be back out in the geocaching community and finding caches, and of course finding coins in those caches too, to help out for the podcast Hope this year.
No, that's been awesome. Yeah. There was I was doing research for the book, my last book. I did my big old tome, the 501, and I was going through video, because I like to find a little photo, to put in there, and so I was going through and the North Dakota ones, and I was like, "Hey, there's Jason. He's finding Gilby." So
yep.
I was like, I'd send Jason a quick note, go, "Hey, do you mind if I use your photo?" He's like, "No, go for it." So several of the North Dakota ones, there he is right there. So
yeah, that's a great cache, by the way.
Yeah. So I was like,
Oh,
"Hey,
yeah, that's
Jason,
a good one.
can I use your photo?" Yeah, I think I even hit Emily up for one of those too. So yeah, so you got to go to the Disneyland of geocaching, which is awesome.
Yeah,
that's really
always
cool.
a good time up there in Gilby.
Well, Jason, now that you're in a book, that makes you more famouser than me. So you're one up on me now.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, I'm glad you got to go to all of those. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I was more fun in 2023.
Yeah, I was very fortunate that everything that I had to go through this year was the timing was good for me, because I still got to go to Memphis, and I still got to go to Midwest Geobash, and I got to go to Seattle, so it's like get some stuff done in the spring, enjoy my summer,
right,
do some more junk in the fall, and now I'm going to be able to enjoy my 2023. So
awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it was just we've talked about before, and Jesse and I, and even and Emily too. We talk about our experiences, and people that are listening that haven't been to a mega yet. You go find one that you want to go to and check it out, because once it's like it's kind of addicting, right, Emily? You've been to
yes, a few this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got going caching on the brain. She can't stop going to that one for sure.
I can't stop going.
No.
And
And
as we
it's
get into
really neat to
2023,
run into.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Emily.
Well, just running into folks, we're kind of migrating around the country together, hitting up
Right.
these different locations. And so none of us are from the same place, but we're getting to see each other at all these mega locations.
Right.
Yeah.
Ryan.
I see Pizza Ninja in there mentioned he met me in Memphis. Actually met him in New York last year in his home stomping grounds, but
cool.
I think he was more pleased that he got to meet Bob Billy at the restaurant. He had a special experience with Bob Billy at the fancy restaurant. So
yeah, he did. He sure did.
Nice.
So that was.
Oh, I
was
heard about
fun.
that.
Yeah.
We appreciated having Bob Billy with us in Memphis, especially. I love watching, and Jason could talk about this too, but I love watching the people line up to do the rock, paper, scissors with Bob Billy. It's funny it's such a great thing, and it fit perfect because there's time before the concert, and it was just like, this is a perfect time. to do it. And then of course, when they took a break, it's like, let's finish it up. And so,
yeah,
that worked out great.
Yeah.
So, Happy Hodag wants, is there a Bob Billy, at the famous restaurant?
No. This was a private
You had to be
moment between Bob Billy and the Pizza Ninja.
Oh man,
there you go. Never forget it. There you go.
Yeah.
That's why you go to these things. You can't miss these opportunities. So.
Yep. Yeah. You go to the events, and if you see me or Jason or Pizza Ninja, just ask them about the experience, and we'll give you the story. So.
This is maybe the story too. Yeah. So I want to ask you guys about. I remember. I don't remember the timing. You guys can help me with this, but there was a point last year when you guys were talking to us and to Ryan and Chad, and you were like, "Oh, we could do," or somebody mentioned that we could do coins, and so tell everybody about the process of what you guys went through to get the.
Well, it wasn't too long after the podcast last year.
Right.
Bounce messaged us. I think we were in a group message or something, and he asked if we'd ever considered doing a coin. And I'd thought about doing a coin. I don't even know if I could even seriously think about doing it.
Right.
But he just kind of threw it out there, and we just kind of like, that'd be kind of nice, and I think all of us were thinking, who's going to fund this thing?
Right.
But it all worked out. But it started, I think it started like in January or something like that. And Ryan jumped in, and Ryan was a big leader in the whole coin part of it. And and it kind of dropped off for a little bit, and then we're like, hey, what's going on with that? Is it? And oh yeah, and then it just suddenly all fell together, and just boom, there it was. So
that's cool.
Yeah, it worked out great. The coins look awesome. They're great.
Big. They're good coins. In the cool thing about them too is
they're very nice.
They are. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah, and the other cool part about them is that reading, reading.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of cool to see that it's got the ridges like on a quarter. So it's kind of fun, and they're really they're good size. It's hard to explain. Grab a path tag, and you kind of tell
and
from
they
a path
look
tag.
so much better in person than they do on any photo or in any video.
See the difference between a coin and the path tag. It's like it's big.
Crazy.
I mean, it gives you a good perspective on how big that thing is. I mean, it's a nice solid coin. So, and I love y'all's. They're all three definitely iconic. When you look at that, that's obviously you can tell immediately that's definitely Jason's and Craig's See My Shell. So I mean and Neil's. Well, it's Neil and Bob Billy's, both y'all.
Yeah.
Cash Sales and Bob
billing.
Billy's. Split
Notice
billing
who's on
between the
top,
two
though.
guys. Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. But yeah. So there's plenty more out there that are available. We're going to do the proceeds here. If Derek will show the screen, I will take the money and I'll transfer it over to Podcast Hope. So keep an eye on that right there, and I will hit the button and I will transfer the money as soon as this thing lets me come back into it, because I got away from it. I'm coming back into it. All right, here we go.
I'm curious.
I feel like we need a drum roll.
Drum roll.
I know, right?
Where's their drum line?
Dun dun dun.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
It hit.
Yep, showed up. It hasn't popped in. There it goes.
Holy cow.
That was huge.
$1,500.
$1,500 you guys raised. That is unbelievable. We're hopefully can get to 10,000, which is our original goal. We kind of got too excited and did 12, but if we get to 10, that will be awesome. So you guys,
wow,
you went from pennies, which they do add up. That's something that that Melanee mentioned, of course, on the show tonight, is that they really do. They do add up, but you guys's and Bryan's and Chad's, there've been a lot of people involved, but yeah, and I got more. There's more sitting over here that I could, I could, if you want to buy some additional coins. They make great gifts. As Tom always says, you buy two and you give away one. He's talking about like coins. Buy a set, even if you don't. You can give away at events, that kind of thing. And some people did buy some tonight. Obviously, I'll get them ready to ship as soon as I can. Yeah, I'm proud of you guys for what you've done to go from the idea you said, Neil, about, hey, I got this crazy idea. I'm gonna save some coins, out of these caches, because once in a while there is cash in caches, which we joke about, because when you talk to people who don't know about geocaching, they're like, "You get any money out of them?" It's like, well, there's kind of some money in them. I mean, sometimes there's a dollar or a penny or two or a quarter, and so 1,500 for net at the moment. And so that's really awesome.
And as you sell those coins too, that money continues to go. So
it will.
It's going to be however long until those coins are gone. So that helps too.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah. I think Jason was
And
gonna.
I think that's a neat point.
No,
I was going to
ahead.
say, with every little bit helps. I've seen today in the Coins for Kids Facebook group, everyone posting their pictures of what they accomplished this year. And wow, some people have found so much money in caches throughout the year. I found $2.99, but you know what? That's $2.99 more for St. Jude's than if I hadn't collected them all year. So the competitive side of me is like, oh my gosh, only $2.99, but it's not nothing.
It isn't. You're right.
Laughing at me.
Yeah,
you're right. It adds up.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great segue there, Emily. That's a great segue on that you were talking about the website there, the Facebook group, because I have some numbers here that I pulled off the Facebook group earlier today. Now,
oh, cool.
People post on there all the time. I found a quarter, I found a dime, I found $1, whatever it is. But some people have posted recently, within the last couple weeks or last month, what they've collected for the year, knowing that the podcast of Hope was coming up today. Just kind of giving their final totals, and I pulled a few of those off of there. So I don't have everybody's, of course, like I said. These are just the ones who posted what they did find. And so I found out that Sir Drumalot, he had a total of $44.19 he posted on there. That he's pulled out of caches and got some donations from people in the name of Coins for Kids. Traveling Armadillos, Patrick, he's got $56.35. GeoVet 91 from Texas also collected and added some to it, but she got $17.75 out of caches alone.
Wow.
And added to that. Super Knots, $10.61, and they added to it, and I think they had like $38, something like that, whatever it was.
Right.
Here's my collection right here. $7.54 I collected throughout the year in caches. The Force Awakens, I want to make a mention here before it gets too late. The Force Awakens has given me permission. They have a trackable. There it is right there.
Nice.
There's a trackable 1WW VK7. You discover that every discovery you make from now until next year's podcast of Hope, they drop 50 cents into the podcast of Hope for that. Wow. So discover that. It is right there, guys. One more time, okay?
Yep.
And I also want to make special mention here of this jar. can barely lift it up. Check this thing out, guys.
Oh.
There's a group, or I'm sorry, married couple from Indiana, Tim and Monica. They go by the name of Team Phoenix, 421 from Merrillville, Indiana. I was stopping on my way home through Indiana, on my way home from Neil's house about a month ago or so, and she says, "I got some coins for you," and she actually has the jar. She gave me the jar too. Look at that. She even labeled the jar coins.
Oh yeah, very cool. Yeah,
there's almost $50 in here.
Oh dang!
$50. Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
$50.
So they just been putting money in there, and $50 from them as well too. So, all those added up together is over $225 just on the people I just mentioned right now.
Awesome.
Yeah. So thanks to everybody for that. And I also want to, while I'm on here right now, I want to thank you to the people we were mentioning that we just got $1,500 deposited in for the Coins for Kids coins here.
Yep.
None of it would happen if people didn't buy it. So
true.
We thank everybody who bought the coins and who will continue to buy the coins because we still have some sets left over. We want to thank everybody for that, for the support, and that we could do something like this for St. Jude and for the podcast of Hope. It really means a lot to us.
Yes.
No, it's really cool. Thank you, Jason. Yeah. I will. The site doesn't go down at midnight. It's still up. So you can always donate to Podcast of Hope. You can also if you want the coins, like I said before, they're available. Thanks. There you go. Scott just bought some. So thank you, sir. Get a full set. If you buy all three, you get $10 off. So and all the proceeds go to Podcast Hope. I'll send you a note. Typically, the shipping is about $5 when you add up the shipping and the handling of printing the labels and all that. If you're international, we'll still do international. If you pay the shipping, that way all the rest of the proceeds can go to St. Jude. So if you're in Canada or wherever you are in the world, as you're listening to this, we're more than happy to ship anywhere in the world. So,
Gary, I bought four of my own coin today. I'm gonna
Yeah, I saw that.
For, giveaways or I'll use them for something here in the next.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I think that I'll get them shipped out to you soon. So.
I'm not a creative person, and so when these came out, I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's so obvious! Make a geocoin for Coins for Kids. It just makes sense. Like they look like coins. It's just like so perfectly beautiful. Well done, guys.
Thanks.
Yes. It's been fun and. Watching you guys get out there and I know it's an older video from last year that Neil put together, but it's still rings very true, and I wanted to show that again because I think it's a perfect video for what you guys have been doing, so that's really cool. So, do you guys have any more? Y'all having any plans between now and end of the year, or is everything kind of slowed down? Just do some local caching and some local videos, or what are y'all's? Are y'all planning to go anywhere over the holidays? Or are you gonna stay close to home?
Well, for me, we are getting ready to do some renovation on our kitchen and dining room. We're taking out a wall and putting in some new cabinets and appliances. So that's happening. Like we're starting that work now. And my wife will be having some knee replacement surgery the end of this month. So again, I'm going to I'm going to be taking care of her for a few weeks while she recoups, and so for us here in Michigan, January geocaching tends to slow way down anyway.
It's a little tricky.
Yes, it is. But I mean, I'm sure I'll still, make a stop here or there coming home from work or whatever. But most of my summer this year was so awesome. It's going to be hard to top that. So this year I'm slowing it down a little bit. Still going to hit. Fortunately, like Moga is going to be a 2-hour drive for me because that's in Flint.
Yeah,
Flint, Michigan.
I knew that was
Midwest
up your way.
Midwest Geobash is a 4-hour drive.
Right.
I think I'm planning on West Bend Cache Bash this year. Geo Woodstock really is only about a 5-hour drive this year.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to make it to that one. I'm actually kind of thinking maybe I might do Allegheny State Park. I don't know.
Yeah, the
it will
ASP.
depend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the weekend
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
So I'm still a little up in the air about what I'm doing, but the biggie that I'm actually planning on is Gilby Gone Wild. That will probably be my big trip for the year. So
that'll be. I think they usually do that. What, September?
End of September, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Jason, do you have any current plans for doing videos? Obviously, for the rest of the year, or are you gonna have to hunker down like Neil in the
my major plans for the year are over. I'm just kind of gearing up for next year and putting on my thinking cap for what I want to do next year and any trips I want to take next year. I don't really have any big plans for the winter. I have plenty of video that I shot and have been sitting on for a while. From Seattle, and I even have some West Bend videos that I've got to get out as well too. That'll probably take me for the next couple months. That'd be good. For next summer, I'm thinking. Well, I think I'm going to Gilby with Neil. That'd be good.
Okay, cool.
Make a return trip to Gilby.
Right.
That'd be good. I mean, I found most of the caches there, but I know Chad puts them out. Yeah, I'd go there just for the heck of it anyway. So
absolutely.
West Bend is only a couple hours away, and I'll probably make a return trip to the one in Ohio there, the Midwest Geobash. So that's what we're looking at.
Well, you guys are always invited and welcome to come down to Memphis again if you wanted to, and check out all the other things we didn't get to go to. But,
can you turn the thermostat down a little bit?
Yeah, I'll work on that for you. I'll get the AC cranked up for this next time. But Jaspery, she was excited that heading up her way, so she's pretty excited about you guys coming to Gilby Gone Wild. I guess it's the fourth one, so she's like excited. So yeah.
Man, talking about all this stuff always makes me want to live in the Midwest and be centralized to all this stuff like you guys.
Well, we kind of think we think the opposite sometimes too, Emily. We're like, the ape event, or when things are up that way, a block party, or they don't do the block party anymore, but you know what I mean. So we kind of miss those the Tri-Cities every year. You've been to Tri-Cities, right?
I have never made it to Tri-Cities.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. You're right there, but then again, I say the same thing. I'm
right there, and also conflicts. I'm not really right there. Yeah.
There's so many megas now, though. It's and I think there'll be even more in 2023. Everybody's feeling more confident. I think there's going to be megas everywhere. You're going to have an opportunity to get to at least. There's going to be one close by wherever you are.
Yeah. You've got CoinFest coming your way, Jesse.
Yeah, next year.
Well,
Yep.
close, not exactly. It's in the state, so be a couple hours away or so. I don't know how far is it to Daytona Beach. Do you think from where you're at?
I don't know. I think there's something coming to Tampa too, though.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
That's what I've heard a rumor of.
Yeah. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I know CoinFest. They announced they're, making the trek over to Daytona, and the coins they're coming out with are they do little seashells, which is kind of makes sense. Going to the beach. So yeah. Oh yeah. So Drumalot mentioned. I forgot all about Brahma. I almost said it wrong. Bamarama in
Rama, yeah.
Bamarama.
Isn't this their first year
Yeah.
gone mega?
Yeah, they're mega. So yeah, sand dollars. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, not seashells, sand dollars. You get the idea. But yeah, and the Bamarama, we've been in contact with them just to help promote them as when we can. But they've got a trail. Oh yeah, we'll definitely show that. Sorry, let me close that. Yep, there's the definitely do what Jason's mentioning is the cool. Thank you, sir. And for the proceeds. So yeah, that's gonna be cool. They've never. I mean, this will be a first mega at their event. That's gonna be neat. But they have a gadget trail that's really enticing to see and have to check out. So if you're interested in gadget trails, like if you did Jackson County in Georgia, that gadget trail, this is sort of on that sort of idea. So again, not too far. Jesse's not too far from there. I don't know how many hours it would be to get to.
I've looked it up. It's possible to do from here.
4 or 5 hours, or maybe further.
I think it's a little further than that, but
a little bit.
Florida's a long state. It's not as big as Texas. I got it, but it's still a long state.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Well, let's get an update on the total. It is up. Oh, there we go. 93.78 for the night. That is incredible. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Been a very good night. Raising a lot of good money for St. Jude. It's been great. Well, we start to get toward the end. I guess let's kind of go around and kind of give everybody a chance to give some final thoughts, I think, on the night, and if any of the other members, I don't know if anybody's still around, if Chad or any of the other members, Derek, if he wants to jump in, I don't know if he's at a point where he could pop back on or not. He can, and as we start to wind down on the cast of hope,
I'd like to just say that it was Neil's idea that come up with the coins for kids, and he came up with the whole thing, and it's just really encouraging and inspiring from my viewpoint to see everybody else join in and collect money out of coins, out of caches, and buy things like this, and all the donations you see on the Tiltify there. People mentioning coins for kids and everything like that, and it's just really inspiring to me to see it from my viewpoint of everybody else joining in and helping out and all that stuff. So thanks to everybody that likes the idea and goes along with it, and it's just good to see. So I'm thankful to be a part of this, something that everybody likes, and that's inspiring to them as well too. So thank you.
You bet. I like that. Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback on that, and with what Jason said, with everybody that has kind of climbed on board. I started the Facebook page probably last year, shortly after the podcast, and quite a few people have jumped on there, and it's always great to see people showing what they're finding, when they find it, and more people adding in. And then like when we do a podcast, or if Jason or I or Craig or even Dave and Karen, Cache Canada, they'll put it on theirs, Cache the Line, quite a few of the vloggers, they will have a video and they'll say, hey, we found some coins in this cache that's going for coins for kids, and people will comment, oh, I never heard of this, and I'll start doing that, and
Right.
and more people, even as each person adds in a penny or two here and there, and it adds up, one or two people more starting to do that, it's that snowball effect. It's like earning compound interest. It's the more you
gonna
yeah,
That's good.
It's the Dave Ramsey, when you're young, you put $2,000 a year in for 6 years, and by the time you retire, you've got $1 million or whatever
Right.
that is, and it's the same thing with these coins, whatever. And I'm telling you, it doesn't have to come out of the cache. If it's laying on the ground, pick it up, put it in,
Mhm.
Right.
Jason and I don't even remember where we were. Maybe we were in, man, I don't remember. We were doing some adventure lab, and we're walking across the big yard.
Oh, yeah.
And
Remember
I
the story.
found like 70 cents laying on the ground out in the middle of nothing. I'm like,
Right.
coins for kids,
Coins
I'm
for kids.
geocaching. There's, yeah. So,
There you go.
and, but I just so appreciate, and again, after going through what I went through this year, this means so much more to me now than it ever did. Just these kids, kids don't deserve this crap.
Right.
It's,
I agree.
let's give what we can, and I know we all make a living, we all struggle and live paycheck to paycheck most of the time, but whatever we can give, if you get 20 cents back on your coffee, throw it in the jar. I don't care where you're getting the change from. Don't steal
Right.
it. But
Right.
if you're pulling it out of your cup holder, or if you're leaving it on the sink in the bathroom or on the dresser in the bedroom, I don't care. Put it in a jar, take it to the bank. They'll count it out for you. Put it in rolls, whatever. Let's go a little extra step with our change, and let's get it to St. Jude's, and let's help these kids and their families.
No,
like
that's
Sir
awesome.
Drumlot says, he cleaned out his wife's minivan and kept the change he found.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah.
I mentioned on Challenge Talk, but I almost ruined a theme cache on the day it was published. So don't do that. It was Vern's
do that.
Penny Jar, a Goonies themed cache. I almost took all the pennies until the light bulb came on. So don't do that. But
No. Oh, my
other
goodness.
than that, Coins
Right.
for Kids is awesome.
Right.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've got a total I'm going to put up because I know people are curious. I know Jesse for sure is curious. How much have we raised over the 7 years? It's always fascinating to think about. Like I said, when we started, the first podcast of Hope that Jesse and I did, we tried to raise $1,000, and we got it. It was like, okay, we've got it.
And we were extremely happy with that.
Yes, we were thrilled to death. We still are that we raised 1,000. I mean, that's not nothing to sneeze at.
No, absolutely not.
The next year, we as he knows, I just keep raising the money, raising the total. We went to 2,000. We raised 2,000. Doubled it. The next year, we raised 4,000. We raised 4,000. The year after that, we had a goal of 5,000. We raised 7,750. So I go, oh, well, let's just jump to 8. So we jumped to 8. We raised 10,000. So then we said, well, let's make it 10,000. And then last year we raised 11,446.30. The weird numbers is because we didn't have to guesstimate because we've got Tiltify now. And so with our current total and all the ones we've raised over the years, we have raised $40,877.36 total.
Sweet.
$40,877.36. So thank you to everybody who has been a part. I mean, we're just, hopefully we've entertained everybody over the years. All the different things we've had. Hopefully people have enjoyed tonight's. We started back at 4 p.m. Central with Chris, and got to do some magic, and we've been entertained with an improv group, and we've talked to Melanee with St. Jude, and we've had great times with Geocaching Kaity and the Moontraveling podcast group, and we've had a lot of good shows, and got to talk to Bryan. So talking to all those people has been great tonight. And I thank everybody for being involved and for raising money. And again, it's open. Podcast to Hope is still open. It will be open. So as UDAC mentioned, we can still get to 12 before this time next year. So, before they reset the campaign and we start over again. So if you find stuff and you want to, if you gather up some more coins and don't want to wait till next year, you can always, if it's this year, before say July, you can always put it toward this one and then start saving again for the next one. So anyway, I guess Jesse and Emily, what are your, and everybody, give everybody a final thoughts as we wrap up tonight?
Yeah, I was really excited for this, and to live the 8 hours today, the excitement, like I woke up excited. I couldn't wait until it started, and then to go through the 8 hours and to watch everyone come together. And every year I learn something new about St. Jude's, and it's just great. And I'm so proud of our community, how we come together. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And I'm going to consider tomorrow day one of my Coins for Kids jar and see where the next year takes us.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Next should probably be about the same time. So Jesse?
Yeah, she said it perfectly, and hitting on something I want to make sure we hit on too, that this year we've raised money, and all of you have raised money. Everybody out there
$70 away from our goal. $70 now.
Oh my
$70? No way.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 2,500 just came in.
Oh my
gosh.
$70. Come on now.
We make it 70.
Okay.
Heck, I think
somebody buy some coins.
We've sold
Yeah.
coins
Oh my gosh.
since you gave that total, so we're
That
there.
is insane.
I had to interrupt you for that.
Whoa.
All of a sudden, just saw it pop in.
That is incredible. I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh.
We were-
Thank you,
I
Anonymous.
was
Holy cow.
Thank you.
I told Derek and Jesse, I was like, well, whatever we raise is all we need to raise, but wow.
How is that even
incredible.
possible? That just
Oh my goodness. It's like I got the chills being here for this.
Oh my
moment.
gosh.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think I want to go live at
Wow.
Anonymous's house.
All right, so we just dropped off of Facebook. We're still on YouTube, but we just dropped off of Facebook.
Oh
Okay,
no.
yeah.
We
Which
hit
is
the 8
fine.
hours.
Yeah.
That's okay, but YouTube we can still go, so that's fine.
Actually, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It's not $70 all we need. We need $69.14.
There you go.
$69.14.
To get specific, if somebody would give, or go, if you want to hit over, if you want to give exactly $69.14, you can.
Yeah, make it 15 cents. Yeah.
Like a Groundhog Day, where they where she pulls out her checkbook and she gives exact a certain amount. So,
And there we hit it. We hit it.
We did it. We hit it.
All right.
We got it.
Hey.
Somebody else
Oh
gave.
my
We got it.
It's
Two people
stunning
gave.
right now.
Three people gave. That's awesome. Everybody's jumping in.
That is
Oh
amazing.
my goodness.
It may go
How
up
is
here in a
that?
second.
I'm blown away every year.
$12,105.86.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, everyone.
Great.
That is
Thank
awesome.
you guys. I think
We made it.
Just cashers are amazing every single year.
Oh my gosh. That is incredible. Wow.
We have beat our goal every year, and I was
Yes, we have.
We're going. We got to push. We got to get this
And,
going. We're
you
not
know-
going to make it this year. And of course, on the 12th
Wow.
hour, 8th hour, 11th hour,
Yeah.
whatever.
That was
hour
like the
it was,
last second too.
we
That's what that
passed.
was.
Oh wow.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, and
thank
you know,
Scott
definitely will thank you as well.
For the
I'm,
Coins for Kids
I'm not
guys
allowed to
too.
set the goals anymore.
No,
No, Gary, stop setting the goals.
We'll discuss this later.
Yeah,
I'm not.
But there's so before we get cut off of YouTube and everything else, thanks again to the Coins for Kids guys and everybody that took part in that part and all of it. But this just gives you hope for what's going to happen for the Coin for Kids just reset and we're gaining money for next year, right? And more people know about it. That's going to continue to grow. And it's just going to keep going up and up, not that we're going to try to just keep topping the year. It's not about topping it or competition or anything else. It's about any single coin we can give to St. Jude is why we've been on for over 8 hours now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. I don't know what to say. I mean, that's
Congratulations, guys. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Dude,
That's
we're-
everybody.
Thank
Yeah,
you
it's
to
everybody,
everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's
well,
amazing
I guess
to be a part of a group experience like this.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe that just happened.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Well, I as they say, that is a wrap. I mean, thanks for everybody.
Can't
Thanks
top that.
again. Yep. Yeah. We'll see everybody on the next show. And looking forward to seeing everybody down the road. Everybody have a Merry Christmas. Happy holidays during this time. Try to spend some time with people, and that's the key. And put aside what you can and focus on the things that are important. So,
Absolutely.
good night.
Good night.
Good
everybody.
night. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
See you.